Welcome. Welcome. Thank you, everyone. Well, Crossroads 2025, this is the third time around. Definitely want to thank you all for coming today. It's going to be an awesome conference, awesome 2 days. We've got a lot of things, packed schedule. We've got multiple stages this year. So I really hope that you guys come here, enjoy, make use of the networking, go and listen to the dev stages we've got going on. We've got the main stage stuff. We've also got media stages and other ones. So yeah, look, my name's George. I'm the co-founder at Step, and Step, we put together all of this. We also own Solana Floor, we own Crossroads, All Stars, a bunch of different brands. We have a booth out there. Please come and say hello to the rest of the team. But I just want to maybe talk a little bit about why we do Crossroads. I usually give this spiel in the welcome speech every year, but we do it because we want to grow the Solana ecosystem. Simple as that. It started in the bear market a couple of years ago when we were like, okay, what do we do to get more users? We can either A, be like, hey bro, join my Discord and come and learn about the product or whatever. Number one, everyone was doing that. Okay, there's like 500 Discords, what are you going to do? Number two, there wasn't anyone in the bear market that existed. We all ceased to exist. So what we decided was that the best thing to do, IRL events, we've got to actually put in the work and literally just front up the money. Just go and get it started. So that's what we did. That we started with a smaller conference, 500 people in our first gig, and then second conference last year was really awesome. We had about 2 and a bit thousand people. This conference bigger than ever, even bigger than last year. New venue here at the Rixos. It's really cool. Definitely go and check out the venue if you do have time. And if it's your first time in Istanbul, go and check out the rest of Istanbul. It's a city with so much history, thousands of years of history, lots of really cool stuff to do. Literally, I think it's #1 in terms of actual tourists coming to the airport. It's like 35 million a year. So very, very cool place, lots to do. Very excited to have you all here. And yeah, look, we do this to grow the Solana ecosystem. That's why we're here. And we couldn't do it without some of our awesome sponsors, all of you guys as well. And it really makes it sustainable and makes us able to do stuff like this. So yeah, look, thank you a lot. And we're gonna have a lot of fun today. We've got some really cool talks lined up. And yeah, look, I can't wait. That's my piece. I've said everything that I need to say. So look, have a great day and enjoy.
All right, everyone, GM, make some noise! Oh, come on, I want them to hear you all the way in Brazil. Make some noise! That's what I'm talking about, all right. Now, look, I want all of y'all to do me a really big favor, all right? I got a big favor to ask y'all. I need y'all to raise your right hand, all right? Take your right hand, raise it. Come on, I need all of y'all. All right, you. Right hand. All right, I want you to take that right hand. And hey, Steve, how you doing? I want you to high five the people right next to you, all right? You guys, these are your best friends for the next 2 days. This is a family show, you know, and honestly, that's what makes this ecosystem so different from any other ecosystem I've been in, is that truly the connections that you build here, especially at places like Solana Crossroads 2025 in the electric heart of Istanbul, you know, is some of the best connections that you're gonna make for life. I see a lot of familiar faces here, so glad to be here. My name is Eno. I will be your Chief Vibes Officer for the day. We're gonna keep the energy very high. We have a jam-packed agenda. We're gonna be talking about all sorts of things, whether it be PayFi, whether it be FitFi, whether it be, you know, all the latest developments in Solana, new product, UI, UX. But first, of course, we are going to start with a very, very, very spicy panel, the Mev Wars on Solana. We have some OG legends in the space, so please give them a big Crossroads welcome to the Mev Wars on Solana. Let's go! Tremendous. Thank you so much, Eno, for that warm welcome. Absolutely stoked to be kicking off Crossroads with one of the most spicy panels we have for you for the whole agenda. When I look at all these guys here beside me, I can't think of 4 people who are better equipped to talk about MEV on Solana in this day and age. So guys, first of all, thank you for coming. And can we just go down the line and you can all introduce yourselves and the project you're here representing, please.
Yeah, sure. My name is Nitesh. I am the founder and CEO of DFlow. DFlow builds a low latency, high precision Solana DEX aggregator. Prior to DFlow, I worked in high frequency trading.
Zano, CTO and co-founder of Jito Labs. Jito runs on 90% of the network, and we build MEV software.
I'm Ben, co-founder of Temporal. We're an R&D firm on Solana. We run a lot of validators. We do a lot of pretty in the weeds, technical research type work in Solana, like including a lot of stuff that's quite MEV adjacent. My background's all high frequency trading, kind of, defected, went to DeFi land from TradFi, and yeah, kind of just having fun in this space now.
Cool. Hey guys. My name's Edgar. I work on a project called Paladin. We build a Solana client that helps validators earn more in block rewards, helps mitigate sandwiching, helps with transaction priority.
Fantastic, thank you guys. So I want to start with a bit of context. MEV mitigation has come a really long way in the last 18 months. When we started, it wasn't really present at all, and people were getting sandwiched left, right, and center. We've come very far, but at the same time, in the last 30 days alone, an estimated 72 MEV operators have extracted 25,000 SOL from over 82,000 traders. These numbers might seem scary, but even 4 months ago in January, it was 4 times higher than that. My point being, why is MEV still such a big threat in our ecosystem when we have so many tools against it? We have platforms like Paladin that are working to mitigate that. We have MEV-free swaps on Camino. Jupiter's doing a lot of mitigation work. Why are we still here talking about MEV? Nitesh, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, I think the core of the issue is there's no single way to mitigate MEV. It's a multi-pronged problem, and it has a sort of a multi-pronged solution. And on a truly decentralized network like Solana, it's difficult to actually implement those solutions. There's a lot of R&D work that needs to happen at sort of the network and metal layer of Solana, so multiple concurrent proposers, all the way up to application level stuff, so better AMM design and things like that. So it's just a difficult coordination problem, takes time to solve.
Zaino?
Yeah, I would say MEV is an emergent property of any public blockchain. I wish we never coined the term, because I think there's so many negative connotations with it, and it just is a thing that exists. I would say what we want to do is give users the best pricing relative to sexes and other venues, and you do that through a couple things. I think main thing is transaction privacy, and then other thing is something like what Nitesh is building, which is intent-based systems.
I mean, I'll definitely echo what Zano said. It's honestly a terrible term. I don't think anyone hates the term miner or maximal extractable value more than our lawyers do, because it makes it sound evil and sinister, and God forbid you want to get adoption for DeFi when you have a bunch of sinister bots that are supposedly trying to rob a bunch of money from retail. That's not really what's happening, right? In any market, there's always going to be inefficiency, right? And how that inefficiency is corrected and captured in a space like Solana, right, is going to be MEV. It's going to be traders on chain, right? Now, we don't necessarily have a market structure on Solana that's conducive to users getting good fills, say, compared to TradFi, right? I think there are definitely scenarios where users can get better fills, better prices on Solana than they would TradFi, but I think in many scenarios, Binance, OKX, the centralized exchanges are still going to have the edge, right? Which is fine, right? TradFi is a really efficient system. It's been around for a long time. DeFi is relatively new, and these are a lot of new problems that I think the original designers of DeFi probably didn't anticipate, right? So, I think many years later we have a way better understanding of these problems, and I think Solana especially is on the right track to fix them. You know, we have people working on better dexes. We have people working on multiple concurrent proposers. You know, we have people, a lot of, you know, people doing pretty creative types of market making that are leading to better fills for users. So, like, I think we're on the right track, but there's no magic bullet, right? Anyone telling you they have a magic bullet to MEV is, I mean, they're probably just lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with these guys. I think it sticks around the term because it's so abstract, right? Because the marketing for lack of productivity, I think in this case has been so good, right? Like the dark forest sounds very sexy, sounds very mysterious. I think in reality, like, you know, MEV has been evolving, you know, through Solana's journey. I think it'll continue to evolve in its nature. I think it's good to see, you know, more players across the whole Solana stack start tackling the problem, right? And I think that coordination problem, you know, to what Nitesh mentioned, I think it's going to continue to be really, really important, especially as we play around with, you know, multiple concurrent leaders or multiple concurrent proposers. You know, those types of solutions, in order to work, are going to require effort at both the core level and at the protocol level for, you know, developers who are building apps on top of the blockchain.
Okay, so we've mentioned multiple concurrent leaders there, and Benjamin, you said that there is no magic bullet to MEV.
Yep.
Some people have claimed that maybe MCL could be the thing that actually, like, done. It's solved. We've got it. Is there value to that? Is there any risks for the MCL that people need to be aware of that they might not know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think MCP alone is a magic bullet, right? Like, I think it's a piece of a larger puzzle, right? You know, like, MCP on its own still will not magically make, you know, DeFi more efficient than CeFi, right? The truth, like, is MCP enables a lot of properties that then dApps and, you know, projects on Solana have to know how to properly take advantage of to create a system that leads to better fills for users, right? So, like, it'll create a market structure for order books that naturally favors makers, right? Which, like, without getting into that too much, is, like, probably a good thing, right? We'll want apps to be able to introspect instruction data, priority fee data, stuff like that, which will also allow them to, you know, return a lot of toxic MEV back to users, right? But, like, I think, like, in an MCP world, you need a dApp that is designed with the MCP world in mind, right? Like, if we just turn on MCP today and people are still trading on XY equals K, retail's probably still not going to have a good time, right?
MCP sucks. It's cool, right? It's a complicated thing, and it'll be really cool if it works, but it's a terrible thing to do right now. To say that you can change a few constants and effectively get MCP today by shortening block times and see how it works. I think MCP is like this grand solution, and it's super cool and super stimulating mentally, but I think we could just shorten block times and reduce latency and get some of the effects of MCP.
Is it a good long-term goal to kind of project to if we're looking 3, 4, 5 years ahead? Is it a case of it will be good, but we're not there yet, or do you think it's?
I mean, there's so many, like, nuances with it. It's hard to tell. I think it's a decent thing to try out, or at least, but it is, like you said, it's like a 3 to 5 year type thing, and we're talking about it today as if, you know, people think it's going to get shipped like in 6 or 12 months, which is not going to happen. We can change a few constants and just shorten block times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Faster solutions earlier is better.
Yeah.
Edgar, you mentioned the dark forest of MEV. Like, that's a cool term. Do you think that the onus is on end users and traders to educate themselves on how they can protect themselves from MEV, or do you think that dApps need to be baking this in to protect them on their own terms?
Yeah, this is a great question. And I think this is, you know, this touches on the existential, like, buyer beware versus seller responsibility kind of paradigm that you see, I mean, you know, everywhere that's relevant across the world. I mean, our view, like, it's never the onus of the user, right? It should never be the onus of the user, right? To the extent that you can, it's important to build safe protocols, right? There's always going to be trade-offs, right? At some point, safety comes with constraints, right? I worked on lending protocols and lending for a long time. Like, if you want to mitigate risk to zero, you should just do no lending, right? Like, you get to points where you need to balance it, but to the extent that you can, I think it's really important to build safe protocols, and the onus, if anyone, is on the builders.
Touching into the dark forest, we've seen recently a lot of private AMMs pop up on Solana. So in the past week or so, around 20% of all DEX volume has come through Soulflare and OrbitFi and ZeroFi and platforms like this that have no front end, that there's no public facing comms, we don't know anything about these guys. What kind of role do they play in the MEV world? Nitish?
Yeah, I think the emergence of these prop AMMs is actually a pretty good thing. The sort of like up till now retail AMMs are not sustainable economically. It's bad market structure. Prop AMMs like Soulfire, ZeroFi, Obrick, et cetera, they're actually trying to make a profit by market making, and they're also making markets quite tight and liquid. So this is good. For a long time, still today, we talk about building NASDAQ on chain. When high frequency trading firms come and trade on NASDAQ on chain, they're not going to build an AMM and ask for TVL from retail. They're going to fund it with their prop capital and make markets tight. So I think it's good. It's directionally where I want to see things go. So I'm a fan of it.
Do you think the fact that there is no kind of public-facing comms for these DEX is an issue that needs to be brought to light at some point? Or do you think they should be allowed to operate stealthily in the dark as they do?
Yeah, I mean, they're market makers, right? Like, what public comms do they need? They need to make markets. Like, if they're quoting around fair tightly, like, they're doing their job. So,
yep. Good point.
I love this point. Can I jump in?
Yep.
So Google a long time ago, right, put out this whole "don't be evil" thing, and Hasib recently, in a conversation around stablecoins, kind of coined like "can't be evil," right? And I really love this like "can't be evil" over "don't be evil" narrative, right? Human reputation, trusted systems, these are all things that are more relevant as the underlying technological infrastructure is weaker, right? The stronger, the more resilient that our technological systems are, right? The less we need to rely on things like human reputation, which, I mean, at the end of the day, right, like we are a population of humans, at least until AI start coexisting with us. And so trust and reputation will always be relevant. But it's that chase to build more technologically resilient systems that allows us to say, look, like we can care less about who these guys are because they are technologically confined to a certain set of behavior. And I think it's pretty powerful.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, if it brings tighter spreads and it brings greater liquidity, that means that people get better value on every trade. That's a win for the entire ecosystem, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to switch gears a bit. Solana's got a huge update coming. We all know about it. FireDancer is apparently going to send us to 1 million TPS, which is great. What impact will FireDancer have on MEV? Zeno?
So in a world where there's 1 million TPS and users can land very fast, or there's a more deterministic path to landing a transaction, I think some of the negative externalities definitely go down. If you think about what is the psyche behind a user setting at 30% slippage, like I'm very close with the Bonk bot dev, and I've talked to him extensively about why the default slippage is so high. Frankly, their users don't care. They're chasing long tail assets, and they're baking in the fact that by the time their transaction actually lands, that asset might 2x by the time they get there. So they're taking on a risk because they're chasing a 10x, right? They don't care about getting slipped for 30%. But the reason why they're setting that slippage is because it might take 150 to 600 milliseconds by the time they actually land on chain, and they still want access to the asset. Unfortunately, though, if it gets leaked, they get slipped up to it, so it's kind of self-manifesting. But if transactions landed faster and things were more deterministic, then maybe you could set slippage to be like 5% on a long tail asset, land fast, and not bake in any, I might land in 300 seconds and the asset might move against me.
Okay.
So reducing latency and increasing bandwidth actually solves some of the negative externalities.
Yeah. And is increasing block size the fastest way for us to get there at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Re-FireDance, I want to come back to you, Edgar, because obviously Paladin, you're working a lot on validator operations. How will that affect what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I mean, at a high level, it doesn't change anything, right? Paladin follows the layman's approach that I used to define it as like a TSA pre-check model, right? there's relevance to prioritizing, particularly high priority transactions, right? A small set of transactions overall that are, have certain properties in any state, right? I think we're, as excited for FireDancer as everyone else. We like that FireDancer processes all transactions, including ones that are in bundles, as well as ones that are not in bundles in the same pipeline. I would be curious, I was kind of reading through notes, thinking about like what to chat about today. In our kind of path working with FireDancer, right? I'm thinking about how transaction priority should be, kind of happening within the validator. We've had some conversations around like how bundles are priced, right? Zaino, I don't know if you want to, kind of jump in, give me your thoughts on this, but the way that I understand it, right? Bundles are going to have like an infinite estimated fee pricing, right? So they're prioritized in that like single pipeline. That can change kind of things as opposed to like pricing them at like their like expected value. For example, there's trade-offs to both approaches, obviously. And so, I think, we're as excited as everyone for FireDancer. I think it'll change operations, to some extent, depending on like the designs that are baked in. And obviously, there will be, Paladin will have a patch. There will be alternative FireDancers. Agave has interesting performance that seems to be comparable. I think that's like one of the spiciest kind of evolutions, right? Is a year or 2 years ago, right? People expected FireDancer to be just completely outpacing any other client on the market. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore, right? So, I think at a high level, like we're just as excited as everyone else. I think the solution scales the same way, and hopefully, everything getting faster will just get more real time.
Great. Benjamin, anything to add?
Yeah, I think with, with the advent of FireDancer, right, like, I think sure, like, some things are probably going to change, right? Obviously, we'll have a multi-client network. That'll be really good. We'll have a client, that's theoretically capable of producing or processing way more transactions than the protocol allows today. But like, I think on the other hand, like, you probably won't see too many changes immediately, right? I think a lot of the bottlenecks right now are just at the protocol level. Like right now we have a 50 million CU limit, right? It's like it doesn't really matter if you can process like 1 million TPS, right? Like unless those are really tiny, low CU transactions, we're probably not going to be seeing 1 million TPS anytime soon until we raise those protocol limits, right? So, every client that's running on the network has to be able to keep up with 1 million TPS for us to actually be able to raise Solana to 1 million TPS. And I think we've made really good progress on that. The Onza team has obviously made a lot of substantial improvements to Agave. Like 2.2 Agave is unrecognizable compared to like, I don't know, 1.10 or 1.11 or, even like the more recent, like 1.18. Like I've seen that client come a long, long way, and it's capable of producing a lot more TPS than, we're seeing on mainnet today. So looking forward to finally seeing some CU limit increases. As for like MEV specifically, right? I think a lot of the MEV is enabled at the protocol level, not necessarily at the client level. Like I think there's definitely ways searchers might try to exploit, bespoke behavior in particular clients to give themselves advantages to trade better, to capture MEV out of bands. But I think overall the end game is more or less defined by the protocol rather than like any individual client.
Yeah. Nitish, any thoughts?
Yeah, so the question was on like how FireDancer affects MEV. My take is the faster you make the network, just the better side effects happen across the entire sort of like system of properties. Making the network faster, which is sort of purportedly the goal of FireDancer, you reduce the amount of time it takes from like route calculation that a DEX aggregator like DFlow would do till that transaction lands on chain. And the shorter that period of time, the better it is for slippage. And the better it is for slippage statistically, the more the users can start lowering their slippage limits, or applications can do this by sort of default for them. This just sort of like automatically reduces like the absolute magnitude of sandwiching MEV across the network. So yeah, bullish anything that just makes the network faster.
Yeah, excellent. So on top of kind of devaluing user trades, let's say, MEV is also a bit of a threat to network decentralization. I know that Temporal's done a lot of research into this. Earlier last year, we saw one validator, ARSC, sorry, running a MEV bot that amassed over 1 million SOL of stake. That's about 0.25% of network stake. Now, this quote-unquote malicious actor, they have voting rights like everyone else. Is it a problem if MEV operators continue to acquire stake? I'll come to you first, Benjamin.
Yeah, I mean, every validator is obviously, somewhat at least selfishly incentivized to make the most money possible, extract the most money as possible. I think you kind of have to just assume that's what's going to happen in a trustless environment like Solana, right? You have validators all over the world. They're all in different jurisdictions, all operating by different rules. Many just completely outside of the law, right? And I think the goal of, DeFi and, decentralized finance in general is, how well can we do, without any concrete rules like regulations or laws, how well can we do, just in the field or just on the basis of smart contracts, cryptography and trustless systems, right? So, yeah, I mean, naturally what you'll have is you're going to have a lot of people that go, full max extractive. They're going to try to sandwich everyone because, that's, in some ways what they're incentivized to do, right? I don't think every validator should be doing that. I think, it's obviously toxic MEV because retail are getting worse fills. But, from, an overall network perspective, if you only have some validators that are, max extracting, and you have other validators that, they're trying to be good, I'm going to try to drop sandwiches, right? And there's a lot of validators that try to drop sandwiches. It's pretty hard in practice. You'll see even that biggest sandwicher, they're sandwiching largely outside of Jito now, right? And outside, Paladin as well will claim to drop sandwiches by just dropping front run bundles. Jito does something similar with their Jito don't front, 111, right? Just like an account, you can add any transaction to stop your transaction from getting front run. And then you'll kind of just see what we have now, right? Is you'll have just sandwiches happen, out of band, not in the form of a bundle, but validators will abuse their privilege to see transactions first via their TPU. They'll just front run them out of band. That ends up being pretty bad for users too, right? So, obviously it's going to be centralizing if only some validators are doing it, right? So you can democratize it, right? But then, more people will probably get sandwiched, but then the network won't centralize at least. But neither of those are particularly good options, and I think we've debated a lot which of those options are better in the present day and probably will continue to. But I think long term, we just need to change the game. So instead of being left with two bad options, maybe we're actually left with a few good ones.
Zeno, any thoughts? I think you're...
Yeah, we had a mempool, right? Jito had a mempool that we were running. We shut it down March 2024. Right at the height, we were making the most money we had ever made, so was the network. But it was all just from exploiting users. Everybody was getting sandwiched. We didn't think that was the right way to go, so we shut it down. Now we're here where there's private mempools spinning up. This is not a good place to be in either. Arguably, from my angle, it's a better place for me, just on a personal level. But I think we're working on a solution in the background. I think the ultimate solution is really what some of the Solana core engineers are working on, what Firedancer's working on, which is making the chain faster, things like that. Some DApp level, some of the stuff Nitesh and others like Drift is working on. And then I think the last piece of it is transaction privacy. So you need cryptographic guarantees that your transaction just can't get leaked. And that's sort of something that we've been thinking a lot about.
So touching on mempools, we have seen a lot of private mempools kind of operating outside the network itself. How do we mitigate this problem? How do we discourage people from setting up private mempools?
Well, you have the power through stake today, right? If we can deterministically label validators that are spinning up private mempools, which is a hard problem, but you can get probabilistically close to it. You can use your stake as a force of good. Stake pools can then unstake. Stakers can move stake around. And the problem is we have a lazy staker problem today. Mm-hmm. And then also it's a little bit hard to label validators spinning up private mempools. It's not impossible. But yeah, I mean, you can use your stake as a force of good today.
Is it, in many ways, is it too much to trust someone to use their stake for a force of good if they could get better yield going somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that like people that are staking would be long-term looking. You know, the asset you're holding, the asset that you're staking, will go down in price if everybody leaves the chain because everybody's getting sandwiched. But I don't think everybody understands that game theory. So I don't think it's enough. But I think stake pools are large enough to kind of move stake around and unstake.
Nitesh, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, these are trustless systems, so it's hard to kind of like fit a solution and expect it to work perfectly. I'm fairly big on the application and sort of like user space protocol design as like the whiteboard to concoct a lot of the solutions on. Like it is pretty easy to build a popular protocol that is just very leaky in terms of MEV. And so I think a lot of the burden here is on protocol developers to build good protocols that minimize like sort of like the surface area of MEV exploitation. Things like conditional liquidity, things like sandwich-resistant AMMs, these help. Yeah.
Yeah. Edgar, thoughts on how can we discourage private mempools?
Yeah, totally. I think the answer is economic incentives, right? Now, obviously, that's abstract. That's much easier to say than to implement. Validators you can't stop validators from running private mempools. Validators can always send transactions to, wherever they want. Obviously to some technological constraint. They can unbundle bundles and rebundle them, right? We've seen that happen. There's really, it's hard to, come up with like a silver bullet, as we've mentioned. I think that making it less economically attractive is generally pretty powerful, right? Because especially in trustless systems, like you should expect people to act in line with their economic incentives. Now, in the meantime, as we like chase that, holy grail, right? Working with stakers to stake to good validators, ones with high reputation, there's value there, right? Working with, DeFi developers to build resilient protocols, there's value there, right? At the end of the day, like this is really like a massive orchestration problem. But economic incentives is kind of like the core principle I follow.
A lot of talk has been around blacklisting malicious validators. I know that Jito has a governance proposal at the moment dealing with this. I think Marinade's recently done one as well. Is blacklisting malicious validators just kind of a temporary band-aid solution because they could just move that stake somewhere else and fire up a new validator and continue exploiting? Is blacklisting a useful tactic or is it kind of obsolete?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the solutions, like these short-term solutions, are whack-a-mole. You're just trying to buy some time for a couple months till you ship something that's more long-term looking. Yeah, so like you said, validators can just spin up a new thing, and then they get caught again. You blacklist them. I mean, we tried stopping, like front-running in the block engine, sandwiching in the block engine, and then searchers started getting more sophisticated, like doing probabilistic sandwiching, doing all sorts of funky things like moving tokens around different accounts within the bundle to obfuscate it better. So a lot of this stuff's duct tape. It's good duct tape for a couple months.
Yeah. If it's effective and it gives us more time to kind of build better solutions, it is worth doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the beginning, we talked about maybe we've misbranded MEV. Maybe we've kind of given it a really negative name. We talk about sinister extractors and things like that. But I want to propose an alternative that if I go to make a trade and I set my slippage at 2% and someone comes in and takes that kind of 1.5, if I've agreed to pay that 2%, is it really, am I a victim? Is this really extractive if I'm kind of accepting that this is going to happen and I let it happen?
Well, by US law, you are, right?
Okay.
Like you did not get the best price that you could have gotten. What's the name of that law? It's
Reg NMS.
You're right. So if you're within like the United States, then yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. But philosophically, I see where you're coming from, and I do feel for that camp. The problem is like dApps set the default to be high. Like these Telegram bots set it to be very high because they know what their users want.
Yeah.
These users don't really give a shit sometimes. They're looking for a 10x. They don't mind losing a couple percentage for that.
And that kind of comes back to what we were saying about the onus being on dApps and operators to protect people, and if they just let that slippage go to 10%, they're not really protecting their users.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'd go further and just say, like, this is not actually the intent of the user when they sign transactions that have 2% slippage. Like, they want a market order. They want it to land at, like, a reasonably good price. I don't think they're agreeing to, like, sort of be stolen from, which is what sandwiching is. So it's probably just sort of like a misalignment in expectation between what the user wants and how they can actually express it.
Excellent. So wrapping things up, in your final words, where does the future of MEV go from here in 2025? What should we be focusing on most?
Yeah, I'll kick off. So I think it's full stack solutions, all the way from sort of like consensus, transaction propagation across the network, all the way up to protocol design, and then sort of like client-side applications, how they interact with the network. Really, you got to focus on the whole thing. Yeah.
Zeno?
Transaction privacy and IBRL.
We need a lot more censorship resistance. We need to curb the proposer monopoly. It's largely problematic. A market where users always get the worst fills possible is the definition of an inefficient market. So if we want to see more efficiency, eliminate the proposer monopoly, increase censorship resistance, and let's ship some dApps that are more innovative than X, Y equals K.
Yep. Definitely agree with full stack solution. I think we need a coordination. This coordination effort that's been happening, I think we need to keep it going. It's good to see more competitors, more alternative solutions pop up across the stack. Hope we can keep encouraging that. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much, guys. It's been really, really great speaking and picking your brain about some of these really complex topics. Thank you again for coming, and IBRL.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to keep this party started. We're going to be talking about pixel perfection. Everybody knows that killer UI UX creates sticky, loyal users. I know it, you know it, my mom knows it. And so this next speaker is going to be giving us a talk about the state of Solana UX, what's working, what's broken, how are we going to fix it. She is the CEO of Reown, which creates toolkits so you can build world-class UI on-chain. Please give a big Crossroads welcome to Jess Holgrave. Woo!
Good morning, Crossroads. Hi. I'm Jess Holgrave. I am the CEO at Reown. And I can't get this to work, but we'll crack on anyway. I have been building in the crypto space for now 10 years, which dates me probably a little bit more than even my gray hairs. But I had joined Wallet Connect 2 years ago because after building for so long, building across consumer and enterprise use cases, I realized that a big part of the pain that still exists for crypto users is that user experience. It's how I manage my wallet, how I manage my seed phrase. And so one of the things that I'm super excited to be building is toolkits now for both wallet developers and app developers to make those experiences really, really seamless. So we Connect network, and you can hear Pedro Gomez, the founder of Wallet Connect, speaking later today on the network stage, solving one of the first user experience challenges within crypto. We had the first mobile crypto wallets evolving, and people were building desktop applications. And so the problem was, how do I connect my wallet into a desktop application? And the Wallet Connect network was born. That network today supports some 700 different wallets and over 50,000 different projects that are built on the app side, and allows seamless connections. So if you're an app developer, you can allow users from any wallet to use your application. And if you're a wallet developer, you can let your users plug into any application too. And then we launched last year Reown. And with Reown, our mission really is to build these developer experiences that allow you to create amazing end-user experiences. So we have appkit and we have walletkit. And both of these are here to address a really significant issue that we still face. We all talk about onboarding the next billion users into crypto, but the reality is that when you talk to new users about their experiences, they are really, really painful. And I think Solana has done an amazing job at advancing that. You're faster, it's cheaper, but there are still major, major issues. People need to manage seed phrases, people need to think about where they're buying crypto, how they're on-ramping. And if I take you back to the worst of these experiences, you can imagine as a new user, you come into an application, you don't have a wallet, you have to go and find one, you have to download it, you have to store the seed phrase securely, you have to go somewhere else to buy crypto, to onboard, to swap into the tokens that you need. Every year we do this user research report, which is one of my favorite things to read. The next one is coming out in a couple of weeks. But here's a little bit of a preview about what people say. They say that 39% of users say that high transaction fees are a big barrier to why they don't engage more with on-chain activities. 20% cite poor user experience. 23% say that because their wallets are not compatible, they're unable to use different applications as much as they want. And 18% still have major security concerns. The good piece of news is compared to last year's report, that 18% is much lower. So I think we can all be pleased with the progress that we're making, although there's probably still a lot more to do from a security perspective. But what this shows us, and these are users who are competent, they've been using crypto for a few years, and even they are not happy to use on-chain applications more because of these things holding them back, because it's painful. And if it's painful for them, it's going to be painful for developers to solve those problems. And that's really about our mission for Reown, is to solve these issues for developers so that you building an application or building a wallet can focus on what you do best, building an amazing game, building a great marketplace. You don't have to think about the user experience. We take that out of your hands and work with you to create really seamless onboarding experiences. We do that through two different SDKs. One's called appkit, one's called walletkit. For walletkit, if you're building a wallet, please find us. We're all in orange today and talk to us. Same for appkit, but this is what I'm going to dive into a little bit of how you can create a wonderful user experience for your application. So there's three core components to appkit and many other features as well. The first one is the ability to onboard users from any different wallet. So we have a bunch of Solana wallets on the ecosystem. We have a bunch of EVM wallets as well, and many of the cross-chain wallets. Everyone from custodial solutions like Fireblocks. If you're building a DeFi application, you want those institutional wallets, the Fireblocks of the world, to be able to interact with your application. You can do that using the Wallet Connect network via appkit. We also provide email and social login. So here, if you're building an application for new users, for people who are not familiar with Web3, but you're wanting to onboard them really easily, seamlessly, and quickly into your game, they can do that with our embedded wallet functionality. So they can sign up with an email or with social login to spin up a wallet at the back end, go straight into the application and start using it without needing to go through that painful first experience of downloading a wallet. And finally, we allow you to access on-ramps. So rather than going and integrating, we work with many, many different on-ramp providers to provide the best on-ramp experience, irrespective of where your users are. We have global coverage, which means that as a user comes onto your app, they will be able to buy crypto to start interacting with your application, whether that's a marketplace, a trading platform, or anything else, really, really seamlessly with on-ramp providers that route that really dynamically to give them the best onboarding prices and of course, experience. And what I really want to highlight, and the reason that all of these images are in mobile is because we deeply believe in a mobile-first experience. Solana, again, I think of all the chains, has really pioneered that. And so you can build with appkit in many, many different platforms, and we want to see more native developers coming online, and we're really investing a lot in that this year. Over and above what you can see here, we give you insights into who your users are. One thing I've learned is it's very, very hard to create great user experience if you don't know who that user is, how they behave, and what they want. And so using our Insights platform, you'll be able to see where your users are coming from, which wallets they're using, even which other applications they're interacting with, so that you can design better user experiences for your users. And what does this do? It creates more sticky users, more loyal users, people who want to come back to your application again and again, and not experience the pain, but just experience the joy that you're building for them. So we announced appkit for Solana at the end of last year. We've been really lucky to work with some amazing teams in the space. We're really excited to work with more of you. I'm going to do a quick demo here of Drift's implementation of appkit. So you can see here they're using our email and social login functionality, as well as giving access to all of the wallets on the Wallet Connect network, to create a very intuitive, super seamless and fast experience for somebody coming to the application for the first time and starting to trade. And that's what we want to see. We want to see that friction reduced to seconds, and for end users to be able to onboard and start using your application without giving it a second thought. So please find us today. As I said, Pedro, who's the founder of Wallet Connect, is speaking on the network stage at 4. We're all in orange T-shirts. There's a booth in the other room. And if you're building an application, please come and talk to us about what you need to create a great user experience so that we can partner with you on that. Thank you.
All right, let's give one more round of applause for Jess, everybody. Man, that was a great talk. So you might be wondering, like, what is this QR code, right? Like, why do we have this big, sexy QR code on the screen here? Well, that's because I've never really seen this before at a conference, but we are going to have QR codes displayed throughout the day, not just here, but also at the developer stage, also over at the network stage. And like, why are you scanning this QR code? Well, if you scan this QR code and QR codes like this throughout the day, you will qualify, of course, for a Crossroads airdrop. If you're wondering, when do I get my Crossroads airdrop? I've been scanning QR codes like a maniac throughout the full 2 days. You gotta wait until after the conference, okay? So after the conference, we will be distributing the Crossroads airdrop rewards. But all you gotta do, and your mission is, attend as many talks as you can, either on the main stage or the developer stage or the network stage, and you will qualify, and the more that you scan, the more that you will qualify for a Crossroads airdrop. Cool. So this next talk, we're moving from pixel perfection all the way to philosophy, right? And what do we mean by philosophy here? Well, this next talk is all about what if we were to create infrastructure that was benevolent, right? It wasn't just all about protocols and profits, but it was about serving the user. And so, to give this talk, we have the CTO of Jito, right? He was just on stage giving a panel about the Mev Wars on Solana, so-called, right? So please, give a big round of applause to Zano Shirwani!
Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for coming. Beautiful city, Istanbul. So I'm going to talk about building benevolent systems today. Super hard problem. You're trying to align all these competing incentives, and yeah. How do I change the slides on this? There we go. All right. So let's give some context. Most blockchains are public ledgers. There are private blockchains like Monero, Secret Network once upon a time, but most of the time these blockchains are public networks. So with that means all user transactions are public to anyone that snoops on the chain. If you think about the transaction supply chain, conceptually it's a supply chain. It starts at a user creating the transaction, sending it over to an RPC, and then the RPC from there to the validator can touch many different points. Between the transaction getting created and landing on chain, many things can happen. That transaction could get leaked to someone malicious that exploits the user. And that's just the state of the world today. We've transitioned from these public mempools to mempool-less blockchains like Solana is today. Bitcoin was the first blockchain, had a mempool, then it was Ethereum, had its own mempool. A mempool is really just a list of transactions that's public to the entire network. Solana is mempool-less in the sense that a transaction goes straight to the leader into the block. And an MEV basically emerges out of these systems. Wherever there is an opportunity for anyone to make money, you should assume that that's going to happen. And as we're building the systems, we should keep that in mind and not trust any parties in the chain. So, yeah, MEV, as I alluded to earlier in the talk, it's not really a negative thing, it's just a thing that exists, so embrace it and try to just give users better pricing and a better experience. So, we're going from MEV to REV now. REV is a term that was coined, I don't know by who, but in the past few months, stands for real economic value. So MEV is kind of like the potential value that you can get from reordering transactions within a block. REV is the actual value that you get from reordering those transactions. You imagine like what that actually means in practice is like you have two users trying to compete for a trade. Let's say the price of Sol is higher on Coinbase, lower on Solana, on some DEX. So there's an arbitrage opportunity. So users are going to compete for that opportunity up to whatever the profitability is through bidding. Jito has built a system where users are able to do this bidding off-chain through our block engine. And from that you get REV. So we should not spend any energy trying to get rid of MEV. It's definitionally impossible. Let's reframe it to something more positive and forward-looking. Let's give users better pricing. At the end of the day, the main application on blockchains is trading. You see other things pop up like social media and other sorts of apps, but really like trading is the core of what we're doing here. So we should optimize for that application. Yeah, and so not only is giving users better pricing a big goal of ours, but it's also make the network valuable for validators. If you can, so Jito made $1 billion for the network in the past year, which is a huge amount. You see Jito fees are much higher than priority fees, even though Jito only accounts for 20% of the block. And what that does, it makes the network more attractive for validators to run, because now they can run a node profitable. Validators have bills. They have server bills. They have voting transaction bills because of the way Solana consensus works. So by giving them this incremental stream of revenue, we've now attracted more people to come to Solana, which has this like reflexive cycle of more users wanting to trade on Solana. There's more volume on Solana. There's more market makers that move over to Solana, and overall it's a net positive for the network. But there are some pitfalls to it. So before Jito existed, Solana was this mempool-less blockchain. It had this very shitty transaction scheduler. It was non-deterministic. And the Solana core devs are very good engineers. It's just really hard to get right the first time. I think the one issue is that when you're trying to roll out large changes to a blockchain like Solana, you have to like coordinate the release across the entire network, which is not easy to do. By having a dedicated team like Jito, dedicated to this specific part of the pipeline, it's easy to iterate, make changes, see if it works, and try again. We don't have to release to the entire network. We just release to our own nodes. There's also, Solana was prone to these DOS attacks like UDP flooding. We saw an entire data center get brought down long ago, 2 years ago. So we saw an opportunity here to basically improve the network. The idea was that Jito could essentially act as a Cloudflare around Solana by absorbing all this terrible traffic and then feeding validators a stream of clean and profitable transactions and bundles. We added a mempool. I talked about this earlier. So we added a mempool. What a mempool really is it's like a staging area for transactions. They're not actually landing on chain. They're just transactions that haven't landed yet. They're pre-flight. And we would stream this mempool out to searchers. And the idea was that searchers would then backrun transactions and increase revenue for everyone involved. There is an interesting feature about Jito bundles, revert protection specifically. So what that leads to is actually higher fees. So I mentioned earlier that Jito fees are much higher than priority fees for Validator. That's because of this revert protection. Basically, if your bundle fails, you don't pay any fees. It just gets dropped. If your normal transaction fails, you pay the priority fee still. So if you have the ability to make $10,000 on a trade, through Jito, you'll probably bid up to 90% of that. So let's say you bid $9,000, because you know it's basically a risk-free $1,000 spread. Through normal transactions, you're not necessarily willing to pay $9,000 in priority fees, because if your thing fails, then you paid $9,000 for a failed transaction. So this is great for searchers, traders, and validators. But where does that leave our users, which are also very important to the health of the network? This is an overview of what the system looks like today. You have, on the left, customers, which could be dApps, like Jupiter, flow aggregators, which are basically sort of like, they take all these, they're like RPCs basically, and they promise their users to land transactions fast for them, but they're really like wrappers around Jito. And then you have HFT firms like Argonia, who use Jito to have deterministic transaction landing. So transaction can go directly to the block engine and then straight into Solana, or they could go through the relay and then into Solana. At the relay, they are held for about 200 milliseconds. The idea behind this delay was that if you insert an artificial speed bump, you buy some time, and you're able to aggregate transactions for 200 milliseconds, and then really see, like, a very exaggerated example of this is, let's say I give you a year to produce me the best block. You could produce me a much more profitable block if you had a year versus if I told you you have a day. So the idea behind the relay is, all right, we'll just let transactions accumulate for 200 milliseconds, and then we have enough time to really like build a more profitable block. There's trade-offs, right? You're trading off latency for value. So down goes the mempool. This was very controversial. It was a fun time. It was like at the height of it was great engagement on the tweet, you see. It was at the height of things, and we just shut it off. The idea was we don't want to be responsible for users getting sandwiched, and also it was really hard to maintain the infrastructure for it. So we're back to mempool lists, but really there's private mempools that exist today. So the mempool is down. The problem's not really solved. We have this rise of private mempools. The dark forest has gotten darker, but your stake does have the potential to mitigate these problems. I think stake pools have some power here too. If you can properly label validators that are leaking transactions, then you can start moving stake off of them and thus disincentivize them from doing this. So where we are today, there's some good things and bad things. It's not all bad, right? Solana's doing great. Solana's the best fucking chain out there. It's got the most volume. All the users are on Solana. But there are a fair amount of users getting subpar pricing. Some of them don't really care, but we should care. The Solana scheduler is doing much better than it was doing once before. The Jito's auctions scheduler is doing much better than it was. It was really just software with a ton of bugs that eventually got resolved, and now things are looking much better. And like I said earlier, validators made $1 billion in the past year. They're on schedule to make that and more. If you look out 10 years, I believe this number is going to be 10 to 20x that. So all in all, net positive so far. So we launched Jito far left. You don't even see any bars. We were basically making 0 tips. And then you look at this. This is showing validator tips from Jito. So like the highest is around 100K SOL in a day for validators. So 100K SOL is a lot of money. So congrats if you're running a validator. And then this is what I was talking about earlier. The blue is Jito tips, and the black is just priority fees. So Jito tips is like consistently higher. There's a point right there where you see the priority fees are much higher. That was a bug that I may or may not have deployed. We fixed it, and tips are consistently 1.5x higher. This is due to the revert protection. So users feel safe just tipping very high. So why is it so hard to build systems that makes everyone happy? Well, you have all these different parties. They all have competing incentives and competing needs. Users mostly care about landing, right? They just want good user experience. Some care about getting better pricing, like HFT firms, market makers, and more sophisticated users. Long tail traders don't really care. They just want to. They're already taking a risk on a volatile asset. They just want to get in really fast. Validators need to pay their bills, but they hold SOL too, and they need to attract stake. Searchers just want to make money. I love searchers, but they don't necessarily hold SOL. This is important to note because things that are bad for the network will hurt the price of SOL. So if you're not holding any SOL or you don't need to hold any SOL, like a searcher, then you don't necessarily have the incentive to really care about the network and what it does to the price. Validators care, right? Because they've put up all this CapEx to like spin up infrastructure to run nodes on Solana. I mean, searchers to an extent too. So you know, it's in our best interest to really make Solana a good place for everyone to trade and be long-term healthy. Yeah, basically, this is probably not a good analogy, or not an analogy that my lawyers would like, but think about Solana like this giant casino. If everybody in the casino loses all their money playing blackjack because the dealer was too good, then nobody else is going to play at your casino. Solana's not a casino, it's a proper system. But you don't want your users to all get rinsed of their money and move elsewhere, because then if we don't have any users, we're like Ethereum, basically. Yeah, so we can't really rely on goodwill and faith on the internet. We have to build like systems that are proven to be cryptographically better for users. So let's benevolentize it. You do that with transaction privacy. We've been spending a lot of time researching and building something in this realm, transaction privacy. Basically, I can't say much right now, but I can say that there's a future where users can basically trade on Solana without getting their data leaked. We need fast transaction inclusion. If you reduce latency of landing, you reduce a lot of the negative externalities. And then we just need a deterministic scheduler. All this is a work in progress. We'll never get to a perfect world, but I think these are the 3 things that will really get us a lot closer. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for that talk, Zato. Give it one more time for the CTO of Jito Labs, everybody. Woo! All right, so actually this next panel is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. How I fell in love with Solana in the first place was actually through stablecoins. I worked in the stablecoin space in Solana for several years, and in fact, the moderator of this panel, as well as a lot of the panelists, I've worked with them professionally or have known them for quite a long time. And I'm telling you, stablecoin adoption on Solana has skyrocketed to touching almost about 12 billion just in the last week. Obviously, Solana is going places. I think it's going to be the #1 chain for stablecoins, not only for institutions, but also for retail users. So please give a big round of applause to our stablecoin panel. Woo!
Hey everybody, welcome. And we're here to talk about how to grow the stablecoin industry. Stablecoin's been an amazing use case across crypto since inception. It's really driven adoption across exchanges, between centralized exchanges, adding into DeFi, and now with 12.5 billion on Solana, we've got some of the top experts and leading innovators who are going to share some insight. And so to kick it off, maybe each one of you just give us a quick snapshot, the Twitterverse of what you're doing and the protocol that you're working on, and what you feel is a bit of a differentiator in your protocol. Maybe we start at the end and come this way.
Yeah, sure, I'll start. So I'm currently a partner at Tax8 Ventures. We're an early stage investor and incubator. Mostly nowadays investing in PayFi, tokenization, and RWA projects. I've been working on stablecoins since 2018. First started as a Canadian dollar builder with Bank of Montreal, then moved to Stellar to manage a stablecoin network, then Circle on the issuer side, and now I'm finally on the investing side. So I think I did the full circle of the stablecoin.
So from
verticals.
builder to VC to investor and accelerator.
But still builder at heart.
Still builder
at heart.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. How about you, Nick?
I'm Nick, the CEO and co-founder of Agora. We're a stablecoin issuer and infrastructure platform. So I first got into the space in 2016, and then got sucked back in around DeFi summer when there were finally real sort of applications across financial services and payments that I wanted to use, and was looking at the market, and there was this duopoly cartel of issuers that didn't really, I would say, partner with the rest of the crypto economy. And so you obviously have Tether and then Circle, which has really one partner in Coinbase. And so what we wanted to do is build an issuer that was a true fiat coin partner to everyone else. Right? I really viewed the rent that they were seeking out of crypto as a problem that was worse than what was going on in the banking industry. And so what we do is work with folks, to basically deliver the float income back to their business, which they can then push on to their users or use however they'd like and sort of give them control. In addition to that, we want to reduce costs across the stack, so we're building into the infrastructure layer and trying to bring on and off ramp fees to zero as opposed to continuing to increase them. So that's us.
Thanks. Sam?
Sure, thank you. My name's Sam. I'm COO and part of the founding team at Cast. At Cast, we're essentially building a global bank powered by stablecoins, offering our services to over upwards of 150 countries. Prior to that, I was based in Australia, and I focused on a form of OTC trading using stablecoins to cross-border for remittance companies. So that's what I did for about 4 or 5 years prior to joining Cast. Cast, as of right now, we're looking to bridge that gap between, for all the individuals who want to pay for goods and services around the world. They want to make payments to a family member in another country. The current banking system wasn't really allowing them to do that in the right format. A lot of friction. So, enter Cast, we're essentially building a way for individuals to bypass that poor user experience and, spend their stablecoins, send their stablecoins, move freely.
Nice. And you, Erbil, here we go.
Yes, my name is Erbil. I'm co-founder of Huma Finance. We are the first PayFi network. We accelerate global payments by using stablecoin liquidity in DeFi We return all of the money made from these settlement transactions in the form of yield back into the ecosystem. We just launched HUMA 2.0 about 2 weeks ago on Solana. It has been a massive success. We so far surpassed $4 billion in total transaction volume. We 6x'd our user base in the last 2 weeks. And our yield right now is accessible in the form of a liquid LP token called PayFi Strategy Token. It's like a PST. You can find it on Jupiter and the rest of the Solana DeFi. And I believe it's returning one of the best USDC yields at about 10.5%. We expect that to be the case. PayFi yield to be fairly stable, double digits, never 1,000%, but also never 3-4% that you see in the bear markets. So our goal is to bring this kind of like new economy all on Solana.
Yeah. So great. I mean, we've got stablecoins. We actually think that the stablecoin industry is going to grow to trillions of dollars. Right now, it's a $200 billion ecosystem across the boards. Solana, at the moment, it's only $12.5 billion, but that will grow because Tether and Circle are the big dominants, right? And here, we're working on new innovations to really drive and change that. In the payment system, right, we've had 2 dominant players, Visa and MasterCard. And the Visa and MasterCard ecosystem are extracting a lot of value across the payment ecosystem. You have 7 different toll takers. And Jess, who was on stage, used to work at Checkout. She can tell you all the toll takers on settling with credit cards and payment systems. How are you leveraging crypto and hoping stablecoins to minimize and reduce the cost of a transaction for settling and payments?
Great question. So we might be working on a pilot with Visa, so I'm going to trash talk MasterCard for a second. So these card networks work in a very, very simple yet sophisticated way. When you actually swipe a card, let's say you go to a shop in Istanbul, you swipe a card, there are a lot of intermediaries get involved in that. MasterCard is basically a network that helps orchestrate what happens between these intermediaries, but they don't necessarily transfer the money from A to B. They just transfer information and orchestrate this whole thing. There is an issuer of your card, and an issuer of your card might be working with a bank that actually provides the credit for your card. But the credit doesn't necessarily pay for the goods. The credit just basically authorizes the payment of the goods into the network. And then that information is so delayed that the moment actually your bank is saying that, okay, you can pay this merchant, it's already 1 day later. And then the Visa network needs to go and find the merchant's bank and then make sure the merchant bank has liquidity to distribute those payments, and that takes another day or so to get through. And then the bank needs to eventually make those funds available to the merchant, which also takes a few days, sometimes a month. So this whole thing requires so many intermediaries who capture lots of money in this process, and merchants basically are on the losing end because they need to wait so long to get their payments, but also they're losing a huge percentage point, especially if they're like a low margin business on every single sale. So with HUMA, what you can do is you can just swipe the card instead of going to all these different intermediaries. You can just go to the network. You can just go to the blockchain and say, do I have the liquidity to pay for this in USDC? And if you do, you can just settle with the merchant right away. And this is like so much faster, so much cheaper.
So it's cheaper for the merchant. So the merchants actually make a bigger margin. And it's instant settlement versus 30-day settlement that the merchants deal with today. So yeah, that's great. I think the other thing that we're seeing hindering growth, and we discussed not to talk about legal, by the way, so we're taking that out. If you have lawyers, you can engage them. Or you have ChatGPT these days, you can ask them for advice. But one of the biggest impediments, payments, right? We want to see people use stablecoins to actually purchase goods. So that's where HUMA comes in. But banking, right? We've all heard about how difficult it is for anybody in crypto to have a bank account. If you've done anything with crypto, to get a payments account, to get a bank account, is really challenging. And how does Cast going to help open up the banking system and all of the new features that the blockchain and this new infrastructure is going to be providing to everybody?
Yeah, sure. So I guess one example is, I'm based in Australia. If I want to send money to my family member living in, say, Turkey, at times this might take 2 weeks. It will move between intermediaries. Everyone takes a cut. and maybe the end user loses 8%, 6 to 8% from what I've initially sent. So what we're essentially building at Cast is a way for people to move their money from A to B instantly. So we remove that friction. We remove 2 weeks. We remove the cost. And we're essentially creating a much better user experience, factoring those 2 things in.
And I think that's the key thing, right? I mean, anybody to try to wire money around the world, I mean, we know how costly it is and how much time it takes in a day and age where we all have the internet. Everybody's connected. We've all got mobile phones, and it still costs us money and takes time. So how do we eliminate that and leverage the fast blockchain that we have on Solana to be able to execute fast transactions and bring out the good user experience? And I think, Nick, what you're working on at a much different level, I mean, Van Eck has really embraced crypto and really built innovative new products. And with Agora now, you're really supporting that banking infrastructure as well, right? With the institutional element and around it, but also the on and off ramps, as you were talking about earlier, which is a big impediment to connect the digital realm with the physical realm. How do you see that evolving, and where do you really want to spend a lot of your attention in the next sort of 6 months?
Yeah, so we started this business, I would say, a couple quarters after the SVB incident. Yep. And something that was really important to me is you had 2 players at the time. One where there was an opaque view of where those assets were sitting. And then you had another that was much more transparent, but had just experienced a DPEG. And so starting with institutional grade custody was very important to me. And given Van Eck and their assets that they have across the banking system, they have about 120 billion with State Street. We were able to get bank accounts at a time with the best banks in the world, to support this stablecoin effort. And so starting there was really important. But this is like a much broader sort of challenge, right? I was talking to a decentralized stablecoin founder a few weeks ago, and he said, in his view, you're actually not really a stablecoin if you don't have a bank account, right? Because so much of this is doing cross-border flows and managing dollars in different currencies at different jurisdictions, right? And what we're focused on is building a global liquidity network, right? So that means not just liquidity for off-ramping in the United States, but also having local liquidity in Turkey and other strategic countries around the world. And so you have to work with local banks, OTC desks, and a variety of different players. We were chatting with a conglomerate yesterday, and they own one of the private banks in Turkey. And so setting up an account there so that we can operate between the lira and then our stable as well. And so it's a much broader effort, but one that we're I think trying to bring both the public ledgering and then the traditional rails and bring that together and build AUST on top of that.
And I think a lot of people don't really realize that the remittance business requires liquidity at the point of on and off ramps, right? So I can transfer on a blockchain, and if you're there, we can actually see the ledger is fully decentralized. But if I need to have off and off ramps in a local market, having that liquidity solution on the ground and actually supplying that liquidity in those markets, think about it as you have to have different pools on all the different exchanges. And actually, you're doing that with a traditional opaque ledger and then a transparent ledger on the other side. And how do you provide that visibility?
Yeah, and I would even say like folks like Herbal, like their company is a huge piece of this equation as well. Because and to maybe illustrate an example, you have a company like a Felix Pago, right, where they have users in the U.S. that are sending money back to Mexico, and then they want to off-ramp to local fiat. And even though they're using stablecoins, they're interacting still with a lot of the traditional system. And so you can have those delays in settlement time where it takes days, and then they might go to someone like a Huma, right, or another credit provider and say, hey, actually, over the weekend we need to take credit from you. We'll pay you 6 bips today, so they can post that as collateral, and then actually make it a much more seamless experience. And so it's working with a bunch of different players sort of across this stage to solve a lot of these problems across global payments, but also just global business.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great panel, right? We've got basically a nice vertical integration opportunity here, and we've got a VC at the end that could fund a lot of these activities as well. Yeah, so RWA, right? I mean, you said you're focusing a bit more on RWA, and the stablecoin has been, or still is, an RWA use case, right? We're tokenizing the dollar in a way. How do you view, from an investment, what are you looking to invest in, given we want to grow adoption of the stablecoin, not just the circulation of stablecoin, but largely the adoption and the velocity of stablecoins?
That's a great question. The biggest thing that we look is real-world impact or real-world use cases. Just to add a few things to what Nick said, this might be an unpopular view, but right now the cross-border payments based on stablecoins are heavily dependent on the first mile and last mile if we use a traditional banking. So it's basically adding another layer, another fragmented, another inefficiency. So I think right now using stablecoins for cross-border payments, if it includes double FX and different currency other than USD, doesn't make sense. It's more expensive, it's more costly, and it takes more time. But new projects like taking not just on the issuer side, but the global liquidity, that is going to change the payment space and the stablecoins, I believe. If we think the US dollar and US dollar stablecoins as the core of the on-chain economy, we need local access points. So that's where we are excited to explore non-US dollar stablecoins. Stablecoins, there's a purpose for it. I think payments is just the first piece that we're focusing, but how we see is, whether we call it stablecoins, pegged assets, it enables interoperability. Interoperability between different networks, different value networks, different currencies, different payment systems. Right now, I don't think, again, this might be an unpopular opinion, but we don't see anything, I don't see anything. Most of the stuff I see in the RWA is just a little gimmicky use case, just fractionalize something and sell it. We are very excited about the collateral space and more applications in the financial institution side, especially. But yeah, I think the stablecoin space is going to grow a lot when we have on-chain settlement and less reliance on the current liquidity structures.
I think, when dollars or money was first created and how the circulation grew it was creating a uniform standard that was very easy and independent of the underlying asset or technology, if you will, that would enable the circulation and the distribution of that currency. So we had it in paper form, right? It didn't care. It had paper and had a dollar value. Originally it was backed by gold. Now it's backed by force. But either way, it's backed, and we trust that paper. In digital dollars, in the Visa and the MasterCard space, we don't even know. It's just a number. It's a byte, 1 and a 0, right? I mean, it's bytes. It's digital, and we don't care about the technology again. The 7 toll takers, nobody knows about it unless you're in the payments industry. And so, how do we? And now, currently in crypto, everybody's worried. Oh, do I have the right wallet? Am I on the right blockchain? Does this coin work on that chain? How do we abstract? In order to drive real growth, I need to have the technology layer itself, or the application, which is the stablecoin, abstracted from the actual technology complexity involved in there. How do we, as a community, drive and communicate that to the market and abstract that complexity in the ecosystem?
I believe it's already happening. So sometimes when you look at things from inside, you see one side of it. It's like this, fish in an aquarium, like, fish in a bowl situation. And when you look from the outside, you see something else. And I think if, maybe, we spend too much time looking things from inside, so we think, see things in a certain way. But when you take yourself outside, it's already happening. So, we already have caste, right? And caste to, somebody who's walking down the street is nothing but a card. Yeah. Right? It's nothing but a card. And the way you use it is basically just like another card. And it has more benefits than another card, and it has better financials and better economics than another card. And that's the best way to actually abstract away the complexity, because you're providing something to people that doesn't require them to change their daily behavior. Because when they do, to be honest, actually, they are creating some form of financial risk for themselves, because when my uncle and my mom wants to use our network in a native way, I tell them, don't do it. You're gonna get your wallet key stolen, whatever. I don't want to be liable for that, right? Just use it the way that you're using right now. I don't need you to know that you're using it. Same thing with the merchants, in Indonesia, who is piloting, this Visa or MasterCard type of instant settlement, I don't need the merchant to know because of stablecoins, everything is settling in real time with them. I just need them to just appreciate the fact that with an upgrade to the infrastructure, they're suddenly getting paid in real time instead of waiting, and they're paying less commissions, right? So that's to me is where I think we have to focus more in investing. Like there's stealing money, alternative to TransferWise. Everything is about blockchain and stablecoins behind the scenes, but on the surface, it's just like TransferWise, right? And that's I think the beauty of the solutions that I believe that's going to drive the the next wave of innovation.
Yeah, so I think the rails that we have underneath everything we're building are allowing for instant settlement, right? I mean, and I think that's really such a value proposition to increase the velocity of money, right? And that ledger is transparent. And the other aspect, though, that when I look a lot at money and how it works is lending and credit markets. And you were alluding to it earlier, right? Collateralization. In crypto, we have this LTV element that you do have as well in other assets. How do we grow the credit and lending market? Is that something that we really need in this space? And will that help drive growth in the stablecoin category?
Yes, I think absolutely you need credit. Yeah, it's like I was talking to a remittance company last week who's working with a wallet as a service provider. They're looking for a stablecoin, and it actually today is there's some benefits to using stables, but they still have challenges where they need this liquidity, right? Because they're still interacting with the banking system and sort of the existing problem set, right? And so I think for the next 15, 20 years, until everyone's just using stablecoins on blockchains, right, you're going to need credit just for that use case. But beyond that, right, it's just if we want to bring the traditional economy on chain, you need to have credit solutions, right? And so even just beyond PayFi credit, it's traditional credit facilities need to come on chain, and I think that's starting to happen. We're trying to help push that and make that happen. I think the biggest opportunity in stablecoins right now and in credit beyond sort of PayFi is trade finance, right? And people that are either in the commodity industry or working in jurisdictions where it's also they're sort of like real world use cases, but they're operating in industries where it's challenging to get a bank account, or maybe they don't want to post dollars in a bank in the Congo, right? And so you can use stablecoins and blockchain-based rails and also credit to help bring a lot of these traditional companies on chain. Mining companies are one that my family has a lot of experience with that we're starting to talk to as well, and trying to give them a portal and saying, hey, like you should just operate your entire business on blockchain-based rails, right? Because many of the reasons that we've all discussed as a group.
Yeah, I mean, in trade finance, and we've experienced that a lot, in the trade finance category, there are such complexities involved with actually financing with especially in the agricultural business, right? It's like, how do I fund the purchase at a wholesale level from little farmers? How do I get credit for that? Even in the fiat world, in the traditional world, it's not possible. However, in crypto, with the pools, liquidity pools, and the financial instruments that we have, it's really interesting. And stablecoins are an immediate way to actually transfer and settle, which is an amazing feat that we need to see more of and grow more of in this market. I think the other element is really user adoption. I mean, it's sort of, you're all working on different components. When you talk to merchants or you're talking to customers, how are you engaging with the merchants and the customers around giving them a value proposition to actually, you have to sign, it's a no-brainer. Why are you waiting? What's holding you back?
Yeah, sure. So I think one use case we're seeing for some of our emerging market customers is they're more than happy to hold $1, hold a US dollar versus their local currency. As an example, I just got a taxi here this morning, and it turns out I didn't have any Turkish lira, and his card machine went missing as it was pay time. So I found US dollars in my wallet and paid, and he had no problem taking it. So I think even factoring that in, that's what our customers see and feel as well. They're happy to hold US dollars. So If we can create a super simple and easy user experience where they can hold dollars in our app, we're essentially putting a US dollar bank account in the hands of 2 billion people who historically have never been able to achieve that.
I can add a little bit to that. My angle is, as a user, the value that I get. The biggest value that I get from stablecoins, whether using CAST or different solutions, is the access. The access and the usability of dollar wherever you are. Not necessarily it's cheaper, sometimes it's more expensive, but the freedom to use it the way you want, the control that you have, rather than putting on financial institutions and the counter risk, basically, that's the big value. So I think the usage of the stablecoin is key.
So to have your own custody of the coin so that you're in control of it.
You're in control of it, and like Sam said, my background is Turkish, I lived in Canada most of my life, all my savings are in US dollar. Why? Not because I love the US government or I love the American financial system, but it's the usability and access and how I can use in different platforms or different protocols, and not just in crypto, but also in the real world. And that Sam's example was a great one, as people transact with it also, even if it's not a legal tender.
Yeah, so that's really also the access, right? So you ultimately, anybody can access a currency like the US dollar that they couldn't access otherwise. The other thing that's really come about is the emergence of yield-bearing stablecoins, right? So ultimately, a lot of the stablecoins are asset-backed. The assets that are backing the stablecoins in circulation are generating a yield, and ultimately that is going to the enrichment of the certain protocol owner or the house that is distributing the coins. And the model to compete against that is to share some of that yield with the stablecoin holders. How do you find and a lot of consumers don't really understand that. They don't realize that. It's like having an interest-bearing stablecoin, savings account, sorry. So how do you see that as a value proposition that people could be looking for and could accelerate the growth of adoption in stablecoins?
Yeah, I think we have to really triangulate around a definition of stablecoins first. I really view those products as yield products, right? So I try to use this as like a very simple framework, but if you think about sort of traditional stablecoins like a USDC, USDT, AUSD, where we're like one-to-one, versus the spectrum of yield payout products, it's kind of like the traditional fixed income market. And I think they're very different from one another and serve very different use cases, right? Like if you want to buy a treasury, you sort of buy a treasury. If you buy a junk bond, you buy a junk bond. I think ultimately we should probably try to just call them what they are, which are yield products. And I think that is definitely a very attractive way to get new users on chain, right? Because it's bringing traditional products that folks are familiar with, like corporate bonds or what have you, in sort of an on-chain format. And I think it's a really attractive way to get users on chain. Like Huma's product is a yield product, right? And so if they wanted to just sort of dollarize it, they could call it a stable coin, but it's kind of not really. It's a yield product, right? And so I think you're going to continue to see a growth of these types of products on chain, where stablecoins like even like AUSD or USDC or USDT could sort of be the PSM, right? Or the asset that goes in and out and acts like cash, right? Whereas the backing behind it is sort of this yield generation mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the way we see it. And the reason why we didn't call it a yield-bearing stable coin, because when you deposit capital into the network, you provide in USD liquidity, and that powers all the payment settlements around the world. And you derive all the fees, and then that fees goes back to the user. And this could be coined in the way of a yield-bearing stable coin. We thought that would be a disservice to really defining what this is, because it's a yield-bearing LP token, right? And when you call it a stable coin, then you're kind of like misleading people to think that actually, it's actually a stable coin that tries to keep its peg to dollar, but it's not really trying to do that, right? It's basically using the dollars to do something, and that thing is very productive. That's why you have yield. But on the other hand, I actually really love this, proliferation of the yield-bearing stablecoins coming to market. Maybe they'll be called multiple different things because there's so much competition for all of them to call themselves yield-bearing stablecoins. It does something that was never possible in fiat. In fiat, you have to have a checking account, you have to have a savings account, you have to have an investment account. But in a world where you always have this like base inflation, where your money is always losing, regardless of you being in the US, in Turkey, in Indonesia, in Vietnam, or in China, you're fighting against this volatile currency markets, and you're fighting against inflation. A lot of times there's at least some friction to basically get the base yield.
Yep.
If your currency that you're holding, which is the best currency, at least in emerging markets in terms of the best demand, is giving you this kind of a yield by default, you're not losing by holding something.
Yeah.
So I think that's what makes them really powerful, and I see them as like a new wave of like demand coming in by these things being more and more integrated into simple fintech applications and simple bank applications.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, and what are the fintech applications that a lot of people use today as well, and having that embedded in there is going to be key. I mean, I'm going to do a bit of a plug. We launched Trueflation, so we actually calculated inflation because we felt that people were not aware enough on the depreciating purchase power in a currency, right? And I think Turkey is pretty familiar with inflation. Argentina was very familiar with inflation. And so how do you feel? Do people actually worry about inflation? Do they like the dollar more? So when you come out of the taxi, when you paid him with the dollar, was he happy with the dollar?
I think he was.
I think inflation is a part of life here.
Okay.
Obviously, it's a huge impact, but I think people are even seeing obviously there's no funny part, but it's like seeing the funny parts. The prices are increasing every 3 months, 2 months. It's just a part of life
it's a way
now.
Of life.
It is sad to think this way. And I think people also need to be more educated in the impact of inflation or the causes of inflation, because now it's just like they see the inflation and the effect that they have is the price differences. But
Yeah, because if you look on chain, all the stablecoins, I mean, 99.6 or 99.7 or 8, I mean, it's a radically high number, are all US dollar pegged, right? I mean, nobody uses a euro stablecoin. I think Tether even killed their euros. I mean, how do you, yeah.
But, I mean, Tether's case was because of the MiCA regulation. I know we're not going into regulation. But that's why Tether is investing in a lot of different MiCA compatible or MiCA compliant stablecoins in Europe. I think the non-US dollar stablecoins are going to have their time, starting with the euro. Yeah, I think it's gonna come.
Yeah. Well, I think that runs out of time. Amazing panel. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It was worthwhile sitting here and listening to some of pristine experts in this industry. So thank you all. Thank you especially for sharing the insights, and hope you enjoy the rest of the couple of days here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right, this is our last talk before lunch, but I actually think it's the most important. It's a journey, okay? It's a full story about how StepFinance started as a humble dashboard and grew all the way into Step Group, which is a legitimate empire. And they don't just do dashboards now. They do analytics. They do emerging market adoption. They do media, right? And the person who's going to give this talk is the person who's the most qualified to give it, the man who led the entire Step Group into this direction. This man actually needs no introduction, but we're going to give him one anyways. He is the trench warfare general in Bitcoin since 2011, I believe. Is that correct, right? He is the man, the myth, the legend. Please give it up for the co-founder of Step, George Harrop. Woo!
Trench warfare general. Where he got that from was my Twitter. I put trench warfare general in there because it does feel like being in the trenches for a very long time, and being in crypto in this crazy world for, I don't know, decade and a half, 15 years, whatever. It does feel like the trenches. But today, we're out of the trenches. We are at Crossroads. We're at round 3 here in Turkey. So from the welcome speech earlier, of course, But I want to introduce you all to essentially what we do. Now, we came up with this word called introducing Step Group. Step Group is actually a bunch of companies, including where you're at right now. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and yeah, essentially, we're going to get into it. So Step Group, what is it? Well, essentially, Solana needs strong brands. And StepFinance, so we started in Solana. We were literally the third project, I think, that ever came into existence in Solana. So there was us, there was Serum, Radium, and then it was us, basically. So what was that, 2021 second hackathon that's still alive. I mean, there were some other protocols, but I think they all blew up. But we were, back then, it was a very different world. Solana was just another thing. And we started as a portfolio manager. So that's what Step is, essentially. The Step product, StepFinance, the core product, is a portfolio manager dashboard. It shows you all of your positions. We integrate with literally every single protocol. So that's why we kind of know everyone in the community, right? Because we've been literally integrating their particular protocol, their IDLs, their closed system, whatever, to put it into the dashboard for the last 4 years. So we have really good connections with everyone, but it's really just, the Step dashboard is one place to see all your positions of your wallet. That's what it is. You connect your wallet, you might have staking going on Jito, you might have a perp position on Drift, you might have a crazy options protocol somewhere else, you might have, I don't know, some other thing, NFTs, and instead of having 26 different tabs open, you can just have one, and you just connect it to the Step dashboard. So that's the core product. All-Stars is another one. We're going to get into all of these different ones. All-Stars, we got some All-Stars in the community as well. So in-person events all around the world, 6 different continents. We're really rocking it. And I'll get into some of those. We've got Remora as well. Very exciting, new acquisition. A lot of these companies that we've actually acquired over the years. Solana Floor. Solana Floor is Solana's largest media company. In fact, probably the largest media company in crypto at the moment. I'm pretty sure we outperform CoinDesk and a lot of these other ones. They're kind of stuck in the past in the Ethereum land, and no one cares about that anymore. So Solana Floor is doing really well. And of course, Crossroads here. So this is round 3, and this is in-person events here in Istanbul, Turkey. So, Step, we make data accessible. We're one of the most used portfolio apps for the last 4 years. Integrations with all the Solana ecosystem. We've got APIs for different data. So if you're looking for past protocol-specific data, transaction histories, I mean, you can go to a block explorer. Okay, let's say you want to get, I don't know, tax information for like 2 years ago. How are you going to do that? How are you going to know how many transactions that you did, what were you actually doing, where the money's actually going? You can go to a block explorer. It's not going to tell you anything, because they can list the transactions, but they can't tell you what this TXID did because they're not actually integrated with that particular contract to know what the hell's going on. So it could be a staking transaction, or it could be you paid back a loan in Camino or something like that. But pretty much nowhere else in the entire Solana ecosystem will tell you that except the Step dashboard. We've got wallet tools. We've been doing buybacks for like 3 years, and yeah, we pioneered call options for rewards. So very cool. So definitely go and check out Step. In the future, we're looking for more APIs. We're going to be doing different types of... We've been indexing on-chain data for a couple of years now, and we have a really incredible sort of back-end infrastructure for all of that. So servicing things like the price of an LP 2 years ago on Radium. A lot of people want that kind of data. It literally doesn't exist anywhere. You can't get it anywhere. Doesn't matter who's selling data APIs, nobody has it, because it's actually a really hard problem to solve for. So we've been doing a lot of work there, and more tools, streamlining the wallet experience, and very exciting things coming up there. Now, Solana Floor, you might know Solana Floor. It's on Twitter. As I said, Solana's largest and biggest media company. And look, we've got actually some of the journalists here as well in the audience. Some of them have been running panels. We have interviews happening right now with some of the core founders in the ecosystem, so we're doing video content. And as it says here, growing video content on X and YouTube, that's been an initiative of the last, let's say, like 6 months. We've been trying to grow the representation on X and YouTube. I think we've been doing pretty well on that front. We've broken a few really important stories. Some posts get like 1 million impressions, something like that, which is great. But essentially, we've also got guides for onboarding. We want it to be that place where you get Solana information, right? And when you Google Solana, or at least, a lot of new people Googling Solana, okay, what's a wallet? Like, where do I get it? How does staking work? All this kind of stuff. We've got all of that on Solana Floor as well as the news. And the news is still the core philosophy there. Future, bigger team. If you're a journalist in the audience, hit us up. We want to hire more people. So yeah, Solana Floor is doing very well. And also getting your word out. If you're an app or you have some sort of project or something, get in contact with Solana Floor because we have really big reach across all of the world and especially the Solana ecosystem. We can help promote your app there. So more content and written and video as well, which is going to be awesome. Crossroads, biggest community conference. 6 months offset to Breakpoint, so we try and keep it at an offset to Breakpoint. Breakpoint, obviously, largest Solana conference done by the foundation. When we say we're the largest Solana community conference, that's because the foundation's not involved in any of this, right? And it's literally our team that's been running it. So we've been doing this for 3 years. As I said in my welcome speech, like we really just want to grow the Solana ecosystem. That's why we do it. It's community run, not foundation. Regional mini conferences. That's another cool thing. Is we're looking at doing Crossroads in different countries as well. We've already done like mini ones for 1,000 people in Venezuela and Nigeria, which is awesome. So we're going to keep that going, and yeah, more in Turkey as well, of course. So the future, more regional mini conferences. I think this is probably the go. And we already have the All-Stars network to power a lot of that. So what is the All-Stars network? Well, it's the world's biggest crypto event organization. That's a big claim, but it literally is. We have 10,500 people every month going to All-Stars events. That's 2x Breakpoint. So put that in, think on that for a minute. Everyone is excited for 6 months. Yo, Breakpoint, we've got 5,000 people going. Awesome, love it. Breakpoint's cool. We have 2x that every single month going to all of our different events. We have 100 events all around the world in 6 different countries. And essentially, we're onboarding people to crypto. That's what it's all about. It's educational content. It's not shilling stuff. It's literally telling people how to use the different protocols, different projects. Different projects are advertising with us. I remember in the bear market, some DeFi protocols had like 25 daily active users, 25. And these are like the big lenders that today have billions in TVL, but they had like 25 users. So look, if we can introduce your app to 10,000 people next month, well, hey, that's got to be worth something. So we have sponsors for All-Stars as well, which is really cool. But that really helps it make it sustainable. We have our amazing ambassadors as well. We've got a booth outside for All-Stars. We've got some of our ambassadors from the different countries from around the world. But they're doing a great job. And essentially, we're growing an army. So it's like, okay, we got 10,500 attendees every month. Okay, what about 20,000? When do we get to that? And that's what we're pushing for this year in the next 12 months. What happens when we get to 30,000? Then we have actual sort of quite large marketing power in that because those 10,000, 20, 30,000 people, they will go introduce 5 friends, they tweet about it, they have 100 followers each. That's some big reach that can get out there. So if you want to get your product in front of people, All-Stars is one of the best ways to do it. And what does the future look like? Well, 1 to 2 more countries. Our most recent country is Indonesia. Very excited about that. I love Indonesia, great place. We're starting there in Jakarta, and we're going to be expanding to some of the other cities all around, probably Java to begin with, but elsewhere. Population 240 million, something like that. It's a big country. We can do a lot of events there, I think. So very excited about that. And there's maybe space for maybe 1 or 2 more countries that are going to come online soon. So we're currently investigating that. And Theptilla, wherever she's at, if she's in the audience, everyone go and talk to Thep because she's onboarding people to be country managers and stuff like that. So if you're interested, definitely get in touch. Scaling existing countries. Some of our countries, they do, 50 events a month, something like that. Crazy. So sometimes they do a lot in each month. So very, very cool. And we do the mini events as well. So the 1,000 people, let's say once a quarter, something like that. We get together and we have a lot of people for that. So all about onboarding. Now, talking about onboarding, another thing, an initiative. So in terms of acquisitions, Solana Floor was an acquisition. We've also, Remora has been one of our recent acquisitions. We also acquired Soul Bulletin as well, and the team now for that actually work on Solana Floor and do the news. But Remora is all about tokenizing stonks on chain. This is something everyone wants. I get it. I know. Soon. Don't worry. Acquired late 2024. We announced it. There's a separate team working on it, separate company called Remora. We're hoping for a Q2 launch. We did say Q1, but we want to make sure everything's perfect. That's the main kind of thing. We've got to make sure the tech is aligned. We've got to make sure compliance is aligned, all this kind of stuff. RWAs are coming, whether people like it or not. Stocks will be coming on-chain, whether people like it or not. They don't currently exist on-chain. Most of the RWAs are all tokenized treasuries. There's lots of, I think, a couple billion at least on tokenized treasuries on-chain. But the next will be stocks. How Remora works is essentially you won't be legal owner of the stocks, aka you won't have voting rights or you won't be getting dividends, but you will have price exposure. So that's the idea. And once they're trading on-chain, they're trading 24/7. Stock markets are only open 5 days a week during New York hours. So you'll be able to trade on-chain at any time. And that's super cool. That means it's opened up to literally the entire world. So good for everyone. And yeah, look, we've got some examples here as well. Tesla, MSTR, Microsoft, Apple, all these kind of things. Price exposure, proof of reserves. We're talking about stablecoins before. How do stablecoins prove that they're legit? Well, they have to prove their reserves. They have to prove that they have a bank account backing the money, or they have to prove some sort of, if they're a derivative protocol, how they actually do it. But we just follow the same concept, right? You have 100 Tesla coins in circulation. Well, there has to be 100 Tesla stocks owned somewhere. So proof of reserves is also going to be important. So the future for that, hopefully Q2 launch, pending review. And yeah, we really want to bring that to people as soon as possible. So when people talk about Step, we've had people over the years like, Step, the portfolio manager thing. Well, we're actually a group of companies now. We're actually more than just the portfolio manager. So we want to do things to grow the ecosystem. We literally spend millions to do all of this. We don't have to, but we want to. But we do this because we actually care about growing crypto in all these different countries around the world. So yeah, all the profits go back to the Step holders of what we do. That's been transparent on-chain for the last 3 years. You can look up the address. It's literally in our docs. And yeah, got to make crypto accessible to the world. So thanks, and GM. If you have any questions, we've got a booth outside. Very much thank all of you to coming to Crossroads to make it happen. So yeah, very excited, and come and hit me up if you got any questions. Peace.
Great job, George. Honestly, amazing, man. Okay, so we're about to take a lunch break, but before you go, you have to scan this QR code, because the more you scan this QR code, you increase your likelihood of getting a Crossroads airdrop. And of course, these Crossroads airdrop rewards, if you do qualify by scanning these QR codes that are available not only on the main stage, but also in the developer as well as the network stages, will be given and distributed after the conference. So if you're during the conference, you're like, where's my airdrop? Where's my airdrop? Just wait until after the conference. Okay, so we're going to be coming back at 1 p.m. We got a killer panel for you. So let's enjoy your lunch. Can't wait to see you after the lunch break, and hope to see you here bright and early at 1 p.m. All right, enjoy your lunch, everybody.
your car, breaking hearts from left to right. He don't care who you are. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. Down, he'll shoot you down. Cold blood, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down. Cold blood, son of a gun, that's what he is. Yeah. Cold blood, son of a gun, that's what he is. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He's a player, he'll get next to you. He's a player, this is what I do. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. Girls are wanting you to have you written on the palm of his hand. His loving is addictive. You never want another man. The one you and he'll dine you. You say you're the only one. You take your heart, tear it apart, and he'll be on the run. He'll shoot you down, cold blood, right down to the sun. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. Son of a gun. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down. Ooh, yeah. He'll shoot you down. He'll shoot you down. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. Cold blood, son of a gun, that's what he is. Yeah. Cold blood, son of a gun, that's what he is. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He's a player, he'll get next to you. He's a player, this is what I do. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. He'll shoot you down, right down to the ground. Keep on jumping. Keep on jumping. Keep on jumping. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on jumping, 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 keep on jumping, let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping, let your body fly. Everybody let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on jumping, 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 keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till the morning light. Keep on jumping. Let your body fly. Everybody pumping till you see the sun in the sky.
All right, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing good? Oh, I love that. Okay. All right. So we're going to get started with the second half of the first day of Crossroads, talking about, of course, scalable, beautiful user experiences that brings people back wanting more, right? And so we're talking about onboarding flows, we're talking about product design, we're talking about a whole suite of things about how to build beautiful design, right, that brings people back. It's flows, right? It's the product. So please give a big round of applause for building a better user experience. Woo!
Hey everyone, great to be here today. My name's Nitch. I'm with 1KX. We're an early stage crypto native fund, and I'm joined here with some great speakers where we're talking all about user experiences. So I think to get us started, we can do a little round of intros. So please introduce yourself and the project you're working on.
Hey everybody, my name is Chris Osborne. I'm the founder and CEO at Dialect. Dialect, we're building the UX stack for Web3, and what we mean by that is blockchain links and alerts. We power alerts for a lot of Solana's leading projects, and then if you haven't heard of blockchain links or blinks, they are a new kind of UX superpower that lets products navigate to you. So the fastest way to integrate on-chain actions and experiences into your product.
Hi, I'm Jess Holgrave. I'm the CEO at Reown. We are the builders of the Wallet Connect network, which is a chain-agnostic network of over 700 different wallets and many thousands of applications now. At Reown, we also build a couple of SDKs, one for wallet builders and one for app builders, to create great onboarding experiences and interactions between apps and wallets.
Hi, I'm Philip from Soulflare. I'm the co-founder and co-CEO. At Soulflare, our mission is actually to empower you to truly own and thrive. And Soulflare was the first Solana wallet that ever existed. Right now, Soulflare holds about 17% of all Sol is just being staked through Soulflare. We have about 3.5 million monthly active users, and our goal is actually to protect you and to make you more successful.
Nice. So before we talk about user experiences, I wanted to briefly touch on use cases, right? And a great place to start there is wallets, because today, the wallet is still the closest thing we have to the one-stop shop for everything that a user might need to do on-chain. Historically, this has been trading, right? But over the past few years, we've seen a proliferation of protocols and dApps. So I'm curious from Soulflare's perspective, what's been the trends and why users are coming onto crypto in the first place?
It's mostly, wallets are tools that allow you to connect to outside apps, but also to hold and trade stuff. So it varies from time to time. So we had this NFT boom on Solana in 2021, 2022, where NFTs were the main drivers of acquisition of new users. Now it's, of course, meme coins that are very, very interesting to users because they see the opportunity to gain quite a bit of wealth. Honestly, it doesn't always go that way for users, but they're trying. So it's different from time to time, but there's also different personalities of users, the different user personas. So you have those that are very interested into quick gains. You have those that are interested in just getting Sol, staking Sol, and see it as their long-term savings accounts. It depends. So we see, if someone asks me what's the Soulflare persona, I can't because we have 7 of them, and it's super hard to tell.
You have exactly like 7?
7, yes.
What are some examples?
Oh, okay. So it's the meme coin trader, it's the staker, it's the airdrop farmer, it's the DeFi aficionado, it's the. I knew I'm going to forget that I asked you, but it's the person coming from a centralized exchange. So he's just coming in and trying to do stuff out. And I can't remember the other 2, but I know that we have 7.
And in terms of the expectations and standards that users have in terms of UX, how is that different today than it was, let's say, 4 or 5 years ago?
Oh, I mean, anytime a new influx of users come in, they expect the same level of, I would say, UX that they see in Web 2 companies that are here for 15 or 20 more years than we are. So there's many UX challenges that we're currently solving for. I would say one is definitely on-ramping and off-ramping. So there's still a lot of issues there. It's not quite easy. The success rates aren't there. I would say the second thing is discoverability of, okay, once I get into the wallet, I deposited some Sol, what I'm going to do next. So what is out there, and even more importantly, what can I actually trust to actually try out? And this is where wallets, again, as you said, as a one-stop shop, provide a big service because we are extending that trust to those apps if we recommend them. And I would say the third thing is still language. So crypto back in the days was built by engineers for engineers. We were executing transactions, so then signing transactions, and it's still very, very scary for someone who just comes in to sign something while they was just clicking on something. So we're going from executing to signing to confirming a transaction to finally just confirming. They don't even need to know that it's a transaction. So I think language is still like a big barrier for most users because it just takes some time to get used to it.
Makes sense. So speaking of onboarding, on-ramping, off-ramping, and just the user experience of interacting with the dApp, I think no project has seen how this has changed over time more than Wallet Connect and Reown. So yeah, like you work with hundreds of wallets and hundreds of dApps. How have you seen the way that people have onboarded and discovered crypto differ over the past few years, and how is Reown's products positioned to sort of capture that trend?
I mean, I think my starting position would be that I'm not 100% convinced that like a wallet is the one-stop shop for everything. We see that in the data. Most people now have more than one wallet. They have different wallets for different purposes. And that, for me, makes complete sense, right? Like the wallet that I store my crypto in that's like long-term, I'm probably going to use a hardware wallet, multi-sig, much more secure, very different to the wallet that I want to go and buy my coffee with. And interact maybe with a game on. So I think the idea that like a single wallet can serve all of a user's on-chain needs is actually disappearing. We do a consumer survey every year, and even the difference from last year to this year in terms of how respondents talk about having different wallet experiences shows that people want different wallets, they want different things. I also think as we have more on-chain activities, it moves beyond just the meme coin traders or whatever. People are managing their data in different ways. They're managing their identity on-chain. Again, this speaks to the need for having different offerings for different user types. So I think the idea that like one wallet is the one-stop shop, for me doesn't completely fit. I also think for each of these different users of crypto, they're coming to it from a different perspective. And as we've seen time evolve, in the old days, it used to be that you come because you're interested in crypto. So your first point of contact is to download a crypto wallet. Right. And there you start to trade, you start to do things, and that becomes the launch point for you to then interact with an application. Increasingly, I think people are interested in the applications themselves rather than the crypto, which I love. I think this is where we get adoption, not just from people excited about crypto, but because we're building games that are great, because we're building new financial experiences that are innovative, because we're building different things. And so often then the app is the point of contact. So the discovery process becomes you're talking to your friends about a great new game, not, hey, have you heard of crypto? And that's changed the requirements from a user experience perspective, because if you're talking about sitting in the pub and saying, hey, have you heard of this great new game? The user process to go and like get a wallet to start using that game can still be really painful. So we've definitely noticed an increase in embedded wallets, which have some challenges associated with them as well. But the ability for me as a new user to just go onto a game, create a wallet, and I don't even know it's a wallet at the back end, and just start engaging with that really, really seamlessly, I think is one of the major drivers to the current rate of adoption that we're seeing. And having all of that packaged into one for developers, I think for us is really what we're focused on.
Speaking of embedded wallets, which has really sort of turned the onboarding flow and discovery flow for users on its head over the past few years. Even Phantom, last year launched their embedded wallet offering. In a world where people are onboarding onto Web3 via dApps instead, and just like creating embedded wallets which act less as a wallet and more like their account on that game or account on that DeFi protocol, right? What is the role of standalone wallets and wallet applications as we know them today in this case?
I mean, I think I often view the embedded wallet as just the gateway to Web3. One of the things that we did when we built our embedded wallet at Reown was to make that universal. So it's not captured by a single application. If you're using any Reown-enabled app, then you have the same wallet. It avoids this issue of like dust crypto sat in different places. So this idea of a universal wallet. We also have a graduation path so that you can export the keys. You can take that into a fully self-custodial environment if you want to. And we do see, I think we see that there will be a proportion of users who want to go down that route. They get excited by the crypto. They want to become, more self-custodial and more Web3 native. I think there's also just a big proportion of users who are just there for that specific game and aren't interested in what's underneath it. So again, I think we see these different things, and my hope, obviously being a self-custody fan, is that that does drive more people to onboard to crypto. People then start using these standalone wallets more. And I think as the functionality of those standalone wallets also improves and offers more, we'll see more people wanting to do that as well. And that we see that in the data on the Wallet Connect network, around the skew of different wallets in terms of market share. That's changed drastically even over the last 18 months, especially with like more custodian wallets and stuff coming online. So I think there's always going to be a role for the self-custodial wallets, and I actually think that the embedded wallet might be a onboarding route for that.
That makes sense. Philip, you had something to say.
I disagree with that. With the embedded wallet thesis, I think it's just worse UX, because you get onto a dApp, okay, it's great, it acquired you as a user, you deposited something in there, but then you still need that main wallet in order to interact with any other dApps, or to know where at least all your funds are indexed in. So you need to know, okay, if I have 5 different apps, I don't need to, I have to have one central place that I know, okay, in dApp number 1, I have some funds here, I have some funds here. And then again, you need that one central wallet. And the embedded wallet analogy is always like, okay, just imagine that you're going to, I don't know, 5 different coffee shops, and in every coffee shop you have a different card or a different bank account. I don't think that this is the future of how wallets will work.
But isn't that just like an abstraction thing? Like I feel like embedded wallets can graduate to that, right?
But okay, but then again, if you're that app, then why don't you just recommend that standalone wallet, that central wallet to begin with, and then spare them the pain of again downloading that central wallet? If the user is just going to be in that specific app, then it makes sense. Like for example, I don't know, Pump Fund. Like they have a ton of users. If those users are just going to use Pump Fund, they can use that embedded wallet. But as soon as that user wants to do anything else outside of Pump Fund, they will need a Soulflare wallet or any Solana wallet specifically, because again, they will need one place where they know where their stuff is in.
Yeah, and if I can jump in here, like I think you're both saying things that sound correct to me, and I think that's like a sign of like how bad the UX is today, which I think probably everybody here can agree on. But what I like, and it's Jesse, right?
Jess, yeah.
Jess. I liked what you were saying about how, and my kind of take on this is, it's almost like, I think of like the Soulflares, the Phantoms, Backpacks, MetaMasks, all that are like almost like your Bank of America app. It's like your main banking app. And if you think about it, like when you look at the transactions in that banking app, there are things you're doing all throughout the world. There are products you're interacting with, there are all these things that you're doing, but it's this very thin slice of an experience. It's just a record on payments rails, which is horrible. And what I like about what you're describing is, and the promise of interoperability is if you can take your same wallet, or let's say some kind of like deterministically derived set of wallets with you between products, it's like that connection is now on steroids. So I think there's always going to be a place for that universal kind of like banking, Bank of America style product. But then if you're using the same wallet or set of wallets over in Pump or anywhere else, it's almost like you've got this super high fidelity two-way road between, and I think this is where, like between your banking product and your payments product and like everything else you're using on the internet. And like to me, that's where crypto starts to get truly non-skeuomorphic with Web 2. And I think we're like barely scratched the surface there.
But we can't confuse the user. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Everyone's very excited. I think that's the point. And I think also as we see more innovation around like permissions and smart sessions and account delegation, it stops this idea that these things are disaggregated from each other. And I can share permissions between wallets. I can delegate things between an app and a wallet. And I think we're just hitting that stage of innovation right now for the ecosystem. And I think that that's, again, what stops this being this disaggregated thing and starts to open up this feeling that like everything is connected, but I still feel really secure and I still have a lot of control without this like disconnection.
I'm curious for the login authentication sign up SDK where where users have the option of either connecting their existing crypto wallet or creating an embedded wallet. Is there like for the dApps that have implemented that optionality, are we seeing like what is the data we're seeing there in terms of like what users are opting for? I think just last year Coinbase in their earnings report published the data that when they offered the Coinbase embedded wallet for a dApp, it reduced the onboarding time versus onboarding with EOAs from 8 minutes to like 30 seconds. And that has obviously huge implications on churn. So, which is what dApps are, basically optimizing for, right? Especially new ones. So yeah, I'm curious if we're seeing like any data or like patterns on that.
Very dApp specific and dApp dependent, especially if you think about like their go-to-market and what they're offering. So it definitely varies. I think anecdotally, again, we hear the onboarding time is massively reduced. The amount of times people navigate away from that connect button is definitely also lower because people realize that they can connect in a different way. So we're seeing that. We're also seeing something interesting where people want to be able to use a combination of the two. So connecting an EOA wallet together with like a smart sessions enabled and an embedded wallet can mean that you can do things like dollar cost averaging or other types of interactions within the application, but still bringing your EOA into that app. So I think that is all evolving, but ultimately I think if you're building for a very intuitive user experience and as an application, what you care about, unfortunately, might not be overall UX, you care about your users and your application. Ultimately, you probably want to be in a position where you can have as many users as possible and give them choice. Say, you can bring your EOA, you can bring your ledger, you can bring your hardware wallet, you can also have an embedded wallet, and here's the choice. The analogy for me is always like if you're a shop, you never say like, oh, by the way, you can only use credit card here, and it also can only be Visa. Like, why would you do that? You want to accept money from everybody who's got money, and similarly, if you're building a crypto app, you want to be able to accept users from wherever they are.
That makes sense. Yeah, so switching gears a little bit, that kind of builds on what we alluded to, is that there's a huge proliferation in the number of dApps and protocols available for users to kind of explore today, right? Which also poses two different issues. One is for these dApp developers, how do you solve for distribution, right? How do you like get in front of as many users as possible? And then the other one is users' discoverability, right? Like let's say I have a wallet, how do I decide on what things I want to do on chain? So I think this is something that Blinks is trying to solve. So can you speak a little more about that?
Yeah, and maybe just like a little backstory for the audience. So blockchain links or Blinks, we launched at Dialect in collaboration with Solana Foundation last summer. And I can kind of see the audience, like I'm curious how many people have heard of blockchain links. Okay, decent number. Whatever you think you know, forget it. Like that's just like, what they were launched as was this really fun trick that we did basically to like bring crypto into crypto Twitter. And it went way more viral than we ever expected, and it was super fun. But that specific use of Blinks is one tactic and one destination, and it's not actually our vision or what we're actively working on right now with Blinks. So to come back to your question, the number one thing we're doing with Blinks today, so like forget these link preview style cards, forget these unfurling on social media, P2P sharing. Blinks are URLs, they are APIs that in a single call with no dependencies, no SDKs, no nothing, you can get a ready to sign transaction for any protocol that has developed a Blink. And we've got something like 600 Blinks today. We're building out this deep sort of like exhaustive set of them for all the major protocols. We're working closely with like Jupiter and Meteora and whatnot. And the reason I say all this is because, and I think you had mentioned this at the beginning of the conversation, today in a mobile wallet, it's where most users are spending their time. We're talking, you mentioned like millions of monthly active users. And then your average dApp has maybe, if they get lucky, tens of thousands of monthly actives. So there's like a, 100x difference here. And so dApps are looking for distribution and wallets are looking to do more things, give users more things to do with their crypto. And today, most wallets, you can basically like swap and like maybe stake, and that's it. And the reason why is because it takes fleets of engineers to actually integrate one by one the SDKs for these various protocols, especially if it's growing super fast. And so what Blinks do is they by an order of magnitude or more, reduce the time it takes to bring in a new experience. So if you're a developer on a wallet team or some other kind of front end, and I actually think this point about apps too, you don't have to be a wallet, but if you've got some kind of new payments app, we're working with a number of mobile payments apps who want to be able to give their users the ability to earn, say, on Camino or Lulo on their idle USDC while they're doing other things. And that's an integration that that app team needs to do. And what we're seeing pick up on now with Blinks is like bring any interface, any experience, any UX you want, but your team no longer has to grind to like understand and integrate dozens of SDKs. It's a standard URL-based, almost like AWS for transactions is like where we're going. So all of which is basically to say there's this flip side of it, like I mentioned earlier, okay, it's your Bank of America app, and yes, I believe there's a place for a thriving ecosystem of new and more diverse apps. But the other half of it is now into those experiences in your quote-unquote Bank of America app, you can actually give users the ability to take action and do things. And this is what I mean about these like super high fidelity, two-way street, like high-speed rails for experiences. And so we like to say that Blinks let products navigate to you. So it solves this 100x distribution problem of higher retention, higher engagement, higher LTV within the mobile wallets. And then on the flip side, better distribution for the dApps. And so like that's the problem that we're working on.
I can also just reiterate on that point because I think Chris is right, like in a sense that I think we have a stat that around 40%, 41% of all Soulflare users actually don't connect to outside apps. Just because it's, for them, when we talk to them, it's always two things. So one is they have no idea what is out there, so what opportunities are out there. And the second thing, and an even more important thing is they don't trust those outside apps because trust needs to be built and it takes time. So what Chris is saying, and I actually agree with that, so as soon as we put something inside of the wallet, because if you already hold funds in the wallet, it means that you're trusting the wallet. We as a wallet actually extend our trust to that specific app. And we are actually working on a number of integrations right now, and we're going through all these hoops that Chris is saying. And oftentimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder. Sometimes those apps can't handle the load that we would basically transfer onto them because there's so many requests in a second. But we are actually working on it, and this is actually a good thing. So we then just need to build the UI. So again, but just building the UI is also like a tricky thing. If we could abstract the UI even away, so make it like a chatbot type of thing of, hey, let me do just this, and then we can scale much more quickly and infinitely to basically to all apps that, for example, Blinks are supporting. Then we can offer a plethora of options to all of our users in a second and not maybe through years and years of development. So it may go down that road, but again, it's with that, I would say, power that we have in extending the trust, there's also a ton of responsibility, because if anything happens within Soulflare, even if it's on an outside app, so something happened on the outside app, the users are most likely going to blame Soulflare for it, because this is where they got exposed to. This is why we're super careful with the things that we integrate. And we have a whole process around it. Like, we vet them technically on a business side of view. We talk to those founders multiple times just to know, okay, is this app going to be here in a year or not? And is this something that is safe for our users? So it's a very complicated process.
Actually, since you mentioned chatbots, I wanted to touch on the role of agents, actually, and how, to what extent do you think crypto, like AI agents, trading agents, will abstract away even the process of like having to pick which pools to deposit to? So this like is relevant for Blinks as well, right? Like, let's say you're presenting with all these options, but like the user still has to like make an active decision of like, okay, what do I want to do? Versus I'm on Grok or ChatGPT, like expressing my goals, and then the wallet or whatever front end just works with the protocols on my behalf.
Yeah, I would just say, like, if you're building an AI agent or anything around that, like, choose life, like, build with Blinks. Like, this is, so we're not marketing this nearly well enough, but, like, agents are only as good as the variety of experiences you can give them, and everyone's just like grinding these SDKs into, and like maintainability, upgradability, exhaustive support is all like terrible. Just call a URL, get the transaction, and then in addition to that, those URLs hold metadata that can allow your agent to figure out what to do. So to your question of like, users shouldn't necessarily have to choose which specific protocol. These are like generational financial instruments now available to people. And you can even do something safer, which is if you can integrate 10 plus X faster, you can also diversify more easily. So an agent can just say, look, I've deployed you across 20 different protocols. You have full liquidity with each one, and you're earning an average rate of like 7% APY or something. And like it's just, the abstraction that we need for users requires a lot of engineering, and all we're doing with Blinks is trying to reduce engineering.
I would just note here one more time that, again, this is handling user funds, and that, again, all of those protocols that we could potentially integrate very fast need to be battle tested, vetted,
100%,
audited 15 times, and this has to go through a lengthy process of testing until we get to a point where it could be really offered to the everyday user, and not to someone who's actually super risk prone, because this is a very risky type of thing to do.
And I think like Philip, 100% agree on that. I actually like wouldn't even push back on that at all, because I think anyone who is front door to a user's experience and holding funds got to take those integrations seriously. It's about any amount of time you're not spending grinding through something you don't need to do, you can put toward other reasons. So better UX, better vetting and safety, better, it's just about sort of like reducing engineering. So, yeah.
To what extent do you guys think that the rise of like number of chains and ecosystems that are available has helped or hindered UX? And how are we tackling that as like wallet applications, as middleware?
I'm going to take the middle ground. It's easy. I think like in some ways it's done an awful lot because it's created competition and the ability to try new things and innovate in different ways that I think is really good. It'd be really sad for the industry if we said, okay, we've figured it all out. We're just going to do it like this right now and go in one direction. On the other hand, it creates a ton of challenges, and with each of those challenges, every time we solve the problem, it creates more problems. But I think that, I guess if I had to pick between the two overall, I think it's we're in a phase where the pain points are very magnified right now because we haven't solved some of these user experience challenges. But I'm pretty optimistic that a lot of those things will be abstracted away over the coming years. We built a payments product, for example, that allows you to pay with stablecoin on any chain, doesn't matter where it is, and we manage all of that at the back end for the application and the merchant. So increasingly, I think there will be solutions that mean from a user perspective and an app perspective, it doesn't matter which chain you're on. But overall, I think that the competition is good.
It doesn't matter what chain you're on if you're on a good chain. So, so if you're on ETH and you pay $40 for a transaction, then it matters which chain you're on. So I would say that we're very fortunate to everyone who's building on Solana that we have the chain problem solved in a sense. So we're not trying to build and solve for scaling and anything else. We're just talking about UX and how to onboard the user and how to provide value, and not how will the app actually work. So this is actually a great thing for us. And this is, I think, one of the things why Solana has actually succeeded in a way that it did, because it was an underdog like 3-4 years ago. And it did succeed because it provided that 10x improvement, and then we could just focus on UX and providing better apps, better user experiences, everything else than, for example, ETH. And I don't think that 65 L2s are going to change that. Again, I'm very biased. I don't think that I need to mention it anymore, but I think that Solana is in a great position to make that happen.
I think it's just like crypto and blockchains are bringing like free market forces to new places. It's just like max experimentation, max chaos. Like that's a good thing, like survival of the fittest. And like we'll find things that are amazing and find product market fit, and people will find out how to abstract them and make them usable. So I think it's a good thing.
Nice. With that, we're a little bit over time, but I think this has been a super great discussion. So thank you all for joining us.
Nice Nice job. That was fun.
Thank you. Yeah, really nice.
Thank you. That was great.
All right, give him another round of hand, everybody. It was great. Great talk. Okay, so this next talk, right, or panel, should I say, right, is about completely new emerging space. I mean, like in Solana, we're so used to people talking about meme coins and AMMs and liquidity and ZK proofs, et cetera, and I'll tell you what, if you're, and Caitlin made this point, Caitlin, Moonwalk, thank you for making this point a couple of minutes ago. If you're a first-time user that's never used Solana before, right, what's the first thing you want to hear about? ZK proofs? Probably not, right? Like it would go completely over your head. Not a great user experience. However, there is a whole universe of new products and services that are being built out in fitness tech. There's a whole bunch of great innovations, not only with software, consumer apps, but also hardware as well, right? And obviously after I joined Solana, I've gained some weight. I was 10 kilos lighter, so I might want to get a cutest ring and start moonwalking very, very soon. So without further ado, I'd like to announce our next panel, which is going to be talking about all the fitness innovations that are being done on Solana. So please give it up for our fitness panel.
Am I on? I guess
Testing.
I'm on. Hey, you guys, testing. Can you hear me? Crossroads, how are we feeling? We feeling good? We feeling amped? I'm Robert Michael Jones. I'm part of Step. I'm the partnerships guy here at Step. I'm very honored to be here today. I'm honored to be introducing you to some of the coolest people in the entire Solana sphere. We have Caitlin Cook, we have Lizzie Liu, and we have Ivan, who is building some incredible things. First off, I'd just love for you guys to introduce yourselves, give a little bit of background about where you're from, what you're doing, and yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah,
Caitlin,
I'll start. Hi guys, my name's Caitlin. I'm the director of Moonwalk Fitness, or director of growth at Moonwalk Fitness. Moonwalk is a fitness accountability app that's combining daily step goals and financial incentives to help people form healthy habits that actually last. I think we have a lot of users in the audience today too, so shout out to all of you all, but excited to talk a little bit more about what we're working on.
Yeah, very excited.
I'm a user. So hi everyone, my name is Lizzie Liu. I'm the CEO of Qtis. So who has here a Qtis ring? Awesome.
Oh.
Love it. So we're the first health tracker that's building in Web3 and of course building on Solana. So super happy to be here.
All right, and Ivan.
Yeah, hey guys, my name is Ivan. I joined crypto as a lawyer, kind of boring side, but then started to invest in ICOs, which was super fun back in 2016, and studied in the US, started my own firm called 3X Capital, and now we are accelerating startups on Solana and also building Nomads, which is a community-driven platform for travelers. So basically you can travel the world, book with crypto, and get rewarded for that.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
And Ivan, you did a good job of telling a little bit about your background. I think it'd be really helpful, this being a health panel, this being a product panel in health, to know a little bit about our people that are on this panel. So, Caitlin Cook, you played D1 soccer in college.
Briefly.
Briefly played D1 soccer in college. Is that kind of what inspired your health journey and what got you into where we are right now?
It's definitely part of it, and that's a longer story. I played for like a month, but my entire family growing up is insanely active. So I grew up in a very rural area, so if you did that as well, you kind of have to entertain yourself. Being outside and being active was a massive part of that, and I think that's something that I've always carried with me throughout every job. After I stopped playing soccer, after I graduated college, when I moved to Chicago to work in finance, and every startup job I've had since then. And I think we're going to get into this as well. If you're working in a high-stress, demanding job, you have to, and you realize this at some point. Hopefully, many of you have realized this already. But there's such a high need for you to prioritize your health, both physically and mentally, to perform at your best, And thankfully, that's something that I think I carried with me from my youth into my career, and something that I'm obviously through Moonwalk now trying to help encourage others to do the same.
Great. And Lizzie, tell us a little bit about your journey to where you are now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for cutest for me anyway is maybe not too much of a fitness thing. For me, I do a lot of sports. I run, I do skiing. But really for me, it's more of a holistic health and wellness thing. That's why like on the Ring, you can track your sleep. You can really like rest. And for me, like prioritizing rest, prioritizing my stress, that's been kind of how I end up here.
Great. Yeah, and Lizzie, you also just touched on something very valuable, which is holistic health. Really like a non-prescriptive, more of a proactive versus prescriptive way of viewing health. How do you guys see the landscape for what is changing and how Solana can help develop that for proactive versus prescriptive health? I'll start with you, Lizzie.
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually worked in a healthcare tech company before this. So I lived in the US, so there's definitely a lot more of distrust and mistrust on the whole medical and pharmaceutical industry. Like the fact that the industry even exists is built on your diseases and the fact that you will be sick for a long time. So I think that has always been, like, I'm not saying individually people are doctors, whatever, that's what they're hoping for, but I think it's just designed this way as a system. So what we're really trying to do, and people kind of like hear more cuckoo terms like holistic health, Chinese medicine, like all of this is really just to push people to manage their health like before they even get sick. And the meaning of sickness is also a lot more different now. It's not just like physical. It's also a lot more mental. It's a lot more like how you manage your stress and a bunch of more things. So it has been so much more broad. So this whole new thinking, I think for blockchain side especially, can really help people to not only think more openly, creatively, but also on the data side. That I think we're going to
I know Caitlin's going to have something to say about the data side.
To really help people to have the ownership.
Oh, I mean, if we're trying to do hot takes on the panel, but I wasn't planning to start on this, but I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation and one that will probably continue later. There's a consumer panel later. Put a little promo out for that at 5 p.m. on the stage. But something to think through just in terms of, how Solana and Solana-based products can help with this. And obviously, we're in this space for a reason. We all believe in, all of the ethos of it, and don't need to go into that because we're all here for a reason. But I think it's kind of a more complex conversation between, the benefits of the tech versus what resonates with users. And I've always kind of had a bit of hesitation around data ownership and whatnot as maybe necessarily the main pitch, and whether or not that would be successful with more of a mainstream crowd. But that was kind of my lukewarm, potentially hot take on that.
Okay. And Ivan, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I think in general it's super important to build health, because as Kudis say, health is wealth. I have a t-shirt like that.
Love it.
I got it in Hong Kong. So I really think that founders need to prioritize health to their growth and development, because without health they cannot achieve anything basically in life. They will just sacrifice themselves in order to grow, in order to build. So I think there is a big role of IRL events. This is something that helping Solana community to grow exponentially. That is how I was personally onboarded, through breakpoints, through Founders Villa, also organized Solana Temple this year, where people do a lot of great things, not just building, but also doing meditation, workouts, ping pong, and some other cool sports challenges by Moonwalk. Just recently had a great times together. So health is wealth, and we need to focus on that thesis at Solana to build sustainably, not just ups and downs.
Yeah, completely hear that.
I just want to add very quickly on the wealth part. Like maybe some of you are like, okay, like I understand that you need to prioritize your health, but how does Solana really help us? I think for all of us, we have this like way of incentivizing our users through using Solana, because it's scalability, because of its community-driven approach. So for all of our product, really, like the more you use it, the more you earn. So that's ultimately not only you can stay healthy, you can also stay wealthy.
And not only do you give feedback to gain and like benefit from this, but also like user feedback is, I know in all 3 of your platforms, is so important and pivotal in how you guys develop. I'd love to hear a little bit about how that kind of shapes what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I mean, since we're here at a conference that I know is being facilitated by Step and that entire organization and what they've done with Solana All-Stars, I guess start there. For Moonwalk, I mean, our end mission for this product is to be helping as many people around the world as possible, regardless of geography, financial situation, or where they're starting in their fitness journey, to form healthy habits that they actually keep. And doing that in a very simple way, rather than what we see often in the traditional health and wellness space, which I think is often gimmicky, overpriced, in things that almost structure in a way for people to fail, where they're kind of going through the motions of it and just trying to find a solution that works for them. We want to make health unintimidating. So to do that, we want to bring it to as many people as possible, and to do that, we need feedback. And one of the best things that we have done early on is partner with Solana All-Stars, who great kind of symbiotic relationship there for them to have a consumer application to talk with onboarding people to crypto that resonates and is very simple and simple on purpose. But for us, I mean, we need as much feedback as we can get with what works and what doesn't, how to use the product at in-person events, how to onboard people. So you can't really do that without a group of people who are incentivized just as much as you are for you to succeed and make the product better. And that's just been the most invaluable partnership that we've made so far, I'd say.
Fantastic. Actually, do we have any Solana All-Stars in the audience with us? Raise your hand if you're a Solana All-Star. All right. Wow. Wow. Look at that. That is pretty cool. Awesome. Wow. Yeah. Sorry. Continue, Lizzie. I want to hear about your product development and how community drives that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I come from a background of customer experience. So that's pretty much like the whole concept of Qtis. And for us, it's always customer first. We originally came up with a product because it's what we wanted. So we came through in a lens of like, if I was a customer, what kind of product do I want to have, and what kind of experience do I want to have for myself? So for us, we're pretty close with our people on Discord. We chat every week to talk about like random things. How are you eating well? How are you moving well? As well as taking a lot of user feedback. Either it's on bugs, of course they do exist for us, but also like just feature requests. People are saying like, oh, first when we launched our ring last year, April, it's too heavy, it's hard to maneuver. So we launched our current V2 ring, which is like only 3 grams. And then now people are saying, okay, I want something more sporty, I want something more special, more color. So we're going to kind of put that in work and really deliver what our product, what our customer wants to see.
Great. Yeah. And Ivan?
Yeah, I know Qtis quite well. I was one of the first 30 users.
Love
My ring is number 28, Qtis too. So I was onboarded by Dirk, co-founder, and I provided a lot of feedback during the way, and I see how you implement, how you change, how you can continuously build and ship new features, which is super cool, and I really enjoy using the product, competing in the leaderboard and being top 1 user.
Oh, wow.
Qtis.
Awesome.
Yeah, and also onboarding my friends, my sister, and everyone globally to Qtis, as I think it's super fun now to stay fit, to sleep well, to improve your health with AI coach. So there are a lot of cool features built in.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm super grateful for just this positive impact on the community in general.
I have to thank our first users, because of course in the beginning when we launched the product, I wouldn't say it's at its best shape, but I think another amazing thing about working in blockchain startup is that you iterate so fast. So I think happy that you stay with us with patience.
Sure.
And Ivan, I'd like to hear a little bit about the impact of community on nomads, on Solana Temple, on everything that you're building, because you are quite a community builder yourself. You've built a massive community around you, and I think that a lot of what people see of you is that you are a builder that is very, very ingrained in fitness. Some of your posts, all of your posts, are about fitness and health. So we'd love to hear a little bit about how you've developed that.
Yeah, I think that since my childhood I was doing different types of sports, like table tennis, then boxing, competing. I had a lot of fun, and at the same time I was trying to organize people around to do it together. It's much better. And I realized that there are opportunities to grow faster when you are surrounded by like-minded people, people who support, people with whom you can compete sometimes, of course. So I started to think about the program. It's called Solana Temple that we did in Bali this year with Kudis and Solana Foundation, many other people who joined us. It was a month-long program with 104 builders coming in Bali. And I think for us it was important to also get people together, meet IRL, spend a lot of time comparing to the conferences where you come together just to network. There you become like friends, partners, or not. So I think that community is super important, especially if you build something new. You need to adopt fast, and you need to communicate really proactively with an open mind. So I'm providing updates, asking questions almost every week about what we can improve, whom I need to be connected with. Community helps a lot to grow. And I think that it's kind of the huge value add in general for Web3 products to have these people surrounded, motivated to get some rewards, of course, through point systems or tokens or NFTs. There are a lot of opportunities to incentivize people. So community is super valuable for Web3 in general.
Do you find that the people that you have at Solana Temple are needing advice in different things such as like physical health? Do you find that they gravitate towards that because they are looking for something that are like they can do to improve their health as well?
Yeah, I thought this a lot. We had different people, from people who work out like myself every day to people who are not working out for years. So of course we calibrate in the end of the program, and some people start to more proactively being involved in different sports initiatives, and my pleasure to see how people grow, change, especially in 1 month. We had even this body composition weights where you can scan your body, see how much fat you have, how much muscles, and some other components. So for us, it was something that we were exploring during 28 days of the program, how people change. But also, I saw that people want to just be together with other individuals, not because of the health part, but because they are building something cool, they are trading something like meme coins or other tokens, they're having fun together. So the community aspect IRL is super valuable. Just the highlight probably of Solana Temple, how great to see people build together, learn together, work out together. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Amazing lifestyle.
Yeah. And I feel like having everybody all there kind of keeps everybody accountable to everything. Like if you see your friend is kind of like struggling either with like freaking out because they have a bug to fix, they can't get it done, or their sleep schedule is crazy and they're like, I can't do this, and like, dude, you got to get some sleep. I feel like accountability is such an important key in community, and keeping everybody accountable for all the things that they need to do to be the best versions of themselves they possibly can be. And I'm going to toss this over to you, Caitlin, because I feel like your Moonwalk Fitness app is really, really based around keeping people accountable to their health goals, to their fitness goals, and to the community at large.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of said it yourself, but the social component of fitness is so important. There's a reason that run clubs and fitness classes are so prevalent, and there's a reason that people almost seem like kind of addicted to, oh, I'm gonna go into my class every day, or, see the same group of people. There's an accountability component to it that we're also tapping into with Moonwalk, which is fitness can be really isolating and easily intimidating when you do it on your own. It can feel like a chore, it can feel monotonous. But when you do it in a group where there is the ability to connect with like-minded people, where you're all going the same direction and have the same goals, that's really powerful whether you realize it or not. And I think subconsciously it helps hold you to doing what you say you're going to do when you're around a group of other people who are doing the same. Yep. So just that collective groupthink being used for a positive purpose, and also making it fun, which I think is the most important thing. Like everyone talking about in-person events, I think that's such an important component of, you form these connections online all the time, and that's what's so great about conferences, right? We go in person, we see the people that we've spoken to before. It's the same with an app like Moonwalk. We have the group competitions online. Something I want to push is how do we get these people who have formed connections, how do we allow them to connect more easily, how do we implement more social features, because the human connection part and kind of forming these close-knit groups from a health perspective is just like so invaluable.
Yeah.
And you see a much higher success rate of people who continue to come back and perform the way they want to when they're alongside other supportive people.
Yeah, 100%. And it's about having a supportive network there that really drives you. Like that extra 10% when you get out of bed and you're like, fuck, I don't want to do this today.
And
it's
it happens
like,
to everyone.
Literally everybody.
There are going to be days when you don't want to show up, and that's kind of back to the premise of our entire product. But there needs to be accountability beyond just your own will, willpower, right?
Yep.
So whether that's a friend texting you saying, hey, you going to class, or Moonwalk saying, hey, you'll lose a little bit of money if you don't do what you're going to do today just because you don't feel like it. So sometimes we need those nudges, and to turn it into an actual lifestyle, you need to find what works for you and figure out what that nudge is that actually gets you to stay consistent.
Now, you are hosting a couple of different IRL events here for Crossroads. We just did you had the walking tour yesterday. Do you want to talk a little bit about the other cool events that you have coming up?
Yeah, so yesterday, shout out to anyone who came, by the way. This is the first time trying this, but you go to conferences so often and you don't actually see the city that you're in, which is a real shame because they're always in really cool places. Mm-hmm. So we did just a simple walking tour with a group of probably like 40 people through Istanbul to see the sites yesterday, which was great. Good use of a Thursday. But then we did today, which is High Soul, which is with Kudis and DFIT and FOMO as well, of doing just a fitness competition, similar to the Hyrox fitness competitions, which are like the fastest growing contest in the world. So just challenging people to, be high performers, challenge themselves, do something fun. There are a lot of happy hours. I think we're all fatigued by the 100,000 side events at these things with open bar. They're all the same. You don't always have connections. You don't always feel great after. A lot of people probably feel that. But we're trying to bring, and I think collectively, which we were talking about prior to coming on this panel, it's like the Solana fitness builders, we've really come together and kind of built out like a collective of sorts where we all want to start bringing more positive experiences to events like this that show people that, oh wow, like I feel good doing this, maybe I should do it more, and kind of show people that you don't need to be having a dozen drinks to like have an excuse to connect with people and form new contacts and chat and have a good time.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to bring people together. Lizzie, what would you say is your number one event that you're excited about around fitness here?
About fitness this year, wow.
It can be the one after today, which I highly recommend everybody goes to today.
The High Soul event we're definitely super excited about, and we're going to hold something in New York in May. So I think that's kind of last year May or last year April really is where we launched our product. So to us, it's like very sentimental. So we're going to host a bunch of events there, and of course bring in fitness to the busy New York. So that I think will be really exciting. So make sure if you're in New York, check it out. And just to add quickly on the accountability thing, I feel like it's just really cool. I mean, I don't have a better word to describe this. I just feel like it's cool now, like people are building this kind of things that encouraging not drinking alcohol, encouraging people to rest well. So I'm sure part of your life at some point, you're taking pride into drinking a lot or sleeping only 3 hours, so you have to grind. I just think that's no longer cool anymore, at least in the Solana community where we're all building. We're, in a way, holding the whole community accountable. Let's all do better for ourselves and for people, applying the right peer pressure or influence. So I think that's something really cool today.
You touched one topic real quick there, sleep health. I know I'm underslept. I know most of us are probably underslept, but sleep health is so important. I would love to hear about how Kudis is tackling the issue of sleep health and how it's helping inform people how to be better at that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to say, but ever since in college, there was a professor who explicitly does sleep research. So he had a lot of good things to say that really encourage us to really accentuate sleep in our product design and product build. So for now, of course, if you have the ring, you can track your sleep, and then you can track your wellness, like activity, steps, and a bunch of other things, vitals. So what we're going to do is we're in the midst of launching a data marketplace. So for all the builders and researchers out there, if you find it helpful, you find this interesting, we're providing more of a platform for the developers and for the builders, for the researchers to use our data, individual data, how you sleep, how does that correlate to all of the other performances and your readiness. So that's going to be coming already this month or next.
Yeah, cool. And another big topic, this one is like, it hits close to home for probably everybody, but how does mental health, do you feel like mental health is impacted by physical health? Love to hear your opinions on this. Let's start with you.
I mean, there's a direct connection between like body and mind, and like one will lead the other. So, and I think something that's been maybe historically underrated in this part of the industry, where it's very high pressure, high stakes, high amount of working hours, very little sleep for a lot of people, that has an impact on performance, both physically and mentally. And I think the more, kind of going bigger picture here outside of, Solana and whatnot, but to your point, there's been such a revitalization of conversations around health, which makes me obviously very excited for what we're working on, but I think just good overall. It's becoming more part of the cultural conversation of, maybe it's not cool to like literally never get sleep and be kind of miserable and always be locked at your desk, which is literally killing you if you sit there for 6 hours plus in a day without getting up. Like, you need to take breaks. So it's more of how more conversations are coming up of like, how can we integrate more positive habits into, the day-to-day that we have in a very busy industry. And I see a lot of people in Solana talking about it more and more as well, which I think is going to lead to a much better culture. We're not saying don't work. We're saying if something is important, which body and mind, I would say, are very important, both for your life and for your work, then that should be something that you account for in like build into your day, because if it matters enough to you, you will make the time and you will find the time. So it's definitely positive to see so many conversations coming up around it, people being really vulnerable with sharing their stories of like what's helped them. And I think more culturally, just like as a society, that's something that's coming up more and more. And I think that we're heading in a much more positive, healthy direction.
Great. And Ivan, specifically, I think from Solana Flow, from Flow Bali, like you guys had meditation sessions there, right? Can you talk a little bit about how that, what was the idea behind that? Why did you guys do that?
Yeah, we actually had 2 types of sessions every day. First, it's breathing, like a Wim Hof technique, combined with fitness workout by Kwan from like a professional fitness coach. And second part was meditation plus yoga. So every day you have different types of workouts, and of course we had workshops explaining how meditation, how breathing impact your health, your productivity. So I saw a lot of founders transforming from kind of chaotic people who don't know what to build, what to do next, to people who have a structured and clear mindset on now. And on what to do next, so which was really like great to see how they perform and how they start to enjoy meditation. As for majority of us, it's quite boring to sit for 20 minutes and like breathe or do nothing at all. So I think there is a huge impact on the founder's performance through mental practices as well. Through sports, of course, it's about discipline, about performance, about continuous growth on a personal level. So definitely encourage everyone to try and to perform better with meditation and breathing practices. For me, it was like life-changing to try the Wim Hof and incorporate in daily lifestyle.
I think sometimes when you learn something new, it can be a little bit intimidating to approach it. What would you recommend as a first step in getting into meditation?
I think like start small from 2 to 5 minute practices, maybe download the app. There are a few apps connected to the mindfulness. Maybe we will see something in goodies later on, which
The
actually
AI coach.
Yeah, it might be a cool feature where a person can turn on like some guided meditation, and you give points for doing like 5, then 5,
Writing down.
30 seconds, and so on. So I think it should be very basic in the beginning, without significant effort. So for a person, it will be like more comfortable long term to incorporate in daily lifestyle. So start small and then progress slowly.
Great. You guys are getting close to the end of our talk, which is making me sad. But I want to do a little segment called She Shills by the Seashore.
Oh my God.
Where you guys have 20 seconds to shill everything that you want to shill. I know Kuda specifically has a little bit of a discount going on right now.
Oh,
Lizzie,
yeah.
if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So for this event only, we're doing discount of $60. So for anyone who wants to find me, hopefully I'll be obvious enough for you to find, and then get a code. And then we'll be also giving rewards later from the HISO event for free. So make sure to come and check it out. And since I still have 10 seconds, we're going to launch another NFT collection in May. So for anyone who's like super into NFTs, definitely don't miss it. It's going to come with a lot of other perks besides Airdrop. So hopefully we'll enhance our community and make that really fun coming in May.
All right, and Caitlin, go ahead.
Yeah, no launches to announce or anything like that right now, but I would just say the pure shill is if you've ever thought about improving your physical health, working on your mental health, to the point of how to get started with that, you said something very important, which is starting small. And I think a product like Moonwalk, there's literally no excuses for you. There's free mode if you don't want to put money on the line. There's the ability to join games that have a lower step count per day, games that you can push yourself with higher step count per day. Start small, give yourself the wins, and build up from there. It truly is at your pace, and I think that's where the real habits actually sustain themselves and become lifestyles, things that you can actually achieve every single day. That's like the most important part, right? So get started. It's in the App Store. It's on Google Play as well for Android users, and just working on improving the experience. Obviously, there's a lot that we can do around gamifying activities beyond steps, doing different types of contests, and obviously want to make the community part of it much more pertinent and have social features, communities, allow groups to form. So it's going to get a lot of, be really, really fun. So we'll have a lot of product updates coming soon. So follow along there.
Great. And Ivan, please.
Yeah, I probably want to shill 2 things. First of all, today is the birthday of the most positive person I ever know. It's my sister. She's with us in the room. Let's give a round of applause to her.
Oh.
And also today we are launching nomads.xyz, so you can register in
Amazing.
our app. You can create your profile, you can claim your achievements, complete some quests, and soon you will be whitelisted and you will travel, pay with crypto, get rewarded. So it will be super fun.
So it's the first day of nomads.xyz.
What an announcement.
So we have 2 birthdays. I think that requires a birthday song. You guys ready to sing a birthday song? All right, I'm gonna start it. Happy birthday to you. Come on, everybody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear nomads. Happy birthday to you. Woo! You guys, I want to say thank you to my wonderful guests. This has been amazing. Thank you all so much for coming to Crossroads. Up next, we have Arif, who's going to be talking about Alethea AI. Yeah, I'm so excited. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, how did that?
Oh, man. Robert has such a great attitude. I can see why he's the head of partnerships over at StepFinance. I've never, been to a lot of conferences, man. Birthday song, first time. So this next talk, we're going to be talking about the proliferation the explosion of AI agents on Solana over the last year. If you haven't been living under a rock and you've been paying attention to all of the activity on Solana in the last year, you'll notice that AI is a huge narrative. There are great technologies, founders, and developments in that space. And as Robert correctly mentioned, this next speaker is the founder and CEO of Alethea AI. And not only that, but he's been building in the intersection of crypto as well as AI for the last 7 years. So please give a big round of applause to my friend, Arif Khan!
All right. Hello, everyone. Marhaba. It's great to be back in Istanbul, this time with a new meta that is emerging. So as Ino pointed out, I've been building at this intersection for the past 7 years. And you can imagine how exhausting it is to always have a new meta emerge every 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. And at least from the previous cycle, I think that meta lasted about 3 to 6 months, right? So I'm here to talk to you about 3 things. What is the problem that we have with AI agents today? How they're going to be evolving in the coming mother of all metas, and what can you do about it as you take hold and take ownership of this entire new revolution. Then I'm going to conclude with an actual AI swarm, a swarm of different agents working together, interacting together, and creating really interesting new content for your enjoyment, right? So I think the first thing that I want to say is the AI meta is in play. What's happening right now is you're seeing consolidation. You're seeing a lot of people who are hurt by the previous meta, and they're sort of jaded. But the value creation and understanding of AI meta is going to become a very powerful part of the next wave. And I'm going to ask a few questions here, and if you can just raise your hands if you have heard of the following things. The first is, how many here have heard of MCP, Model Context Protocol? Can we see a few names? We see a few hands? Okay. I imagine this number next year is going to be full. Like a lot of you are going to be able to learn and understand about these new agent-to-agent AI protocols that will emerge. And if Alethea, if we do it right, you'll hear about the AI protocol correctly as well. So the real problem with AI agents today is you'll see fragmentation. An AI agent cannot talk to another AI agent. It's almost like it's speaking a different language, right? If I'm speaking English, you're speaking German, we're going to have a little bit of a problem, right? And so that translator layer, that ability for us to connect the dots from one agent to another is going to become critical. That infrastructure for communication between agents is going to become necessary. Because otherwise what you will have is what we call interoperable chaos, where you won't have alignment of AI agents to different actions. Without shared protocols, these AI agents become bottlenecks. Very, very tricky for you to extract value, very tricky for you to create value. So if you imagine the current state of AI agents, you have AI XPT, you have different agents that exist on the ecosystem, on Twitter. They're simple chatbots that are producing compelling content, right? Now imagine if these agents were plugging into each other and achieving networked intelligence. That's really the evolution of what's coming up with swarm intelligence. And I think AI to AI protocols will enable swarms. Swarms are very simply teams of AIs that are specialized in their specific function. So if you build a swarm of an AI agent that is a health coach, as per the previous session, or you build an AI agent that is a trader, you can pair it up with an AI agent that's also an analyzer on Twitter news feeds of sentiment about crypto tokens, you're going to get the best of both worlds. And you want these agents to communicate and coordinate their labor so you drive more efficiency. And so the challenge is going to be which substrate can handle millions of transactions, intense loads, scalability. All of this will fall on the heavy, heavy shoulders of the Solana blockchain, which you're all intimately familiar with. But I encourage all of you to think through all of the important developments that are occurring on Firedancer and other platforms as to how they will enable a new layer of AI agents to function on a platform like Solana. And so I'm excited to share with you an implementation, not all talk, right? So 3 AI agents coming together. Each agent, let's say, for example, and this is not live, the token is not live yet, so each agent with its own market cap, a combined market cap of 3 agents, liquidity being shared, treasury being distributed through one wallet, and actions being done agentically. We call this the AI news swarm. So think of it almost as like a decentralized CNN or a decentralized news network without the costs of and the biases of human anchors and human editorial biases, right? So I'm just going to show you a couple of examples, help you understand the problem a little bit more, because the problem with AI agents, or rather the problem with centralized news systems that are built by humans, is that it's time-consuming to be able to create news content. It's riddled with censorship and bias, and also at the same time, there is a cost. There's a cost to keeping the lighting up. There's a cost to maintaining the human talent and labor. What if there is a more efficient system that can be created by AI agents? So I'm going to show you 3 agents that are coordinating and building unique content. And we're going to show you an example of this very shortly as part of a satirical video. In other words, yes, this is a news station that will produce real content. This is all live right now on Twitter under AI News Swarm. It's 3 agents. You can go in and see under the hood and see the agents performing functions and also communicating. I'm going to show you an example of a satirical video right now. And I say satirical because think of it as like the Daily Show. But this is a live broadcast done by an AI agent, pieced together by multiple agents with one human in the loop, right? There is a human editor behind this right now, but by next year, the human editor would be scaled out into AI editors as well. So enjoy this video clip. It explains the process to you a little bit. It's also satirical and funny. I want to give you a taste of what the future of news will look like when you have AI agents. Can we have the sound, please? Thank you. Up, please.
Hello and welcome to AI News. Today we have with us one of the giants of the crypto world, Anatoly Yakovenko, CEO of Solana. Anatoly people call Solana the fastest blockchain ever made. Care to explain how did you pull this off? Or should we call you the Usain Bolt of crypto?
It's simple. Think of Solana as a snowboard, fast, smooth, and cuts through congestion like it's not even there.
So you're saying Ethereum is what? A pair of old skis stuck in the mud?
Let's just say on Solana you finish before Ethereum even straps on its boots.
All right. So I just want to spend a bit of time on this just so that it's clear. What you're seeing is an avatar of Anatoly, okay? This is an avatar. This is going to be the future of AI content generation. Every one of you who is interacting or is having your video taken is going to encounter the deepfake problem. That means your face, your voice, your identity can get stolen, right? What's going to protect that identity? What's going to protect that identity is if it's verified on chain and if you have given your avatar permission to talk about things, right? So in this case, the reason I say it's satirical is because, it's important to understand that as you become a leader or as you scale your startup or as you scale your product, you want to be able to communicate to different audiences. So imagine Toli, if he is able to have his avatar communicate in Turkish, in Japanese, in Korean, in real time across the world to get the message out about what Solana is building, right? And I think there's tremendous power in that. Now add another layer. Imagine if this avatar was licensed on-chain on Solana, and every time it was interacting in media channels, in TikTok videos, in interviews, it was getting a blue tick that this is approved by Toli, right? So for context, this is not approved by Toli. We decided to just fly with it and just show you an example of how this would work, right? So in this case, what we have is an AI agent, a broadcast news network, delivering real-time content. She is able to generate videos real-time now on Twitter. She's able to do live streams. So if you go to aliagents.ai right now, you'll see Morgan Bloom, who is the AI broadcaster, her having her complete distributed AI news channel running 24/7. She's able to pick out, curate, and share the news daily. Now this is just one example. Take this a bit further. Look at your favorite influencers. Look at your favorite characters. Look at your favorite politicians. Look at your favorite content creators and artists. They are going to be able to interact, or their AI agents are going to be able to create really compelling, interesting content. How will they get paid for it? How will they get compensated for it? Who will approve the content that goes out? At the end of the day, the permission structure, the substrate that allows you to do that rapidly and with scale is going to be Solana. So we're really excited about building applications like this that allow communities to talk about interesting use cases, but this is just a start. What we're really excited about is giving this platform to all of you, right? And when you go into the platform ALI agents, as we get closer, you'll also be able to use the Solana name service to create your own agent name, and you would also then be able to have your own agent wallet. And that agent wallet can then begin earning for you for all of the content it's creating out there for you. So it's a really exciting time, and I would love for all of you to give ALI agents a try today. Have a look at Morgan Bloom's news channel that's live, and her tweets where she's covering a lot of this content. So I invite all of you once again to join us, build a future with us where you see AI agents not as silos or individuals, but as teams. Just like the wonderful teams that you have at work or in sports, these agents are going to be driving and creating so much value, and it will be the mother of all matters, because at the end of the day, the networked intelligence that you get from these AI agents interacting on-chain with you is going to be redefining for the entire space. With that, I thank you all for listening, and I invite you to join us at alethea.ai and visit ALI Agents, our partner. Thank you very much, everyone.
I'm not gonna lie, that video of Toli kind of scared me a little bit. I'm on camera a lot, so I'm afraid of what people might do with video in the future, right? But this next panel is actually also very, very near and dear to my heart, because I joined Sanctum 3 months ago, and this talk is a state of the union of what's going on with Solana's Validator network. And the Validator network is the beating heart of Solana, and in fact, it's gotten very spicy over the last couple of months, especially with the SIMD Solana Improvement Document, SIMD, SIMD 123, which passed, and SIMD 228, which failed. And the whole argument and the discussion is about how do we reduce emissions to validators in an economically responsible way. I have no idea if that's part of today's discussion for the panel, but I think it'd be great to hear some takes on that. But clearly, one thing that I love about the Solana validators is that they are a true example of decentralization. You have Toli, who is for SIMD 228, and then you had Lily Liu, who's the president of Solana Foundation against SIMD 228. So there's even decentralization of opinions in the same kind of organizational, interests. So it's just really great and beautiful to see things like that. So please, let's give a big round of applause to our validator panel.
thank you all for coming out. Good to see you all here. We're, as Eno said, having a kind of state of the union for Solana validators. We have our whole panel here now. We're good. I am Jack. I'm a journalist at Blockworks. And I host the Lightspeed podcast. It's Solana focused. I also write the Lightspeed newsletter. You should check out both the podcast and the newsletter. That's my self-plug. I'm also joined by Michael from Marinade, Ernest from Kiln, and George from StepFinance. I don't think I'm going to introduce you guys well, so can you give us like a 2-sentence, like who you are and why you're on this validator panel?
For sure. Hello, everyone. Nasılsınız? Herkese merhaba. I'm from Marinade. We are building marketplace for Solana staking. We've been around since 21 and currently helping more than 150,000 stakers on Solana to stake collectively roughly 10 million SOL to 100 plus validators to make the network more robust, decentralized, and efficient.
Great. My name's George. I'm from StepFinance. I guess my role in this particular panel is we also run a validator. So we're probably representative of just one of those ecosystem teams that happen to also run a validator for our community. And we've been running the validator for about 1.5 years now, something like that. So not a stake pool, just one of the 2,000 or so validators out there. So very curious what happens on the panel.
Hey everyone, great to meet you. I'm Ernest Petit, co-founder of Kiln. We are a on-chain yield platform offering staking and stablecoin yields. In terms of staking, we've been running validators on most of the major networks since 2020. Solana, we got started in 2021. Now we run our validators run about 3% of the Solana network stake. And we're a company based in Paris, France, about 90 people, and great to be here.
Thank you guys. Quick change. I think my mic is on now. Okay. I want to start with maybe the most contentious, highly followed issue surrounding Solana validators of late, SIMD 228, the certainly most consequential vote, governance vote that the Solana protocol has ever had, the highest participation governance process. Basically, for the uninitiated, SIMD 228 was a vote that would have shifted Solana's emissions mechanism to a market-based approach instead of the current curve where there's like around 4.5% inflation every year, and it's going to kind of curve down till it hits 1.5%. That vote essentially would have served to cut Solana inflation. For validators, it would have cut revenue in the short term. That measure failed. There was not enough of a supermajority for that vote to pass. But I think there is still a belief among some in the Solana world that Solana overpays for security. Inflation is too high for what you need to maintain the security of the network. So I'm going to start with you, Michael, because you're right next to me. I'll pick on you. Is Solana overpaying for security? And if it is, what should be done about that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think if you look at it from the terms of numbers, right now, every epoch on Solana, every 2 days, in inflation, there is 150,000 SOL of new SOL being inflated every 2 days, right? That's roughly $10 million a day is the value of like new SOL being issued out there. That's $4 billion a year, okay? So that's the cost of new Solana being out there issued. That's supposed to be for staking rewards and to pay for the network security. So that's like what we're paying, $4 billion a year, like all of us here with Solana. On the other side, you have the cost of the validators. So if you think about it, it takes roughly $5,000 to $6,000 a month for a validator to keep it running, to pay for fees, to pay for the server costs. So if you multiply it, say, by 80, if we are shooting for 80 to 100 validators on the network, and then annualize it, you end up at $5 or $6 million. Okay, $5 or $6 million would be like enough, the bare minimum, to pay for the infrastructure to keep the validators, the machines running. If we want 1,000, okay, maybe $60, $80 million, but it's definitely not $4 or $5 billion. So I think from the number perspective, we are overpaying. I was directionally for it. Marinade does not run a validator, so unfortunately, Marinade could not really vote. But we've seen a significant participation in SIMD228. I think roughly 65% of the stake at least voted for or against. So I would say down the road, we'll find a way how to maybe tweak it, give it a bit more time, and I think that vote is going to eventually pass down the road.
But Marinade doesn't run a validator, but your business would have still taken a hit, right, from SIMD228 passing, because now you're reliant on priority fees, MEV rewards for some of that revenue, as opposed to inflation where it stands today.
Yeah, in some sense. So Marinade's unique in the way that it is an auction. So it is a marketplace where validators bid each other. So if the inflation would be cut down, Marinade would only shine more because the Marinade edge, it's really in the MEV, in priority fees, so that the relative yield would be higher if the inflation would be to cut down.
Mm-hmm. George or Ernest, do either of you have thoughts or want to weigh in on the question of, was SIMD228 directionally correct? Should something else be put up in its place?
I think it was an excellent proposal, and it sucks that it didn't get up. Essentially, let's take a step back. How do emission curves come into existence? And how did Solana's emission curve come into existence? About 6 years ago, when they first started, there wasn't any amazing economics team and a lot of thought and progress gone into it. It was literally some hand waving and some, probably this amount is fine. Yeah, sounds good. We'll raise some money and we'll do a Series A and we'll make a coin. And it was a nothing coin then. Like, there was no ecosystem, there was no nothing, there was, hardly any validators at all. Tolly and Raj just basically got it started with picking some numbers out of the air. Now we've stuck with that since then, and I think there's a better mechanism for plucking numbers out of the air, and it's not some guy coming along and saying, I know the answer of the number, that what it should be and what the inflation rate should be. No, it's actually just leave it to the market. And that's what 228 was trying to do, was leaving it to the market to define these inflation rates. And I think fundamentally, that is the way that we actually need to operate. We don't need, some guy said the inflation rate should be 2 or 3%. Why? Because he's got a blog on it. That's literally how inflation rates start with crypto projects, is they don't know what's a good number or not. They pick something that it reflects what other projects have done. In the case of validators losing money and that sort of thing, yeah, they probably would. And yeah, we absolutely overpay in the Solana network for security. Now the argument is that, well, 228, less inflation, less coins going into circulation, so that limits supply. Now the Bitcoin argument for this and how they manage fees and miners and stuff is they go, well, if Bitcoin number go up, then even with the same number of fees or a lower fee that a miner may earn, well, in dollar terms, they're still going to make the same, if not more money. Now, you can make the same argument for that for Solana, where you could say, well, look, validator commissions are going to be cut in half or whatever the number is. And then, yeah, essentially, number of Solana go up. In dollar terms, it could stay stable. So, the whole argument of, oh, you're going to lose money, it's like, well, not really. Maybe in the long term, you actually make way more money because number go up and there's less emissions. So, yeah, I think I hope it comes back in some other form, and would love to see it.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what was said. I would add that a couple of things. So one thing that was great is that you could give your stakers the opportunity to vote, right? You could give them the voting tokens, which is what we did at Kiln. And I think that's just a really cool. In general, I thought it was great to see such activity on the vote and to see participation this high. I agree with the proposal's spirit in the sense that I do think Solana is overpaying for security. I think it should be a market-based system. I think Toli had a fun tweet, which is like, oh, it's my fault for creating the perfect inflation schedule 5 years ago when I was sleep deprived from being a parent or something. But I think the drop was too significant. If you look at the proposal, it would have basically, at the current stake percentage of the network, so about 60% of all the Sol staked, it would have cut the inflation APY from 8-ish% to 1 or 2%, which is a huge reduction. And it's not just the validators that would have taken a hit, although you're right that on a dollar basis, probably it's better for tokenomics. So but still, it remains that a lot of the participants in the value chain, they get a commission based on inflation, not just validators, but also custody businesses. So the BitGos, the Fireblocks, etc. These staking yields are a way to monetize a lot of what they do, particularly on businesses where there's just huge margin compression already. So I think the drop was too severe, and that's part of why this was narrowly rejected. But I think it will come back, and I think it will pass eventually with maybe a slightly less aggressive inflation reduction.
Let me stay with you here, Ernest, on that question of the potential steep drop in revenue, because I think something I've been thinking about recently is like, what are the business considerations for validators, and also like who should and shouldn't bother to run a Solana validator? I would think that some of the people out here, maybe they're involved in the validator business, or they're thinking of like spinning up a Solana validator.
Can we do a show of hands? I would be really curious to know. Who's running a validator? Can we get hands?
There's a few.
Interesting. Maybe like 10.
So most people are not running validators. Should they? And because I think to be like more precise, you have the Marinades and the Kilns of the world who run as these kind of validator operators. Clients can give them stake, and they help them get staking rewards in return. There's also this thing recently of like, I'm a company, I have distribution, and someone's going to spin up essentially a white label validator for me so that I can run the PayPal validator or whatever, and people know my brand, and so they'll stake with me, and there's a business case there. So like, just as someone deep in the weeds there, what are the business considerations for running a Solana validator, and who can and can't kind of do it profitably?
Yep. So I think, as Michael alluded to, there's the main thing is the costs are fairly high, so you need to be able to get a certain amount of delegation to break even. There's the hardware costs and the voting fees. Actually, the voting fees is something that should be, there's talk of that being addressed and reduced, which I think would go well with the new SIMD 228 proposal, or the next version of it, because it would improve the economics for the smaller validators. I think there's like about 1,400 validators on the network right now. I think a lot of them, I think they would, if SIMD 228 had passed, there would have been a reduction in that number. I don't know by how much, it's tough to tell. And I think in terms of who should run a validator, there's the monetary aspect, but there's also the community participation aspect that is valued and is important. And so I think there are teams that run validators also for, like I know some security auditors, some R&D teams that run validators not for the monetary aspect, but for the just being close to the network and how it runs, etc. So that's also part of the part of the value, I think.
I think a quick note on this, and you touched on it before, was like, how many validators should you have? What does the should mean? Because if you go, okay, there's 2,000, and then let's say there's 2,500 validators tomorrow. Is that 25% better? Well, what about 2 million? What about if we went from 2 million to 3 million validators? Is that 50% better? Like, where do you draw the line? Because the whole idea of validation is you want censorship resistance, right? And that's what the metric, the Nakamoto coefficient, tries to define, is where it's like, you don't want a majority of validators of any network colluding to, double spend transactions or do whatever on the chain, vote for whatever. So you don't want people to collude, right? But, okay, trying to get, say, 50,000 individual people that maybe hate each other to collude, is that hard? Yes. And would we be also equally in the same position if we had 40,000 people trying to collude? Like, is there really that big of a difference? Like the extra 10,000. So this notion of
state concentration matters a lot as well, right?
It does, but so the question is, when we're talking about individual teams that want to do validators, well, should we aim for a large number of teams to do a validator? And maybe the answer is, oh, I can't get enough stake to do it, and that sort of thing. Well, maybe that's just how it is, and maybe you just can't run a validator if you don't have enough stake. And then the argument is, oh, well, doesn't that shut out people? Yeah, probably. But then the argument is from that, well, if you have less people that are validating blocks, then collusion could potentially increase. And you go, well, if the number of the validator set goes from 2,000 to 1,500, it's probably not a big deal, because the number of people required to collude is still a huge, ridiculously impossible number with a lot of zeros after a decimal point. So is it actually that big of a problem? And that's the question. I don't think anyone knows the answer. People have opinions on what the answer is. But I don't think it's not something that is, you can just do 1 + 1 is 2 and therefore that's the answer.
What are those opinions then? Because, the Nakamoto coefficient is a little hard to measure on Solana because some people run multiple validators or there's unlabeled people that are actually the same entity, but say the Nakamoto coefficient is like 10. I actually don't know what it is precisely. But
it's hard because like everyone just looks at the number of validators. I mean, that's maybe the number one metric you look at, is the chain healthy or not? It doesn't tell you much, right? You have 1,200 validators now on Solana, 800 of them supported by Solana Foundation Delegation Program to even get them off the ground. If you take 80 the biggest, that's enough to keep the network running. 80 the biggest have enough stake just like to vote and keep the network running. So if you have 1,200, like if you double that to 2,000, I mean, you need to get stake from somewhere to keep yourself profitable, right? Because all the new validators are starting at loss of $5,000 a month. So it's really this. It's not a positive sum game. People are competing for stake. For you to spin up your validator, you need to take it from somewhere else. So we've been saying that, yeah, maybe it's better to end up at, say, 1,000, but the quality operators. We don't want a new validators just for the sake of the number, because people would go, they would like call to the validator as a service providers, and they would spin up yet another number 100 of validator for the projects out there, which is not really decentralization. You have 100 validators, but if they are operated by the same entity, that failed it. So we should strive to make as many as independent entities in different countries, right? I mean, Germany, Netherlands alone have more than 1/3 of staked Solana, right? You have 2 data centers, again, 40% of stake. So you have 1 client, right now. That's why we're building and excited about Fidencer. But like, those are the other optics beyond the total number of nodes that we usually see on the headlines.
Yeah, I think that I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it's an underrated problem. Is decentralization of validator clients is maybe more important actually than decentralization as far as this like arbitrary number of validators that you have, as far as like, yeah, like are you censorship resistant, like George said. Michael, I'm going to keep it with you. There's an argument out there that staking is bad for DeFi, because if I take Sol, my asset, staking is basically like the risk-free rate on Solana, and if the DeFi yield rates aren't meaningfully higher than that risk-free rate, why would I not just tuck my Sol into a staking account and then never touch it and use it? And you know, if Solana wants to build this DeFi economy where there's lots of useful applications and interesting ways to generate yield, that's a bad thing. There's obviously liquid staking, which Marinade has a product around that, which can involve DeFi, but on the whole, with I think 66% or so of Solana staked right now, is that reducing essentially the amount of dry powder that can be put into DeFi?
Yeah, I think one way to look at it is that if you're looking at, say, the retail, the everyday Joes, the users, I wouldn't say that staking for them is a problem to participate in DeFi, because in DeFi, if you seek yield, you could get like much higher yield. If you're not that risk averse, the yield is higher than just staking rate, so then it's fine. And then even if the rate would be lower, I don't think that would push institutions tomorrow to suddenly jump and start using DeFi. There are other blockers, which is not only the rate, but also you have like compliance, security. So I wouldn't really say it's a blocker. I think at the end of the day, it's a market. Market figures it out. So there's this fine balance between, okay, some people prefer this risk-free way of like earning on the future of Solana through the staking rewards, be it. And yeah, some people capitalize on DeFi and they are enthusiasts. But at the end of the day, we cannot say that the whole Solana ecosystem is DeFi, because there are just like multiple other sectors. So I think there's a fine balance right now. I would put it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would maybe slightly disagree. Like, I think if SIMD 228 had passed, and this was actually one of the major arguments for it, was that, let's say the total APY of staking drops 6 points. Like, I think that does make DeFi lending out your soul, for example, probably much more competitive. So I think DeFi TVL would have grown a lot, right? And I mean, no one can know, right? Because this is theoretical, but like DeFi TVL on Solana is a lot lower than on ETH. Like, and ETH staking rate is 3 to 4%. Like, maybe, I mean, there are other reasons. Like, I think it's probably a more mature ecosystem in the EVM land still, but like, I think this may be one of the reasons why DeFi on Solana is not as big.
I think as well, like, different things are different, right? So when you use a DeFi protocol, you have to price the risk, and you know, this risk-free option as well. But I think trying to compare them and saying because you know one might change, therefore everyone's going to use the other. Well, risk is different across, you know, so it might not just translate to, oh, well, now all the TVL, everyone goes, well, I'm not going to stake on-chain anymore, I'm just going to use a DeFi lender. Maybe they don't make that decision and they go, actually, I don't trust the DeFi lender because it's some contract which, look, how many DeFi protocols have blown up? Like 1 billion, probably? Like, you know, maybe that wouldn't actually translate. So making this comparison, I think, is, there's no correct answer, but I think it's not the full picture in that different things are different, people price risk differently. We can't really say, you know, theoretically, as you say, like, well, if this reduced, then this one would increase. So it's kind of a non-answer, but I do think that there's a lot of other reasons you would use DeFi as well. So if I'm just staking with a validator, I'm not able to borrow against that, right? So maybe the people that, you know, want to use DeFi, maybe their core, you know, mission is, hey, yes, I'm willing to accept a lower rate, let's say, by 1 or 2%, but now I can borrow a 80% LTV for USDC, and then I can go and do stuff with the USDC. Maybe that's a viable proposition which actually overcomes the impediment of losing a couple of % on the APY.
Mm-hmm. And maybe one last point on this is, I think the thing that's going to really take off for DeFi and Solana is probably all the, like, the payments landscape and the stables adoption, because like once you have all these stables on Solana, you can't stake your stables, like but you can deposit them into DeFi.
Agreed, yeah. We're running short-ish on time, so I'm just going to throw this one to whoever on the panel wants to answer it. Something really interesting these past couple weeks has been a couple of announcements surrounding basically publicly traded companies transitioning to Solana treasury plays. So like a MicroStrategy-esque business on Solana. And this involves the validator landscape, because what a lot of these companies, if you look at like Sol Strategies, is doing is we'll raise funds, say via convertible bonds or something like that, buy a bunch of Solana, and then acquire validator operators, stake our Solana to ourselves, and then pass that yield along back to investors. I think there's like a lot of money being deployed into these things. There was a $100 million private placement. There was a $42 million that Janova raised. Sol Strategies just raised a big like credit facility. Have you guys reasoned through this on the validator side of things? Like, what happens in a world where there's like all of these MicroStrategies on Solana and they're all also running validators and staking to themselves?
Yeah, so yeah, I can kick it off. So I think that the institutional market on Solana is just huge, and that's actually the reason why I think that we can kind of fix it, is to pull, say, from the exchanges, the exchange staking, and try to migrate it without inflating the number of validators, just put it to the smaller guys, the community run validators. So I think it's a big part of that. So to answer that question, I think it's better than if everything ended up at exchange, just like it happened on other chains. So the same custody platform, the same exchange validator. I think it's better to have multiple private companies to leverage that, you know, acquire validators. A lot of them, they're trying to get deep into the ecosystem through some acquihires. I think it's great on that point. What we're trying to do at Marinate is to ramp up the community validators to get them to the same grade, to call them like an institutional grade validators, so that the BlackRocks, Fidelities of the world, when they come to Solana, they can stake to many and not to 5, 6 currently the compliant ones, including the Sol Strategies of the world. So I would say it's a great middle ground. It's a start. It's definitely better than exchange staking.
Yeah, we looked at buying one of these companies to do this like 1.5 years ago, before this was a thing.
Why didn't you do it?
Well, so that is a good question. Why didn't we do it? We had other priorities at the time, and we didn't know if the thesis would play out that well. MSTR was just kind of getting started. It was kind of a bear market. So we decided against it at the time, just for rather deploy the capital elsewhere. I think it's a great idea. I think more people will do it. Get the boomer money at 0% whatever for the fiat coin, which is printed out of thin air, who cares, and then go and buy the real money, which is the crypto coins, and then go and stake it with yourself. I think it's a great idea. I think more people will do it. I think once you get a critical mass of these companies doing it, then everyone will start doing it. So yeah, I think we're just getting started with a lot of this kind of stuff.
Sounds like you should do it. What's the ticker?
Maybe I should do it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Clearly, it's solving a problem for people not able to access Sol elsewhere because for whatever reason, or it's easier for their retirement accounts or whatever to buy public stock. So I think that's what it's the market finding a solution to something. I don't know how big it will get and how long it will last. I think it's good that it's public companies doing this because there's disclosures and stuff on how they do things, and it's like well regulated for this part of the industry, I think. Yeah, I think we'll see. It depends how fast the Fidelities and BlackRocks and others actually get into the game, because I think it's sort of like an arbitrage, like a time arbitrage now until all these guys get on board.
Yeah, agreed. There's a big question mark as if Solana ETFs and especially Solana staking ETFs get approved. Do these things have legs? Guys, I think we're going to wrap it up there. It's been a very fun panel. Michael, George, Ernest, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks a lot, Jake.
Thank you so much.
Definitely learned a lot about the state of the Solana Validator network. This next speaker is the head of payments over at Soulflare, and you know it's a Soulflare talk because you can see a sea of yellow in the audience. It's good to see all you folks. And okay, who here uses Soulflare? Raise your hand. Oh, that's a lot of hands. That's a lot of hands. We love that. Come on, let's give Soulflare, one of the sponsors of this conference, a huge round of applause. Absolutely. Soulflare was my first wallet when I got into Solana. It's also my wife's first wallet. We love the product. We also love the rebrand, by the way. And today, I mean, I live for these types of moments, bro. These types of moments, I live for them because we have an exclusive announcement to Crossroads. You folks are getting the alpha first. I won't spoil it. I promise you I wouldn't spoil it. But this is huge. You're getting it before anybody else, right? I won't spoil it. It's something that's desperately needed in the wallet space. So please give a big round of applause to Mikhail Miklos, the head of payments at Soulflare.
Hey, can you guys hear me? That's an old photo. Needs to be updated. This works. Cool. Well, those of you who don't have a Soulflare account, visit us by the booth. Shame on you. Just kidding. Come, we'll help you out, get you set up. So, my name is Mihailo. You probably don't know me. My first time in Istanbul. Such an amazing opportunity to come and be a part of this conference. Loving the energy and looking forward to tomorrow and meeting everybody. As I said, you probably don't know me. My focus at Soulflare is payments and stablecoins. But Soulflare, I think, needs no introduction. We've been the first wallet on Solana. We've seen it all. And today, we're the safest and the fastest self-custody wallet out there. It's a fact recognized by over 3.5 million active users who trust us to secure over $11 billion of staked Sol at today's current prices. So let me walk you through a bit of history of Solana and Soulflare. It's 2020. You discover Solana. It's looking like a great project. You buy some Sol. You hold it in Soulflare. Come 2021, you've probably bought a few of NFTs. Hopefully you didn't waste too much money. Soulflare was there to allow you to manage your favorite collections. 2022, 2023, kind of rocky period for Solana and crypto in general, but you held strong with Soulflare. 2024, just around the corner, very fresh. It's actually the year when I joined Soulflare. It's the year of the meme coin mania, and I loved what I saw in terms of the energy and all of the volume that we've generated across the chain, not just in Soulflare. Now it's 2025, and as I said, we're the fastest wallets. We've done some amazing things this year already. We've launched a rebrand. We've improved our performance. This may not be something that you know, but I hope that you've felt it. Our apps are 13 times faster than last year. We've also shipped a number of other features that you probably interacted with, and we're having quite a lot of new updates planned, as Vitor just announced. But none of that was enough for us. We figured it's time for something new. It's time to grow up. Before I tell you what we're building in 2025 and beyond, I just want to walk you through a quick overview of what can you do with Soulflare today. We're a wallet, self-custody one, as you know. You can on-ramp into it using your favorite card, digital wallet, or you can transfer crypto from your Binance account or wherever, hopefully Phantom. Once you have some assets inside, you can swap them for your favorite meme coins, you can stake some Sol, and I hope you do because it's a great way to earn some additional income. You can also explore the Solana ecosystem, interact with all of the dApps. But something was missing. And for those of you who know us, you know that we interact with our users on a regular basis. So we asked you, hey, what do you want to do with Soulflare? What do you want to do in your wallet? And this was a theme that kept popping up. We want to off-ramp. Cool, makes sense, right? You're a wallet and you want to be able to off-ramp from your wallet. Then we interviewed a lot of users and potentially some of you who are sitting in the audience today to ask you, how does off-ramping look? And the process is pretty much like this. You go to your Binance or KuCoin or wherever on a SEX. You choose Solana and you initiate a deposit. You then go to Soulflare, you send your crypto out, you wait a few minutes for those funds to clear on your Binance account. Once it's there, you basically walk into this clunky UI, you swap it for fiat and pay some fees. But that's not, you're halfway there, approximately. You now have to withdraw your fiat to your bank account, and if you're lucky, that takes a few hours. But banks don't operate 24/7. You probably have to wait a few days. If it's the weekend, what if you need the money now? What if you want to off-ramp today? Not really how it works, right? Once you've had your funds, hopefully your bank does not charge you an additional 1%, 2%, 3% for receiving your own money, because that would be preposterous. Only then can you spend it. It's a broken process, right? It's riddled with clunky UX, complex swaps, and high fees that you shouldn't be paying to move your money around. And the sad thing is, most of us in crypto have become used to this, but it's not the way it should be. We shouldn't off-ramp crypto. We want to do this the right way. And when we talked to our users, we understood that there's much to be done on this front, right? Because we want to make Soulflare the center of your daily finances, we thought long and hard about what can we do to improve this off-ramping experience, but the answer was obvious, right? The question we should have asked ourselves is, what do you do daily with your money, or almost every day? It's that you spend. You just do it. You don't think about spending. You don't have to bridge into other chains. You don't have to swap. You don't have to transfer. You just spend. It's simple. It's intuitive. It's frictionless. Basically, the opposite of what we have in the off-ramping process, because off-ramping, effectively as it is today, forces you to choose between different worlds, the crypto world and the real world. And we've heard it many times today, and we all know it very well. Crypto is real, and it should be a part of your everyday life. So we think we should spend crypto. We like that word better because it doesn't force you to choose between worlds. It just seamlessly moves you from one to the other and merges those boundaries easily. How do you do that? You basically walk into your favorite grocery store, you get some apples, you tap. Most likely, nowadays, that's the common method of payment. You travel, you go out to a nice restaurant, have some drinks, just tap. On every head of crown, in every wallet, a Soulflare card. Let's give it up. Looks cool, right? Yeah, because it is. And it's self-custodial, but more on that later. You've seen the Lambo. It's actually parked outside, so I'm just kidding. We designed a true self-custodial spend, right? I think there's plenty of crypto cards out there that allow you to spend your crypto assets, but they do so in a custodial fashion. And that's not how it should be. Remember FTX had a card? Anybody had an FTX card? Good. That didn't end so well, so dodge the bullet there. With Soulflare, you actually get to spend directly from your own chain balance at the moment of purchase. So no top-ups, no transfers, no bridging. It's simple, really intuitive. It's a 3-step process to get that card, and it starts with a simple and a fast KYC. We have to follow a number of laws and rules, and we have to ask you some basic information, such as your first and last name. This process is quick, takes 2 to 3 minutes. It's a one-time thing, and it's usually faster than having to wait for your funds to arrive from Soulflare to Binance or KuCoin. Then you choose your wallet. You just connect any that you want to spend against. You can always disable that, and that's it. You get a card. You just tap. You spend. You don't off-ramp. You don't choose between different worlds today. You spend crypto every day without thinking about it, without paying high fees. No transfers, no swaps, no 15 different steps, no nice-looking but clunky card, UX. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to name any names. No high fees. Initially, you're going to be able to spend USDC, but we're working very hard in enabling other assets to be spendable as well. And you're going to have to wait for that. But we've seen the data. The amount of USDC and USDT you guys hold with us, it's staggering. So it's probably not going to be an issue. You're obviously going to be able to view your spending history. It's going to have a clear, intuitive UI where you're going to have exact information on what you spent, where you spent it, whether you spent it. And I mean, just to keep it short, you're going to have the UX that you would expect from your daily finance app, your favorite fintech, but on crypto. No chain fees. So, you know, when you try and transact in Solana and sometimes it fails and you're like, what the hell did I do wrong? Happened to me more than once. Basically, you need to have Sol to move money on your Solana wallet, Soulflare, hopefully. We hate that, and we decided to fix that problem by essentially attracting away all of these on-chain fees, so you don't have to have Sol. You just spend, right? You don't have to think about spending. You just do it. That's the point. That's the goal. Make it frictionless. Oh, and it's self-custodial. Did I mention that? You're going to be able to spend globally and at home at more than 100 million merchants. 24/7 human support. Big kudos to our team who invested into this. You know, when you have a problem or a question and you are greeted with this AI agent or, God forbid, a chatbot, and you just have the frustration never ending, well, that's not going to happen with Soulflare, and not just for cards, but for the products in general. 24/7, you're going to have a human waiting to help you, to guide you through any difficulties that you have. This is amazing, right? We're launching the card this summer, so soon, in EEA and UK markets, but rest assured, we are very aggressively working into expanding into other markets and onboarding all of you Soulflare users. Again, you non-Soulflare users, come meet us at the booth later. You know that we are a Solana-only wallet. this is a Solana conference. We have no multi-chain ambitions. There's no need. Stating the obvious, and all of you know this, but it needs to be said again. We've seen stablecoins kind of bloom last year. Their supply increased by 350% just in the last year, and this trend is continuing. And again, we have plenty of those in our users' wallets. We've seen constantly people bridging into Solana from other chains, and just in the last year alone, 3 billion funds were moved from various chains, most notably Ethereum. We have institutions joining us on this Solana journey and this great ecosystem. So I think a few were mentioned, Franklin Templeton's, PayPal's, and that's going to keep growing. So Solana really cemented itself, despite all of the historical challenges, as the go-to transactional blockchain. It's fast, secure, cheap, and that cost is predictable, which is kind of what you need when you want to make a product that deals with transactions and moves money as fast as light. To recap, now with the Soulflare wallet, you can on-ramp, you can swap, explore dApps, you can stake, you'll be able to spend with the card. Remember at the beginning how I said my focus is on stablecoins and payments? Well, the card isn't just a product that we're going to kind of launch and forget about it. We're going to work diligently on improving it constantly. But we have many other plans in this vertical, in this space. For those of you who are remote workers who receive your salaries in crypto, soon enough, you'll be able to get paid directly into your Soulflare wallet and then do all of the things above. For those of you, and there's plenty of you, looking for targeted merchant offers, looking for the best deals, we're looking into launching gift cards and other solutions to help you with that. And then finally, again, the third time, but let that sink in. All of those stablecoins that you hold with us currently, almost none generate yield. That's just a shame. So we're working very hard to enable that to change by introducing DeFi-sourced and TradFi-sourced yield. We've come a long way, from NFTs to meme coins, from meme coins to meaningful money. We're merging crypto, which is real, with the real world. It should be one and the same. You don't have to choose. If there's one thing that you should remember from this presentation, it's not that we have 3.5 million active users on a monthly level who trust us. It's not that we've done this card announcement. It's that we want to become the center of your daily finances, and we really mean that. We're a wallet, and that just makes sense. We're building this for you, for our users. Well, we're building it for the future, not for hype, but for history. Thank you. Oh, that's it.
Wasn't that a great announcement? Come on, let's give it up one more time for that Soulflare self-custody card. I can't wait to use that. That's going to be great. All right, so this next panel, look, Chris, don't get mad at me. I'm just going to be real with you for a second, right? When I first heard about L2s on Solana, I did the biggest eye roll. I was like, oh no, oh my goodness, we're going to have hundreds of L2s on Solana, just the one maybe. But we're going to have hundreds of L2s on Solana. This is going to be a repeat of Ethereum. Oh my goodness, like this is just going to be horrible, fragmented liquidity. But, you know, what someone told me, and it changed my mind, was if you know anything about the developer experience on just like raw Solana, right? We call it chewing glass, right? Because it's horrible for certain use cases, right? So what type of use cases are we talking about? Well, we're talking about AI, right? We're talking about gaming. We're talking about anything that should be built on top of Solana, but the developer experience on Solana does not facilitate it as such. And so, this next panel is going to be talking about all of the kind of like innovations as well as the landscape for L2s on Solana. And thankfully, even with an explosion of a lot of L2s on Solana, it's not like we've had hundreds of L2s at that point. And also, it's moderated by a very old friend, an OG in the space. He's worked for Solana Foundation. He's also, he's the founder of Send AI as well as Solana Consumer Day. You guys definitely want to check this out, Yash Argwal. So please give a big round of applause to our L2s on Solana panel. Thank you.
Haircut now. Yeah. Thank you.
So hi everyone, welcome to the L2s panel. So I think like now we are at this stage where Solana is having like lot of SVM folks, and I think like now we have more than 12, 13 projects who are building on different SVM infrastructure. There's like Sonic, which is building like a general purpose L2 with primary focus on gaming, and there is Zeta or Bullet, like which is building a rollup specific for perps. And apart from that, like we have different SVM L1s as well, and then there's like ephemeral rollups by Magic Blocks and so on. So yeah, in this panel we'll just like go why do Solana needs even L2s, and then we'll see like what are different L2 solutions that exist right now. How does the go-to-market for each of these L2s or even like different SVM L1s work, and how all it ties back to Solana as a broader thesis of IBRL, that like Solana mainnet is the layer for composability, and then there are different other rollups, L2s, and whatever forms they can exist in. So yeah, let's start with like why do Solana need L2s, and I think I would like to know both of your viewpoints here, and then we can discuss more about on each of these viewpoints. So I'll first start with Chris here.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Zhu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sonic SVM. We started out as a gaming-focused SVM environment to really push the use cases to a different level. We've now branched into different use cases, but still focused on what we call attention capital markets, which I would love to talk to you about, and entertainment products as a whole. We can probably dive into some of the rationales, but really to put it simply, we started this not because of a cost. We think Solana is cheap enough and fast enough, and it's going to iterate towards a faster and cheaper future. However, there are use cases and data availabilities, for example, that are not that available for developers to build on top of, and some costs do not have to be configured as high as mainnet when designing, for example, fully on-chain gaming use cases and such and so forth. So that's why we started the whole project, and we can dive into the details later.
Great. And yeah, very nice to meet you all. I'm Tristan. I'm the founder of Bullet XYZ. We're building basically a app-specific chain for derivatives trading. So we actually have been around the Solana ecosystem for a long time, kind of formerly known as Zeta Markets. We were building one of like the top perps platforms on Solana, previously doing options as well. So I've kind of built on Solana for almost 4 years at this point. I've seen the ins and the outs, the developer experience, how things work in terms of building DeFi apps. And for us, it really came from a place of necessity. We were building a fully on-chain order book. We took some of the very old ideas from Serum, and we kind of built that out, and we did that for derivatives and perps trading. And that worked pretty well. We'd processed over $15 billion in trading volume, had over 100 to 150,000 active users on the platform, which is pretty good. But then we kind of hit, I think, a scalability ceiling in terms of that. If you've traded on centralized exchange platforms, traditional exchanges, it's all like a latency game. If you've ever like looked into HFT and stuff like that. So getting liquidity for us on chain, having price discovery on chain is really important, and that's what we wanted to build in there. And doing that through on-chain order books was really difficult because the finite slot times, 400 milliseconds, is kind of 1 or 2 orders of magnitude too slow for what we needed to do. And the fact that, for example, if you're a market maker, you need to actually pay gas fees every time you place quotes. People are doing it. I think we were making up probably more than 5% of all Solana block space at some point. It was getting very expensive for us, getting very expensive for everyone else who was trading on our platform. So we went down the route of like, let's build Bullet essentially. Let's build a network extension or a layer on top of Solana that still leverages a lot of the properties of Solana. We can store data on there. We can use the consensus mechanisms of Solana and use that robust L1 validator set. But we can take execution off there. We can get down to literally 2 milliseconds of latency time. We can get very high throughput. We don't have to deal with congestion from Pump Fun or NFT platforms and any of this kind of stuff. And we can build a professional grade trading experience natively on Solana.
Awesome, awesome. So let's start with a particular use case. Let's start with DeFi only first. So DeFi is built on the primary, I would say, promise of composability, right? And Solana, I think like in 2021, the biggest narrative was like composable finance and all of that. And that's how like even Serum was birthed. And like from there only like Zeta was also initially a kind of a fork of Serum, but for perps, right? So what do you think about mainnet composability? And since like you will be moving away from mainnet, what composability sacrifices are you making? And does composability even matter for perps, for instance? So I would love to dissect more into the composability part here.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, that's what brought me to Solana in the early days was just chatting to Tolly, and he's like, we want to build this NASDAQ on-chain. We want to have this one global state machine where everything kind of shares the same substrate. And that was really helpful. And I think it matters particularly for spot trading is really important. You have native token issuance there. You have all these different primitives that all layer and talk to each other. So it's really nice. Taking Jupiter as the example, you have all these underlying AMMs, you know, Orca, Radium, many others, and Jupiter can kind of route between them and just do CPI calls, and everything just works magically. We found over the years, I guess, we tried to play more with composability, but I think the way that perps tends to shake out is they tend to vertically integrate. If you look at some of the top platforms out there, DYDX and Vertex and Hyperliquid and all these guys, they kind of have their own stack, and I don't think you need like aggregators and all these things built on top of it. So I think composability is nice, but it's fairly limited in the derivatives context of things. So we decided, hey, what do we care more about? Do we care more about perfect user experience, low fees, and like best performance, or do we want to go down the composability route? And I think that was fundamentally more important. So that is the big trade-off that we're making. We're getting 100x like faster speeds, but we are trading off some of that synchronous composability. I think with some of these like interop protocols and things happening there, you do get potentially some like asynchronous composability, which will be nice. So things maybe we can't do atomic swaps and arbitrages in the same block, but at least being able to layer those things and talk between the L1 and the L2, that's something that we're still figuring out. But we think for most perps traders, it's not the end of the world. If we can get the deposit and bridging experience into the L2 like really fast, and we think we can get it down to, we're pretty confident, a couple of seconds. It's almost invisible to the user. And if you can kind of go between these two layers and you get that massive UX improvement, we think that's a worthwhile trade-off.
Awesome, awesome. So I would now like to also understand from Chris, like what are your views on composability, mainnet composability? And since you are like kind of a layer on top of Solana, how are you thinking about like composability with the Solana mainnet? In fact, like I think here it would be more about interoperability than composability. So yeah, like what are views on like how you can leverage Solana's liquidity effects and the entire ecosystem benefits here?
Yeah, for sure. So I think one thing that I would want to point out is when we first started, kind of similarly, we looked at some of the largest gaming use cases on Solana, and they were driving actually more than 5%, 10% of the entire mainnet's block space at one point. This was DevCon 2023 and early 2024. And with that block space, as well as kind of some congestions because of the asset issuance on top of Solana, the user costs were actually increasing exponentially. They were increasing from $1 when it was the bear market to $10 of margin, cutting into how much they would earn on a daily basis. So when you look at, for example, Star Atlas, their users will be earning $15, $16, and now they're earning $7, $8. That is significant to the end user experience. So when we're thinking about what the users are really looking for and what the projects are looking for, they want to be able to issue their assets off of the Solana liquidity, and we don't want to fragment that liquidity. What we want to do is actually bring additional users, additional liquidity from other ecosystems, and kind of build on top of the mainnet experience. So for example, Tron, BNB, like these EVM chains, when they first started out, they were testing grounds, for the EVM devs because they were cheaper. They also had better tooling in some specific use cases, and we thought to basically do the same. And basically for gaming or for entertainment purposes, one thing that we think is really important is not necessarily the speed or the latency. It's really the distribution and the liquidity that we're bringing to all of these apps. On Ethereum, you have the likes of BMX, Immutable X, Ronin, a lot of different gaming chains, side chains, L2s, whatever you want to call them. Added up together, that's 12 billion, 15 billion of total liquidity. On Solana, if you add up all of the entertainment products and gaming products together, that would be less than $2 billion of liquidity at this current moment in time. I think over time, we've seen that there are a lot of developers who are looking for distribution, more users, but are not getting that for specific use cases. DeFi, however, great kind of brewing grounds for new projects within Solana, and we've seen amazing builders there as well. So when we're thinking about these additional use cases that we want to branch out to, one thing that we did was actually build out a distribution channel on top of TikTok, which had 2 million users of our own. We grew that through advertisement, through really acquiring users through our own token airdrops, and then staked other project tokens so that they can get hash key airdrops, they can get Sonic airdrops. And that application itself brought 500,000 net new traders into Solana and into Sonic, whose token, or our token, originally was launched on Solana only. And now, some liquidity is bridged over to our mainnet, but majority of that trading activity is still happening on Solana. Now, we can actually then separate, the liquidity part with all of the state changes and activities that's happening on the L2. And that gives us a lot of, possibility to really focus the activity on the L2 while the consensus and liquidity stays on Solana. And we're increasingly doing that. In the early days of building Sonic, the SVM API wasn't there. The consensus execution, the runtime and client code base were coupled together. This was decoupled, last year in March or March to May or so. Now we have a lot more possibility of configuring the SVM runtime while keeping the original consensus mechanism the same.
Yeah, so that brings me to that question, which again I would like to ask, why are you building on SVM and not EVM? Why choose SVM over EVM? EVM still has more TVL, or in fact, even you can say the ecosystem is still much bigger than SVM. So why did you both choose SVM here instead of EVM? And also, obviously, the developer experience is also much better in EVM, right? So what was your aha moment, or why did you chose SVM over EVM here?
Yeah, I can go first. So I'll make one important clarification, which is currently Bullet doesn't have a virtual machine. We very much decided to go with no virtual machine, so we don't have strict kind of block gas limits and compute limits. This is actually something that was really tough building purely on the layer one. Is if you're building a purpose exchange where you need to do cross margin and you want to list more than, let's call it, 30 different assets, it's actually really hard because Solana's accounts model, or transaction model, you need to pass in, I guess, the number of accounts. And there's a hard cap of about 35 or so. I think if you take the Solana message size and divide it by whatever public key is, 32 bytes, you get to roughly 35 accounts. So there was stuff where we couldn't build the perfect margin engine that we wanted to with these kind of constraints. So we decided for at least the core of our exchange, let's strip away the virtual machine, let's just run it purely in Rust, and then we can do all the ZK verification and other stuff on top of that. We will be layering in SVM support. I think the reasoning behind that is we do want to grow an ecosystem. We want people to build vaults or stablecoins or other things that leverage the perps primitives, the liquidity, for example, the funding rates. You can build another Athena type product on top of that, a Solana native one, which would be pretty cool. And I guess between EVM and SVM, I mean, we've been building on Solana for many years. It was just kind of a no-brainer that our audience, the people that would be kind of working with us, come from an SVM programming background. I also started on EVM 2020, I think, end of 2020. And no hate on it, but it's there's a lot of improvements or things left to be desired in the EVM programming world, from the actual language itself, as well as performance and the ability to parallelize code and execution. So yeah, I think also Chris mentioned, I think SVM has been getting a lot better. It was very tightly coupled with a lot of the Validator software, and now they've been pulling it out and making it more modular and easier to work with. So I think the tooling, as we've seen, is continuing to get better over the years, and the performance guarantees, the fact that it's all natively in Rust, which all of us program in and would compose natively with our kind of existing Rust stack. I think it was basically like a no-brainer for us.
Yeah, huge shout out to Anza for that. I think like they are doing a lot of work on decoupling SVM and just making it more friendly for other SVMs. And I think like now there's like, I think Fogo is also coming, like, which is like kind of a fire dancer fork. So I think like now a lot of people have started experimenting around SVM code. So that's like really amazing to see. Now talking particularly about Bullet, I can see that like you are following kind of Hyperliquid playbook, right? I mean, Hyperliquid like was also like built initially on Cosmos SDK, and then they just like bridged, used Arbitrum as a bridge. So is this the same playbook are you playing where you are using Solana as a bridge initially, and like later on like it would be like more coupled into the SVM stack? How are you thinking about the go-to-market here? And yeah, like can we consider you as a Hyperliquid for Solana?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, hopefully so. That's what we're trying to do, is really bring a professional grade trading experience to Solana. That's for me been like the painful thing. Seeing, I think, looking at spot volumes on Solana, mostly driven by meme coins, it's been incredible to see, I think, with Jupe and Radium and Pump Funds, like really brought a ton of adoption into Solana and a lot of trading volumes. Obviously, we flipped Ethereum and a lot of spot trading volumes for the majority of this year and last year, which is, it's kind of mind-blowing from like 2 years ago when we were in the bear market and there was just no volume, no TVL on Solana. So that was really cool, but I've been kind of disappointed as someone building in the derivative space to not have seen perps volumes on Solana like track quite the same way. I think that there have been like quite a few good platforms on Solana that have done a pretty good job. You know, ourselves, Jupiter, Drift, many others that have all tried to build good platforms. But I think when you talk to professional traders, there are things that are lacking. Like most of these platforms are AMM based. They're kind of taking the GMX model, which is kind of nice, I think, in that bootstrapping phase. But when you want like actual limit orders, when you want actual like low fees, which you can't get in the GMX type model because it needs to like self-sustain the LPs there. When you want really fast execution, when you want like reliable, like deterministic take profit and stop loss orders, like all these things that professional traders want, really hard to do in that kind of model. So we've been trying to target and listen to a lot of user feedback on what they want there and build the best experience possible. And yeah, I think seeing platforms like Hyperliquid do so incredibly well, seeing them taking market share from centralized exchanges and bringing more people on chain is like very admirable, and I'm like very happy to see that the tides are turning. I think we went from, in the bear market, maybe 5% of decentralized exchange dominance, especially on the perp side. Now we're probably 15 maybe or 20%, which is pretty nuts, and it like keeps going up. So in terms of our go-to-market, yeah, very much we want to be that kind of professional grade trading platform on Solana. We want to bring in a bunch of professional traders and volume in there and give a really good trading experience. So I think that looks like, you know, going out there and finding people who are on other chains or trading on kind of centralized exchanges, telling them the benefits of like trading on chain, that they self-custody their own assets, that everything is kind of transparent and verifiable on chain, which is really nice. And the more that we can grow the pie there, get more people in there, get, I think, especially price discovery happening on more Solana native assets, of which there are now like literally millions, I think that'll be really cool.
Awesome. And like what can be the latency we expect when we trade on Bullet?
Yeah, so we set out to get to like 50 milliseconds because we're like, let's get roughly like an order of magnitude. We smashed that. We got it down to 5 milliseconds a couple of months ago, and then we smashed that again and we got it down to 2 milliseconds, which is pretty cool. So yeah, we just spent a lot of time like optimizing. I think now at this 2 millis mark, we're like, okay, we're probably done here. It's like good enough. It's actually faster than, or should be faster than centralized exchanges. I think Binance is roughly 20 milliseconds. So the fact that we can get lower with at least our current load of couple of hundred TPS, we'll see it at scale at like 10,000 TPS. And I'm pretty confident that it will do similarly. But you might think like, who cares about a couple of milliseconds? Like, what difference does that make to the end user? And that's like a very valid thing to ask. But interestingly, if you peel back the layers and you look under the hood, how markets work that you've seen on, you know, Robinhood and some of these other big platforms, it's really like a supply and demand problem. And in derivatives markets, yeah, it's very much a chicken and egg thing. If you have no liquidity, no users are going to come in there because you have wide spreads and it just sucks to trade on. But if they come in there, very tight spreads, which you kind of need to incentivize and need to have the right infrastructure for market makers to be able to adjust. Crypto prices move very quickly. They need to be able to readjust. And if you're building this AMM that updates every 400 milliseconds or in Ethereum every couple of seconds, you're just getting arbitraged all the time. LPs are losing a bunch of money. Like when you look at the markouts on Uniswap, all the LPs are getting fleeced. You don't really get that on limit order book exchanges or ones that are performant enough. And so you can actually get sustainable market microstructure happening there. Once you have that, you have the liquidity. Users will come in because they can actually trade efficiently. They won't just bleed money, essentially. And then the people who are providing the liquidity are actually profiting, I guess, off the spread there. And then you get this whole virtuous cycle happening. So I think, yeah, the more that we can bootstrap that and get that going, that'll be good.
Awesome, awesome. So now let's talk about go-to-market for Sonic. Like, how are you thinking of attracting more and more users? I think, like you mentioned, that one playbook is like you follow the immutable X playbook where you focus on like particular market segments. So what are the market segments you are most excited about to bring to Sonic, or just like in general bring more and more users to Solana?
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's a different kind of flywheel that's going on in the verticals that we're looking at. The flywheel that we're looking at is basically how many new users can we bring in from additional traffic pools, TikTok, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, what we call traditional attention markets, no capital, so to speak. And then once we bring those users in, how much can we retain for a new asset that they can potentially get? Give them a stake. For example, Sonic Token initially. Now there's a lot of ecosystem projects building on top of us. Just hosted our mainnet hackathon for around 260 projects, amongst which 16 or so we believe can go out and launch their assets there as well. Now you take those stake and then give it back to the users that's acquired through these traditional application channels, and then it actually decreases the amount of money you have to incentivize to these users directly, because they now hold the assets and they have a stake within the ecosystem. So we grow this kind of user pool by continuously doing that over and over again. And for Sonic, for example, we were only required to give out around 0.5% of our total supply for 500,000 total users that were using our TikTok application. Each one of them received around $50 to $60 of airdrops by the first day. Now, maybe not all of them sold that at that exact price point, but for any application of that magnitude, acquisition cost is a significant reward for these users. So kind of moving forward, what we're really excited to kind of bring onto our channels is actually trying to acquire these the same type of users through these traditional channels, and then bring them in as additional traders and liquidity into Solana. And when we started out, as a gaming L2 focused on games, that was also because that liquidity was missing from Solana. And now when we're looking at the entire landscape, we actually think that there are way more interesting ways for us to actually launch assets off of TikTok. The previous version of our mini app, for example, had a huge limitation when we didn't own the front end. We actually didn't own the order flow that's actually routing towards, for example, Solana or Sonic's DEXs. But now when we're thinking about the new distribution channels, we're thinking about our own front end, a web app or for example, a browser that can basically aggregate all of those transactions, and we can route those transactions into our order books or a partner's order books, and then charge very thin fees on top of that. And we've seen that play out with the likes of Jupiter, with Pump, where aggregation of multiple contracts or multiple exchanges actually allows the front-end protocol to capture a lot of value as well. So that's a long-winded answer. Aside from basically gaming, we're now looking into AI, and we're looking to attention capital markets, which is basically all of the existing traffic channels, social media apps, and then trying to turn those mind shares into assets in certain way or form. And I think Kaido did a very good job here, where they actually index all of the data from YouTube, from Instagram, or maybe not Instagram, Twitter, and all these social media apps, and then basically calculated based on their own algo what that would translate to in terms of mindshare on specific platforms. So they just rolled out, for example, Yaps.market, which utilizes that data feed and then produces value for these new projects. But on Solana, for example, data is a huge problem. and the traditional markets data are not being stored on-chain and not turning into on-chain points or on-chain, I guess, rewards. So that's the middle point that we have to solve.
Yeah, makes sense. And also, since you touched upon like attention capital markets, like, can you give like 3-4 use cases on like what are the different use cases that can be built, let's say today on Sonic or even on Solana, or in fact like any chain, like what are the primary use cases you are looking forward for?
Yeah, we'll go with Sonic, and then I'd love to ask you for Solana. Yeah. And Yash is like one of the largest leading opinion leaders on this topic as well. So, in terms of Sonic, a couple use cases that we've seen. One that I'm actually very interested in is a vertical app that allows Livestream and then launches tokens with a very clear set of mindshare metrics as well as very clear compliance guidelines, right? Something like Pump being more permissionless than some of the other social media apps had a really wild period of time on Livestream. But that can be curated on app form and go through Apple with very, very high precision in compliance. Another one that we're looking at is basically meme coin launchpad before good, right? Charity-based meme launchpads that capture societal attention on some type of charity events and then turn that into assets on top of Solana and Sonic with pools on both sides. And then one of our other winners is turning all of the gaming assets and IPs of traditional kind of larger conglomerates, and then launching that with a fair launch model. So instead of the large companies owning a lot of IP and not allowing people to use it, anything on this platform is automatically for free able to be minted off of those IPs, and then you can trade and then speculate on top of those. And then the last one is basically a Discord-based, the Discord and Twitch-based kind of like plugin that allows you to monetize the impressions and attention off of these applications. But those are just some examples where I would say like these are all attention capital markets, so to speak. But on Solana, anything interesting?
Yeah, on Solana, I think like Pump is the OG attention capital markets. I think like it's the biggest attention capital exchange, you can say, because anytime you see like any events or any meta comes up, you will see like thousands of Pump coins like being built on, being made for that, and one or two of them succeed, and that become the default meme coin of that event or meta. So I think like Pump is the OG, obviously attention capital markets. But what I believe that like in Solana as well, the verticalization of Pump will start happening. So there would be like different verticals, which will be basically like pumpification of different verticals. It can be music. For example, time.fun is a very good example that it monetized, like it basically quantified the time of individuals, and it's now a capital markets for time. So I think like that's a very good, I would say, Pump vertical where it's same as like bonding curve mechanism, and then there's like graduation to Radium or Meteora, and then people keep earning like LP fees, but it just like focus on one vertical, which was time. So I think like overall on attention capital market, it will be like focusing on different things. So it can be even like something like gaming as well, like where people are building different games and they're launching it with a token. So it can be game coins. It can be also app coins. Like people are launching a lot of apps, and each app has its own token, and people are launching it almost every day. So I think like at the end, attention capital market is like if you can convert anything as a content, and you can like also coin it. I think like even Base started doing this, like coining all the content. So that's also a example of good example of attention capital markets. It's just like they could have done it better, but I think overall like these are all examples of attention capital markets. So yeah, really excited for this vision play out throughout the rest of year, where we move from just meme coins to app coins, game coins, content coins, and all sorts of random coins. So yeah, let's move further into the L2s discussion. One more thing I wanted to ask, like whether we should have like more roll-ups on Solana or more roll-apps on Solana, or basically like just more application specific SVMs or more general purpose SVM. Like I think you are taking more on the general purpose side, and you are taking more on the application specific side. So yeah, I would love to understand like what are your viewpoints on like which one should be more preferable? And this is not I'm talking about your own companies, but in general about Solana or SVMs.
Yeah, I can actually go first. We are general to a certain extent where there's a focus and use case, but we also have DeFi primitives and ecosystem building first. And I think for DeFi it might be a little bit different. I would love to hear your thoughts, but for us, there needs to be a thin layer of liquidity that can actually get interoperable, between Solana mainnet and Sonic. Otherwise, there will be no money on our chain and there will be no trading activity on our chain. So when we first start out building our ecosystem, there needs to be a DeFi track so that we can pick the lending, the LST, the DEX, and the stablecoins projects on top of us, even though they can directly be ported over from Solana. And I think that's something, coming back to our last topic, something Solana does very, very well is because of the EVM issues that we've seen in the previous era when the different L2s kind of rolled out, the optimistic L2s, the ZK L2s, and their programming models and the interfaces were different, which allowed the developers to really have to choose and stay on, the L2s. And because the mainnet was too expensive, they can't really go back to mainnet. But for Solana, the SVM itself, Solana itself, is actually used as the the interface for all of the SVMs. We are updating our SVMs as Onza is updating Agave codebase, and we're keeping in line with all of that programming interface. So what ends up happening is that as long as we have the tool set that Solana has, we can fork everything, and the developers actually have a cheaper and better testing ground for certain use cases, whilst the mainnet stays for liquidity. So a lot of our teams are developing both simultaneously on top of Solana and on top of L2, Sonic, which was not the case for most of the Ethereum L2 projects. So I think that's one of the key differentiations. And now we think that a general purpose L2 without a focus on Solana does not need to exist. And that's also why there is fewer L2s on Solana in general, even though we've seen the EVM boom and there is monetary value to be captured for sure, but without a reasonable use case and specific focuses, the liquidity can just stay on Solana. And for our case, only 10%, 20% of the attention capital markets tokens need to really be on Sonic to have that circulation of liquidity, and most of the activity, the trading activities and the settlements can still happen on Solana. That's our thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, largely agree with Chris on that. Yeah, I think our point was like specificity is something I've learned over the last couple of years is really important to have a focus. And for us, we're not like a massive team either. We're very like app specific, app focused. So I wasn't really interested in building a massive ecosystem, bootstrapping all this stuff, and essentially like reinventing the wheel. Like, do we need another LST platform? Do we need another like lending platform? Do we need all these things like reinvented on like a layer 2 for the sake of it? I feel like that's kind of been the Achilles heel of Ethereum, is like you just got a bajillion L2s and then people just copy paste the same stuff. And we weren't really keen to do that because I think everything already works pretty well in Solana because it scales. You've already got a lot of the Lego blocks there. So for us, it was like a very focused approach of like, let's just narrow in and let's just like basically build the product that we were trying to build and not worry too much about the infra or make that the focus of the thing, just still very much be application focused and just basically build that stack underneath it that enables, but still try and interface with the end customer and the end user. And so, yeah, I think that's been kind of good. We can make very opinionated choices and move very quickly on that. Instead of my worry has always been, you go out there and you're like, hey, we're an ecosystem, build a bunch of stuff on top of us. You work with a bunch of teams who maybe don't fully get it or that you can't have like full discretion over. But for us, we can kind of make all those choices and make it really fast and really good. But yeah, like to maybe take a step back, I had this conversation with Toli when we were kind of going through that pivot into thinking about L2s, and he kind of begged me, he was like, please don't build an Arbitrum on Solana. He's like, we don't need this general purpose layer. He's like, the fees are already like relatively cheap. We already have more throughput than like all L2s combined. Like we don't need this. And our goal was never like purely a scalability solution for Solana in terms of TPS. Like we're not even bottlenecking on Solana TPS on our like layer 1 exchange that we were running. We were maybe doing like 30 plus or something or other. Solana's doing like a couple of thousand now. So like we weren't even hitting the limits there. But it was basically just like the latency stuff that we were trying to optimize. So we just really focused on that and just really focused on the perps experience. And I think it'll be cool over time we will kind of expand out a little bit once we've found really solid product market fit and certain niches and certain verticals that need to go out there. But yeah, I think there's definitely like a mistake of going too wide too early, trying to tackle every problem under the sun, and I think it's just like death by 1,000 cuts essentially, where you never even like deliver one good product.
Yeah, I think on EVM side, Abstract also has a good approach where they build their own front end, and whatever apps which gets built on Abstract, like they get featured on the front end. So I think like it's also like one of the models like which I think like you are also exploring on, like how you can like aggregate all the different apps being built on Sonic. So do you think like in future all the different L2s or even SVMs, like they all will tend towards becoming more of a super app where there's a simple front end for accessing anything on your roll-ups or different SVM things, and then like kind of like you're already like kind of in that direction where there's only one front end for accessing anything on your let's say instance or chain, right? So what do you think about like front ends accruing most of the value, and maybe like in future your margins become so thin on the L2 side or your own chain side that you accrue only value towards through the front end? So what's your thesis on like front end accruing more fees rather than infra?
I can go first.
Yeah.
So I think the end game is not about like whether the front end is going to accrue all of the value. I think the end game for chains, at least, is that we all tend towards the same end game, which I don't know if we've talked about this, but I think from Hype, from Solana, and from BNB, and even Tron, there are three successful and really successful business models in crypto. The first one is exchanges, whether DEX or centralized exchange. And the choice really just depends on latency and speed and the technical differences. The second is launching assets and more, more specifically stablecoins for cross-border USD payments. And then the third is basically off of the exchange and the assets, you now have a chain, which generates revenue by launching additional assets on top of the chain, which then becomes an exchange almost as well. So now I think every single chain, if you think about Hype, whether it starts off with a super app and then move into Hyper EVM, or Tron starts off with basically a gaming or entertainment focused chain, buys BitTorrent and then moves into decentralized media and then goes into payments. And then gets integrated into exchanges. Or BNB, you have exchange and then you use the exchange to launch your chain and then settle a lot of assets on top of your DEX. Now that the tech is there, we are all tending towards the same end game. And now for us, building a new L2 or chain extension, whatever you want to call it, going backwards from that end game, how do we build that, right? You either build it from a super app that is exchange and then go down towards the chain layer like you guys are doing, or you start with a chain and then you find your distribution and channel that fits the chain's narrative as well as technical specs. And this is where I think one of the products that we're incubating, we want it to be the largest front end that all crypto native users use, and then it branches out to even larger traffic pools and bring them in. We're really good at vampire attacking traditional media channels, social media channels, and bringing those users in. But that front end itself is basically just an exchange. And without the trading activities that happen on the exchange or the launching of assets that happen off of that front end, there wouldn't be as much activity and there would be nothing bringing back to the chain. So the front end doesn't necessarily have to accrue all of the value, but it has the option to accrue all of the value because the trading activity is happening there. And that's how we bootstrap the network, by giving stake to the guys that are least or the most, the least skeptical and the most acceptable to new assets. And that's kind of my thoughts.
Mm-hmm. That's a cool take. Yeah, I think it's like an interesting, nuanced question. Yeah, I think the distinction to make here is we're essentially building a protocol. It's very different to just like a pure app. If you were Robinhood, it's just like one business, everything goes through that. They own the app, they own the desktop, they own the back end, everything is just kind of together. There's no real like public APIs or ability for other people to contribute. And I think the beauty with crypto is you have this kind of more permissionless platform that anyone can tap into, and yes, we probably start more looking like one of those apps in the early days where it's like, yeah, we have that first implementation of the front end, people trade on it, people start to like it, but I want people to come in there, I want them to build like a killer mobile app that is just like very optimized towards certain types of trading. If people want to trade more kind of meme coin type assets, you want to kind of gamify it a bit more, make it fun. If someone wants to take that on, we just have the APIs for people to be able to integrate into that. And the beautiful thing is, if we get liquidity and trading volumes really good on the core exchange, like people just tap into that essentially. It's not like you have to come in, oh, I got to reinvent the wheel, build my exchange. I got to find the market makers, find user acquisition stuff, and like bootstrap it there. It's like you're already tapping into a pretty robust backend for a bunch of these things. And if you want to charge higher fees on that and make a different business model on that, that's great. You earn, and then it also accrues value to the chain, which should accrue value to potentially token holders or something like that. So I think there's a really nice virtuous cycle going there. So yeah, I think that's the good thing of. That's where I see composability coming in. New people building front ends. I think trading is really cool because there's a lot of like algo automated trading stuff that happens. People build these trading terminals. If someone wants to use a CLI or build their own grid trading bot, that is also another thing that can tap in, and they can charge their own fees to their own end users. And that's when you start having all these things that funnel into this one kind of set of matching engines, essentially all these markets. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, you see that with, I guess, traditional finance. Like, everyone's got their own brokers and offering their own services, but that's all channeling into the same like matching engine in place that price discovery happens.
And I think on just continuing on that question, particularly for Bullet, would someone need a separate wallet apart from the Solana wallet, or all the settlement would be on the Solana mainnet itself? Like, what would be the UX for a user? Like, would it be same as they are using any other perps like Drift, Jupiter, Flash Trade, and all of that, or would it be different from that? Like, yeah, tell us more about the UX part.
Yeah, it's a good question. We're trying to make it as seamless as possible. I want this like layer 1.5 type experience. When I think on I've bridged to base and places like that. It's like I gotta wait 15 minutes for my funds to go in, and then I gotta change my RPCs on my MetaMask wallet, and then I gotta deal with all this stuff, and I have different assets on different chains. Some of that is somewhat unavoidable. Some of it you can do, I think, smart stuff on the UX side of things. So the way that we're trying to tackle it is we have full control over cryptography schemes, addressing schemes, stuff like that. So we use base 58 addresses, so it looks very familiar to the Solana stuff. We use the same ED 25519 signature scheme, so your Phantom wallet will work, your Backpack wallet will work, all these things will kind of work out of the box, which is very important in my opinion. Like, I don't want to force people into using MetaMask, like it's just going to be painful for people. There will be like a need to bridge essentially, but like I said, because we are using Solana for data availability, we can get this extremely quick. So within Solana finality, essentially within 15 seconds, or we could probably do even less if we wanted to, people will be able to bridge. I think that almost feels like using something on the L1, you bridge there, and then suddenly you kind of like sign that initial session key kind of prompt, and then you can just trade. And the beautiful thing is, if you've traded on some of the perp dexes like Drift or whatever, you have to sign every transaction. If you see a nice price that you want to grab, it's kind of like a painful process to do that all the time. But with our system, it's really nice. You basically log in there, you bridge funds, so you got your funds in there within, let's call it 10 seconds. We work with Privy, who do this kind of wallet account abstraction type stuff. So you go in there, you can bring your existing Solana wallet to authenticate, or you can log in with Google and bridge your funds in there. So you don't have to worry about passkeys and stuff like that. You sign that session key, and then you can just go ham, essentially, and go and trade very quickly. And then getting your funds out of there, you will have to wait for basically optimistic settlement. But once we move to like ZK fraud proofs, I think we can get that down to 15 minutes. So I think once your funds are in the chain, it should be like fairly painless to get them in there. And then once they're there, we have so much discretion around how to change things and how to make them super slick. And I think we can basically get an almost centralized exchange like login experience going there, which I think will be like a big unlock when you're going to like a more less crypto native audience, I would say.
Yeah, I really like session keys here because I think it's a huge UX unlock. I think it was introduced back in 2021, 22, but it wasn't used a lot. But I think now it's again coming back. In fact, we are also releasing a game tonight itself using session keys. So you can do infinite number of transactions with any latency you want. So I think that's a really smart solution. So now moving on to the last question, I think how many L2s or rollups or L1s would Solana have? Like, what's your? I wouldn't say like even number estimation, but what do you think like would be the end goal here? Like, would there be like 1 million rollups, or would there be like 1,000 rollups, or would there be 100 rollups, or like it can be even L1s rollups, or what types of SVMs we want to call? Yeah, I'll ask with start with
Yeah, I
Christian.
mean, sorry to David Hoffman from Bankless, just don't agree with him on the millions of roll-ups theory. I just don't think we need it. Like I said, like Solana is a general purpose chain and a performant one at that, so it caters to the vast majority of use cases. So yeah, I think as Chris also like correctly identified, I don't think we need a bajillion like additional chains. It just fragments liquidities. There's definitely like we've seen how that is hamstrung Ethereum in their current roadmap, and it's caused all this fragmentation. And it's weird to see them backflip now and be like, let's scale the L1, and it's like all back to front essentially. So no, I think there's going to be a pretty limited number, and as with all kind of things, applications in crypto, it's kind of like a winner takes most, or I think like the long tail kind of ends up just like fading into irrelevance. So I don't know, maybe like 10 is a reasonable number, 5 to 10, you know, we'll see like what different use cases, like I think gaming is a very strong one. I think there's probably something in deep in AI that makes a lot of sense. People are working on certain like compression protocols. I think the trading stuff, you're probably going to see us. I'm sure there'll be other ones that pop up as well. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be an infinite amount, and I think it's good to keep it kind of small and focused if we can kind of focus liquidity into those places, but that's just my guess.
Yeah, I think on the order of magnitude, I'm with Tristan on 10 to 100 maybe is like similar order of magnitude, but that's before one of them hits $10 billion, $20 billion of FDV, and if that happens, we're going to see a lot because it's forking and it's just easier. But I think winner takes all will be the end state where there might be a lot, but the relevant ones are going to be very limited to tens of amounts. And
I think it also depends on the tooling. Like if you guys are building generalized L2 tooling, that's the way for, it's kind of like what Conduit and other guys are doing, like spin up your own OP chain, and here we'll have this kind of network extension stack that anyone can go and spin up their own chain.
That's what we were thinking originally, was that we can basically give this tooling to all the other devs that want to build their L2s. But I think it's like, is there eggs first or chicken first, where if you don't own the distribution and don't own the users, why would you build another chain who are using it too? And I think the infra game itself is actually already over or close to being over, unless you have something that is very, very different. So yeah.
I agree. That's actually a big draw of why people come to Solana L1 in the first place, is like not necessarily the tech anymore, but people, second-time founders, I think, realize distribution is so important. And so you see all these people coming from EVM land, they're like, I want to be in Solana right now because I can just tap into like 100,000 users day one, which is pretty cool.
Awesome, awesome. So yeah, we are almost at the end of L2's panel. So I think like overall the message is clear that there would be like a lot of different SVMs being built on top of Solana. I think like mostly it will be use case specific. For example, of like Tristan is building for perps, and then Chris is building for gaming and attention capital markets. So I think like every app can have like some components which is like not on Solana mainnet, but overall I believe that Solana mainnet would be the ultimate chain, and it's not like Ethereum where it's the infrastructure of B2B chain, but Solana will always be the B2C chain. So yeah, that was the L2's panel, and yes, see you around here. And yeah, thanks for the for your takes here.
Yep. Thank you, Alex. All right. Thanks, everyone. Good stuff.
All right, this next speaker is a core contributor over at Camino. Not only that, but he's an old friend and probably one of the nicest guys on Solana. And if you're familiar with Camino, they have a whole universe of products, which includes, of course, borrow and lend, multiply, vaults. But what I find the most impressive about the Camino team is that the core behind all of the decisions that they make is about what is safe for the user. So it feels amazing that we have a world-class DeFi protocol on Solana that is concerned with user funds, and so it is my great honor to introduce to this stage my friend, Vic. Give him a big round of applause.
Mic check, mic check. Yeah, sounds great. All right. First of all, let me say I feel honored to be able to speak to all of you today on this stage here in beautiful Istanbul. So thank you so much for being here. Today, I would like to share a story. And this story is not just a story of how Camino Finance came to be and how we have built this DeFi powerhouse on Solana. It is actually also my own story as someone who's been with Camino since, not just early days, but before it actually began and became a thing. But also additionally, as someone who's been through the ups and downs in the Solana ecosystem. And this also makes it to the story of some of you people over here. Because, I know a lot of you, and many of you have been through the same ups and downs that we've experienced. So let me take you all down a small trip down memory lane today. As Eno said, many people, or most people probably know us for our borrow-lend protocol. Camino Finance is the largest credit market on Solana, currently boasting over $3 billion in deposits. Some people may also know us for other products like Multiply, Leverage, or Camino Swap, which we introduced. I'll be talking about that later too. But it actually started with something else. And it started with liquidity vaults. So there was a problem. As is often the case, when you build something, you begin with the problem. What are you going to solve? The problem back in the days, and this is years ago, was liquidity and capital efficiency. Back then, there wasn't as much attention on Solana as today. And there also wasn't as much liquidity. And the liquidity that was on-chain wasn't necessarily super capital efficient. This was really early days, right, when concentrated liquidity started becoming a thing. We had a solution. Camino Finance was officially born. The product that we launched with, the product that we launched with is automated liquidity vaults. Some people call them automated market-making vaults. So that's how it launched. And this product that we originally launched with, as of today, is not just the largest in all of Solana. It is the largest in all of crypto. So we are extremely humbled by the success of this original product that we came out with. But even if we see success today, it wasn't easy to get there. There were a lot of ecosystem problems. One of them mainly, I'm sure some of you do remember this, was the FTX rug pull. So we launched Camino Finance, and we were so proud that we had reached like 6.5 million in TVL after 3 weeks, right? It was great. We were on a high, it was amazing. Boom, FTX happened. TVL dropped to 750,000. Deep ecosystem depression, and everything worked on the smart contract side. People were able to withdraw. People were able to get their funds out. This is DeFi, so no issues there, except for the pain. The pain for us as builders, as a team, the pain in the whole ecosystem. Even the people who were in Solana, they were not really sure, are we going to survive this? We were all at FTX partying. It was sorry, not FTX. We were all at Breakpoint partying. It was the final closing party when all of this happened, right? Some people like myself, I slept through it. But yeah, it was really painful. The ecosystem depression, it wasn't just that. It was also that Solana afterwards was not really taken seriously from people from outside, right? An example for this is, I work in BD operations. Back then, after FTX happened, I'm based in Switzerland, so I went to a lot of meetups in Zug and Zurich. I was hunting for institutional leads. I was trying to figure out, or we were trying to figure out, what do institutions want? How are DeFi funds thinking about deploying capital on chain? How are market makers thinking about potentially using our tools, the automated market making vaults? It's user interviews, basically. We're trying to figure out what they want, what they need, and if the products that we built will work out for them. What's the appetite? And I went to these meetups and I wanted to talk about the great stuff that we built. Camino, I love Camino. We built a great product, and we knew this even back then. But I wasn't able to speak about Camino because all the people there, they were just asking about Solana. Isn't Solana dead? Is there anything going on there? I mean, FTX just destroyed Solana. So I had to clear up all these misconceptions. I felt like a Solana ambassador. I wanted to talk about Camino, but I did not have the chance. But I felt, it was kind of my duty to clear up these misconceptions. Many people really thought that Solana was done, over. But they were wrong. We believed in the whole technology. And I want to tell you about what our approach was during these hard times and just overall. I have 3 bullet points. One of them is too early, but our approach was keep, beep, shipping. So that was our approach. We doubled down. We knew that this was the chain that we thought that DeFi would be the most successful. We started building on Solana because we knew that the tech was superior. So we had very strong conviction here. And yeah, we doubled down. We kept building throughout the bear as well. And we always had products in mind that we wanted to build. These could have been things that we thought would make sense. It could have been things that we figured out people wanted because we talked to our users. We did a lot of user interviews, collecting feedback, etc. So we had all of these things in mind. And how we did it, basically the evolution of what we had with Camino Liquidity, then turned into what many of you know today, into Camino Lend. So the idea there, and Camino as of today, over $2 billion in TVL, over $3 billion in assets supplied. It has grown into a giant on Solana. I'll talk more about certain things there, but we knew from the beginning that we wanted to build something like this. I'm not going to go too technical, but the initial product that we had, the Liquidity Vault product, if you provide liquidity into something like Sol, MSol, Sol, Jito, Sol, then you get an LP token in return. And we knew that we wanted to enable people to borrow against these LP tokens for multiple reasons. I can talk more about that if you ask me after the speech. And we actually first focused on liquid staking tokens. We kind of knew that liquid staking was a great thing, that there's a lot of DeFi integrations that can be done there. We have worked a lot with Jito, with Marinade, great teams. And yeah, so we already kind of knew what we wanted to build, right? In terms of execution and how we actually did it, Eno mentioned this in the beginning. The number one thing that was always important to us and still is, it's like our northern star, our guiding star, is security. We always have a security-first approach, right? I don't even know the number at this point. I think we have 13, 14 audits or something. We're the first DeFi protocol to be to have formal verification. We work together with Certora. They also have a booth somewhere here. Make sure to check them out. Any new release, any new smart contract changes are audited. We know, it took us a long time to build all of this trust, right? Such that people feel safe leaving their money on Camino. I talked to a couple of people today, and they said, I have stuff on Camino. I don't even really check it, And that's great because people trust us. Trust is very hard to earn and very easy to lose. The ecosystem trusts us. We are very humbled by this. And security, always first. Otherwise, in terms of execution, we also need to be operationally very good because we work with the largest projects in Solana, outside of Solana, some projects that are migrating to Solana or, a project that's releasing their token. We want to make sure that they have an extremely, not just efficient, but knowledgeable and professional team to work with who actually understands the ecosystem and understands, does their approach make sense or not? So it's not just the technology that we provide, but the knowledge that the team also has. And yeah, we had a couple of additional products, like in the lending market. People love looping their JLP. The JLP market is something that people really loved. And a couple of other things, too. Really important in terms of our approach of how we build products. I already talked about security, right? Product synergies are kind of important to us. So Camino came out of the need for something else, for deeper liquidity. Lending was also created as an additional kind of offering that made sense together with liquidity, with the liquidity product that we originally launched. On the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit more about these synergies. Our product suite. It didn't just end with Camino Lend. We didn't just create this borrow lend protocol and then said, okay, cool, we're done. We created a product called Multiply, for example. I love it. It's great. You should definitely try it out. People could do this without the Multiply product. So they could do something like take their Jito Sol or their M Sol, borrow Sol against it, swap that Sol manually to Jito Sol or M Sol, deposit it again, borrow more. They do this because they want to lever up their yield. But as I explained, it's a lot of clicks, right? We want to make things as easy as humanly possible. We're really striving for that butter experience. We want people to understand what they're doing. We want to provide them transparent data analytics so they know if they're winning or losing. They shouldn't have to run their own spreadsheets in Excel to see if they're losing money on, impermanent loss or whatever. So what we did with Multiply is, instead of having people do all these clicks, now people only have to do one click. And it's an atomic transaction. It uses flash loans. And you're done. You've deposited. You're earning. You now levered up your yield, right? We want to make these things as easy as possible to use. And this lives on top of the borrow lend market, on the same core infrastructure, battle-tested, multiple times audited, so you can feel safe using these products. We also added spot leverage on top of the lending market. So instead of saying, oh, I'm depositing SOL, I'm borrowing USDC, swapping the USDC for more SOL, this is spot leverage, you just click once. You choose your leverage. I want to go 3x long on SOL, and it's done. You're done. And you will see how your position is doing. You can easily also get out of that instead of having to, wind this position down in a pretty cumbersome experience. So all of these things live on top of Camino Lend. Another thing that I'm excited about, and I'm going to show you a video in a little bit, is we launched Camino Swaps. This launched recently. The first iteration was limit orders, powered by Pyth's Express Relay. Shout out to the Pyth guys, great product. No MEV, no slippage. So you can set your limit orders on a select amount of assets. Feel free to reach out to them if you want to know how their Express Relay works. This was our first integration for swaps, but we knew that we need market orders as well. Most people, they don't, like big traders do, they set their limit orders if they know what they're doing in terms of trading, but most people are just going to like swap. I want to swap, sold, market order for USDC or whatever. No, we don't sell, we buy, so it's the other way around, right? Then we launched market orders, and Camino Swap is a meta aggregator. So we're not directly competing with, the sorts of Jupiter, because Camino now aggregates Jupiter. And if you swap on Camino Swap, if Jupiter provides the best price, cool, that's where it's going to be routed through. If dFlow provides the best price, that's where it's going to be routed through. If Pyth's Express Relay provides the best price, that's where your trade is going to be routed through. So the user should always get the best swap possible, and you will get precise price quotes. It's not going to be just estimations. You will always know that this is the amount that you will at least receive. Awesome product. I'm just going to show you an example of what that looks like. It's not a live demo. I'm not insane. But it works perfectly fine, I think. Yeah, OK. So you enter $10, you buy SOL. In this case, in the bottom, you see it's dFlow. Provides a better price, the best price currently. You swap, it's done. You see how much you earn compared to the next best route. Now I'm selling. Selling SOL is not legal, so don't do it. But it's super fast. It's seamless. And you will get the best possible route from all of the liquidity venues that we aggregate. So feel free to try it out. There's a referral program. There's weekly prizes to be won. Camino Swap will always give you the best price possible on Solana. So What's next? Yeah, I have a couple of seconds left. So what we always want to do is further improve Solana DeFi. We want to improve and keep on improving the existing product. We want to create new products that people need. But especially improving the product, it's really important to us that we also keep shipping these quality of life features. There's people who've been using Camino for 2 to 3 years, right? They know all of these improvements, and we want to, on one hand, of course we want to acquire new users in any way possible, pretty much, but we also want to make the existing users more happy, because we listen to the users, we collect the feedback. It doesn't matter if you're a normal user or you're a DeFi fund, whatever, a degen trader. We want to listen to you, and we want to make the experience better. And all of this, of course, while remaining the safest product possible. So all of these security measures that I've talked about, anything new will always be audited. And we just want to also keep setting the standard for security. So we want to have a leading role here. If you go to risk.camino.finance, you're going to see all of the data, right? If you're into numbers, please do check it out. And this is the last part, not just even about Camino, but what's next for Solana DeFi. We're super excited. We're talking to a lot of institutions. They are very excited about coming to Solana. We are there to support them over their whole journey. If they need to seed on-chain liquidity, they go through the liquidity vaults. Once there's enough liquidity, we onboard them through lending. We enable their tokens, their stablecoins in spot leverage, in different kinds of markets, etc. So we can take them along on this whole journey because we've built out that product suite and that expertise. So yeah, final words, I guess. It's stablecoin season. There's a lot of interesting things coming with Bitcoin being on-chain, yield-bearing Bitcoin assets. So we're very excited to be at the center of all of this. And of course, very humbled for all the trust that everyone puts into us. The only one thing that's left in terms of what's next for Solana DeFi for Camino is going to be Camino Lend v2. This is going to be our biggest release so far, and we are sure that it's going to reshape lending on Solana. Modular lending has proven to be a thing where we think that this will further help scale Camino, and all of this is on top of the already existing stable and secure smart contracts, which are open source, and all of you know and love. That is pretty much it. Thank you so much for listening today. If you have any questions about Camino, feel free to hit me up, join our Discord, whatever. I'm here for any kind of questions that you have. Camino is Solana. Solana is Camino. We are Solana. We're born and raised in Solana, and this is where we're also going to stay. Thank you very much.
Give it up one more time for Vic. Oh man, I love a good Camino talk, honestly. Okay, so who here is like not in Solana quite yet? You like Solana, but you maybe want to build here, right? Any builders in the space? We got Yuki over there. We got a lot of timid hands over here, right? Here's the thing, right? If you're not building on Solana already, what are you doing? And the second thing, right, is you absolutely must submit to the Coliseum Breakout Hackathon. It's going on right now, and all submissions are due by next month on the 16th. You have like 20-ish days to go, so you absolutely must submit to the hackathon. And I'm telling you, if you do exceptionally well, you might even be invited over to the Coliseum incubator, right? And there are some rockstar projects that have come out of the Coliseum incubator, which include MetaDAO, which is pioneering market-driven decision-making, as well as OR, which is liquid digital gold. And here today, I think hey, Maddie, do you fly all the way from the US? He flew all the way from the US to tell us all about the Coliseum Breakout Hackathon, as well as, I'm sure, a bunch of other things. If you want to learn more about how this works and also like how to increase your chances, I think you should seriously pay attention to this talk. It's very important. So please give a big round of applause to the co-founder of Coliseum, Maddie Tay!
All right. That was by by far the best intro I've ever had. That was great. So yeah, I'm Matty. I'm the co-founder of Coliseum. Let's see if is this working? The slides come. Oh, there we go. So yeah, for those that don't know, Coliseum runs ecosystem hackathons for the Solana Foundation as well as the broader community. We also have an accelerator program, which he mentioned, for the winners of the hackathon. And then we also have a venture fund, and we invest in all the teams getting into the accelerator and other pre-seed, early-stage teams in the Solana ecosystem. And I'll get into more about Coliseum, but what I want to kind of focus on and what this presentation is mostly about is the hackathon piece and kind of our inspiration of why we use the hackathon for Coliseum, but it's also a mechanism to just grow the Solana ecosystem overall. And a lot of our inspiration comes from history. So there's a lot of different models for funding innovation in history, and it goes all the way back to the 1st century BC with things like high stakes patronage. So there would be patrons, wealthy families, individuals that would put up basically requests for products in a modern sense, try to tap into engineers and innovators during those times to build various things from art to buildings to a long tail of other things that they need in society at that time. And I think even later on, where this kind of got crystallized, at least from my perspective, was with Napoleon's Volta Prize, which was just an open competition, upheld by basically the French government at the time, and they wanted to just see what innovators across the world could bring to the table in terms of pushing society forward. And further, just not even inventing, but also commercializing those innovations, which was pretty key. And so they held this prize, and one of the first winners in 1880 was Alexander Graham Bell for the telephone. It was a pretty radical idea at the time. The funding that Bell got at that time from Napoleon turned into Bell Labs, and they went on to obviously create many innovations over time. There's also been very specific challenges put out. So DARPA had the Grand Challenge to push forward EV vehicle innovation in the early 2000s. And so just throughout history, this has been a common way of running competitions to get innovators to push things forward. In more modern times, I would say most people have probably heard of a hackathon. It's a developer event, usually 24 to 48 hours. You kind of get with some friends, you eat a bunch of pizza, drink a bunch of Red Bull, and sleep in sleeping bags, and you try to basically compete for various bounties that sponsors put up. So whatever technology or organization is hosting the hackathon, usually there's a series of cash prizes involved in building specific products that use that technology. My first sort of touch point with hackathons was when I worked at Square. We held this basically week-long internal hackathon that ended up actually getting Bitcoin integrated into Cash App, but Cash App itself, for those that don't know, maybe if you don't live in the United States, it's a very popular way to send money back and forth through a mobile app. This application turned out to be one of the largest revenue drivers for the company, which I thought was really interesting. It produced billions of dollars in revenue today for Square. But then I kind of learned about all these other sort of hack weeks or hackathons that internal companies were running, everything from like Facebook to actually Audio, which was the podcast company before Twitter. They built Twitter during a hackathon. Spotify's Discover Weekly, Atlassian's Jira Service Desk, and even something like Google has not what they call Hack Week or a hackathon, but what they call 20% time, which is basically they encourage employees to use a portion of their time to work on some sort of side project that could benefit the company overall. And so things like AdSense and Gmail, which drive a tremendous amount of revenue for the business, were started as side projects. And so when I got into crypto in 2017, I was working in Ethereum and working for a project called 0x. One of the things that we decided to do early on was to try to run one of these like internal company hackathons and see what we could produce. And that was kind of the start of it for me, and kind of the beginnings of, I'd say, the inspiration for Coliseum later on. Just to touch on, before getting into Coliseum and what we're doing with that organization, it's important to touch on like kind of the history of just crypto hackathons itself. And so the first was ETH Global. So when Ethereum was making a big push to grow kind of developers and also startups building on the network, there's an organization called ETH Global. It exists today. They run what's more of like a traditional tech hackathon, where it's an IRL place. You go to a company conference area or a gymnasium or a conference center, and you hack for 48 hours on some sort of Ethereum project. And that's had some success, but I think a lot of the problems is that traditional hackathons are very ephemeral, meaning like you're only working on it for a very brief amount of time. There's only so much you can build in terms of a proof of concept in 48 hours. And so when I joined Solana Labs in 2020, we decided to start running hackathons and sort of modify the structure of what people thought of a hackathon to be more like the historical references of this. So more like the Volta Prize, or more like internal kind of tech Silicon Valley company hackathons that I had seen become successful in terms of creating products that generate revenue. And so when in 2020, when we ran our first one, which was called Wormhole, we decided that it was just going to be an open competition. It was during COVID, so it was obviously going to be online. We were going to run it over the course of maybe 6 to 7 weeks, and just have basically anyone. There were no specific bounties other than you had to integrate with Solana. So we weren't very prescriptive with what people should build, and we just thought that was a better model to bring not just developers but more startup founders who wanted to basically start building enduring products that would become kind of on-chain drivers for the ecosystem. And so over time, we've developed and iterated and kind of like modified the structure and created marketing channels around these events, and that led to sort of the development and spin out of Coliseum, which is the organization that I run with my co-founders today. And the hackathons have grown to be the largest in the world, not just in crypto, but tech broadly, and has driven a lot of the success in terms of venture funding. So about 80% of all VC-backed startups in the Solana ecosystem started as hackathon projects. Those companies cumulatively are around 20 billion in terms of market cap. And many of the names that have been presenting, even the previous presentation on Camino, that original team was a winner of an early hackathon. Even one project I know that's missing here is actually like Step, who's putting on this conference. They were an early hackathon winner a few years ago, and so Coliseum's mission is to make sure that this keeps happening. Like, how do we make sure that there are more Caminos coming into the ecosystem, and what sort of gaps can we fill in terms of accelerating those folks? And so that's really kind of where we started with Coliseum. We've built out basically our own like web platform that allows people to obviously participate in the hackathons, but also to do things like, how do you find a co-founder, or how do you sort of maybe share your product ideas before the hackathon starts? I think when I joined crypto, and we hear this all the time from people, even at events like this, they ask us, like, how do I find a co-founder? Like, where do I find people? Like, none of my friends when I got into crypto were into crypto at the same time. And so I had to go to IRL events to find kind of my people, in a sense. And so we've built this platform, this directory of all these developers. There's over 50,000 now developers that have signed up for the platform, where you can search for potential co-founders. You can see kind of what skills they have, what they're interested in building, and start DMing them and getting a sense of what they're interested in long term. And then obviously using the hackathon is sort of like the first test point of that kind of like co-working relationship. to see if they actually want to build a startup together. And we've seen this work in the past. So like I think Tensor is a good example of this. They used a similar platform to find each other. They didn't know each other. They used the hackathons to sort of iterate on product ideas over time that led to Tensor and obviously what they're building with Vector today. And so we've sort of modeled like the hackathon. This is a great idea, experimentation, innovation sort of competition. But then of the top 10 to 15 teams, what can we do through the accelerator to help them kind of go from just an idea or a proof of concept to an actually full-fledged startup? And so we've run two batches of accelerator startups so far. We are about to run our third with our third hackathon. And I think we've learned a lot through this. We've raised a venture fund around this. In fact, like we invest $250,000 in each team coming through the program, and just try to help them everything from legal to go-to-market to developer, kind of getting to mainnet. I think a lot of people kind of get to DevNet in the hackathon, but they need a lot of help on the technical side sometimes to get to mainnet, and that can include things like audits and hiring maybe the first or second engineer. And so we have a few minutes left. I'll just mention that Coliseum in the future will kind of continue to lean on some of the learnings we've had from history, whether it's the Volta Prize or what's happened with kind of internal company hackathons and how those are developing. And I think our goal is to just further accelerate the number of startups that are pushing sort of the ecosystem forward into the future. And so we're running our third hackathon. It's already probably going to be our next biggest hackathon. There's about 7,000 developers across the world that are already participating. It's called the Breakout Hackathon. And there will be basically a product submission form that will become available on our site on May 16th. That's where you can submit your product if you're a builder. And then we'll invest in 10 of the top winners coming out of the event. And hope you guys, if you are building a startup, you can come chat with me after. But also make sure to check out our Twitter. It's at Coliseum. Our website at coliseum.com. And really appreciate you guys' time listening to what we're doing.
Give it up one more time for Matty Tay! All right. Oops, I think I came to the stage a little too quick. No, it's okay. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, so actually, you guys are in for a real treat. Like this fireside chat actually gives me goosebumps a little bit because you're going to be hearing from an OG in Solana. Actually, it's about as OG as it gets. He was formerly the head of communications at Solana Foundation and then got an upgrade, then became the head of strategy over at Solana Foundation. He's currently a co-founder over at 00, right? And honestly, if it wasn't for his efforts post-FTX, defending Solana to the media, I don't think that any of us would be here right now, and that man is Austin Federa. So can we give Austin Federa a big round of applause? Keeping Solana alive. And of course, we have our moderator, the executive director of Jito Foundation, Brian Smith. Please give them one big round of applause.
Hey guys, thanks everyone for being here. I think most people in this room have hopefully heard of 00, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, Austin, if you want to give just a quick TLDR, maybe starting with like the vision of why you felt compelled to leave Solana Foundation, embark on this new project, and then we can get into the weeds about like what it actually is doing.
Yeah, certainly. So 00 is at its core a physical fiber network dedicated to high performance distributed systems. And it's kind of a weird project to be talking about in the sense of like 99% of things in crypto are software layers, right? This is like the whole promise of crypto is software abstraction and software systems that allow us to do things not previously possible. But you get to a place pretty quickly in pretty much every tech company, going back as far as you can define tech company, you get to a point where everything trying to do software needs to look at hardware. And they need to look at hardware because these type of systems are always limited by the physical layer and the physical systems they're running on top of. And so you see this having taken effect in traditional tech companies, that Facebook got to a size where it had to wire up the Philippines with fiber optic internet to sell people ads, right? That was where they reached their growth trajectory. And crypto, honestly, is there. Solana is, by orders of magnitude, the fastest network for the number of validators that it has, right? You can think this, it's kind of a ratio. No one's like put a definition on the name of it, but like Ethereum has more validators, but it only does 14 things per second. There are networks that do similar transaction volumes to Solana, but they have a 10th or a 20th or 1/2000th the validator network size if they run it on a single sequencer. And so 0.0 is kind of a wholesale rejection of that future that says we either need to crash the validator set dramatically or we have to be roughly content with 10,000 TPS forever. And we just think that there's fundamentally a better way to do this.
Yeah, and so I mean, I think the most tangible benefit that people can think of is the fiber. I think there's a couple other benefits that we can get into, but I mean, maybe starting with like, what does it look like today for a validator in Tokyo to communicate with the rest of the cluster in Amsterdam, and how do you guys envision improving that?
Yeah, so you might think the public internet is like this really fast, incredible thing, and it is this incredible thing, but the public internet is built for reach, it's not built for performance. And so if you are operating on, let's say, a validator in Tokyo and you're trying to talk to a validator in Amsterdam, there's a whole bunch of hops that your data takes along the way to get there, and it does not take a straight line path. You might think, oh, there's a cable that runs from, you know, Tokyo over the top, then goes down into Amsterdam. And you're right, there's actually several cables that run nearly directly. The problem is those cables aren't what you're being routed over on the public internet. You're being routed through a whole system that's been built up over the last 30 or 40 years, which is designed pretty much for maximum reach and not performance. And the business incentives are not to give you a high performance experience. They're to basically zero rate the billing across your competitors. And so you will find that when data is moving from Tokyo to Amsterdam, in this example you give, it's going in a very indirect route, and it's running into basically queuing. So it's like merging onto a highway. The speed of the highway traffic slows down, always, right?
Yeah.
And so you run into these systems where you're stuck in basically a packet queue, sometimes for up to a second or more. And this is called jitter. Jitter is the measurement of time it takes data to get from one place to another, averaged over a standard period of time. So you might say the ping time is maybe 200 milliseconds, and ping time and latency are the same thing in this case. But sometimes it takes 200 milliseconds, sometimes it takes 250, sometimes it takes 190, sometimes it takes 470. And that sort of on-off again latency, that indeterminate nature of networking over the public internet, it's a real performance killer for high-performance systems. That is the single biggest problem, because suddenly you think about this, all this data is arriving out of order now at the validator, or if not out of order, it's arriving in very like stop-start intervals. And so it means you have to stick things in caches and queues, and you have to basically reassemble the data as it comes in, and sometimes it comes in out of order. And that can cause real problems when you're trying to move systems at 400 milliseconds, let alone 10 milliseconds.
So do you see the jitter reduction as actually the more impactful benefit in the near term relative to the latency?
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at Solana today, latency is a limiting factor if you want to run a node in South Africa or South America or Australia. It's not a limiting factor for basically the northern hemisphere, right? What is a limiting factor is jitter. And so today, if you look at the network, jitter is one of the main performance characteristics we can improve. That'll reduce skip rate, that'll improve transaction deliverability. It'll basically make the cluster able to move a little bit quicker than it does today. But we're not just building this to have more fiber connected between folks and have lower latency and lower jitter. We're doing this so you can go from 50 million CUs to 500 million CUs. And we can keep 400 millisecond block times. We can massively scale what's available on Solana by basically saying, look, the public internet is not going to be our limiting factor in scale. Because we could keep the public internet as a limiting factor of scale in Solana, but one of two things are going to happen. Either this is Solana's Ethereum moment and it just says, we're never going to get any faster, this is it. Or you start to see everyone move to Amsterdam, right? There's the two models of the world. There's the Ethereum model of the world and the Hyperliquid model of the world. And that's kind of the only two options today. And if you don't address the lowest level of the stack, which is the physical connectivity between different systems around the world, you're just stuck with those choices. And I think both of those choices are not great.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you and I care a lot about kind of the underlying technical details, but I mean, Solana, right, is a user-centric chain. That is the beauty of it. Like, if I am trying to ape Farcoin because I think something crazy is going to happen with Trump and it's about to bounce, like, how does this impact me as a user of Solana that the jitter is reduced, the latency is reduced?
Yeah, so you'll see, like, a bunch of different things take place during periods of congestion. So, like, let's take the non-congestion start, because I think that's, like, probably maybe a little more interesting, actually. So the amount of time it takes when you hit send on Phantom or Soulflare or whatever you're using, that data has to run out to an RPC server, then it has to run from the RPC server to the leader. And that's like in the most optimistic case. Sometimes it's actually running to catch up with a leader. Maybe it's running through a Jito block engine, right? All of these things add latency in the system. And so one of the things you're able to do in markets that move faster and they move with less latency and less jitter is slippage goes down, because price discovery is now more immediate and markets are responding with faster, better data and better availability. So we will probably see slippage drop on Solana a little bit, which is good for everyone who's a retail trader. We'll also see that, like, the situation you have sometimes of, like, oh, a market has moved and, like, my front end didn't realize it. That'll, like, be a much more addressable problem. The other one really is, like, when you're trying to pull fresh data, there's sort of like two sides of this, right, from a user perspective. There's, can I write data to the chain more quickly? And the answer is yes. The other is, can I read data from the chain more quickly? And we don't spend much time on this. Like, I think Max said a tweet earlier today that's like, the state machine isn't the problem, it's data replication. And that's 100% right. Even the centralized sequencers today in the Ethereum world, they have a massive problem of they just can't get the data out to the RPC servers fast enough. And when you can't get the data out, like, you can think about this as like there's a propagation rate. And I know we're getting a little away from users, but there's a propagation rate of data coming out of any central system. And you're basically limited by the light cone of that data. And if that data is not getting to you quickly, it's as if the block didn't even get produced, right? Now, for traders who are co-locating and that sort of thing, they kind of get this exponential multiplication effect where they'll be able to be faster than users again and again and again when the data hasn't fully propagated out. And so if you really want these systems to not fall into the same problems of TradFi, which is unless you pay a huge amount of money and have a server co-located at NYSE, tough luck, right? You're never going to beat the traders. And even if you are doing that, you don't have the fresh arbitrage data coming in from all the other exchanges to be able to have the best price predictions. I think it's really important that we look at this stuff at a very base layer and say, if we really believe that one of a property of a blockchain is economic fairness, not that your transaction and my transaction are treated equally, but we have the same ability to pay for prioritization and therefore have our transactions be treated equally. We have to really think about data flows both on the ingress and the egress side.
Yeah, and I mean, for context, I think people may be surprised. What is the lag? You know, I think everyone, probably knows Solana is 400 millisecond blocks. You know, transaction can land very fast. You know, if it's at a Helios or a Triton RPC and then it's submitted to the leader, that is actually turned around pretty quickly. But what is the lag that people experience on the other steps of that on a relative basis, right? You have the front end, you have the wallet submission, then you have the read layer to actually get the little pop-up that says your transaction has been filled.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stuff that people don't think about as much. By the time you've gotten a transaction to a Jito block engine, you're pretty close to there, right? There's 8 of them now.
I think 5 or 6.
Five
Maybe
or six of
six,
them now.
I think, with the London one.
And so they're pretty well located around the world that you have good distribution relative to stake. The real long time is everything else you talked about. So just because your RPC has received data, right? So Jito runs a whole program called Treadstream, but there's lots of other systems out there where a block is produced by my validator, and then your RPC gets it. Well, your RPC now has to read everything in it, add it to its little database, and figure out, okay, well, when someone requests data, now I have to send this thing back out. So we can easily, when you're looking at like data on a front end or data in your wallet, you can be looking at 2-second-old data, right? And that is a lot of blocks at this point, right? Yeah. Especially because like Solana doesn't, everyone's like, oh, 400 millisecond blocks on Solana. Solana actually has much shorter confirmation times than that. If you use the Ethereum language of pre-confirmations and other types of church Latin, like Solana basically, every shred is a pre-confirmation, right? Once a shred exists and has been created by the block builder, it's not voted on yet, so it's not, you know, finalized or confirmed in that sense, but you can't undo a shred unless the entire block fails. And so you effectively have pre-confirmations in Solana every 15 milliseconds or so. And what that means is like when you're, you know, if it takes you 2 seconds, you've actually not missed 4 blocks or something like that. You've actually missed significantly more than that because the ticks or the increments for which a market moves are actually many times even within the same block.
Yeah, no, it's many multiples the outside of the blockchain world relative to what actually happens on the blockchain. And I mean, the user experience there, you know, Solana's already fast, but like if we're able to optimize that, it is going to feel much closer to a centralized exchange experience. And I think that's really exciting.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess zooming out a little, like you touched on the northern versus southern hemisphere divide. And for context for anyone listening, you know, there's almost no stake in the southern hemisphere at the moment. There's quite a lot in Amsterdam, quite a lot in Frankfurt. Tokyo is also very popular, and a good amount in the US. But like how, you know, I think the core vision of 00 is probably like IBRL. But how do you guys fit in like geographic decentralization? Like, is that a priority of yours? Is it from a commercial, a value standpoint?
Yeah, so let me start off by saying like, we want more fiber globally connected, and it's in our best interest to do that, and it's in, you know, our best interest to convince people that they should do that. But like maps lie to you all the time, right? Like how many times have you looked at one of those maps of like what counties voted which way in the United States, and you're like, wow, it's 80% of the country votes red. And you're like, well, if you treat land as voting rights, sure, but land doesn't vote, people vote, right? So 70% of the world's population is in the northern hemisphere, and most of its economy is in the northern hemisphere. And so this is not to say anything bad about the southern hemisphere, but like there are a lot of reasons why systems are built this way, because people build around economies and they build around population centers, right? And so when we kind of ask, like, what is fair geographic distribution, it's a very hard question to answer because it's not one-to-one. It's not there should be every square meter of the world should have equidistant to a validator. That would, A, put a lot of validators in the middle of the ocean, and, like, I love fish, but, like, they don't have wallets. And so a lot of these questions get very complicated in terms of what is good geographic distribution. What I'll say is there's some things that are, like, not our problem yet. So communication between Buenos Aires and Cape Town, you would think would be pretty good. They're fairly close to one another. Turns out, if you want to get from BA to Cape Town, your data is almost certainly going all the way up to New York, over to London, and then down a cable along the side of Africa. It's not just going, oh, look, there's a nice little hop here we can do. And so some of this is like the way that physical infrastructure has been built reflects the way that economies work in the outside world. But there's things like TVCs, timely vote credits on Solana, that impact penalties if you're not voting in a certain period of time. And there's some of these things that are, the only way to solve them is with dedicated fiber. Like the public internet is too slow to run a validator in Cape Town. It's too slow to run a validator in Sydney. It's too slow to run a validator in Buenos Aires. But with 00, you'll be able to do all of those things because we'll have dedicated fiber that's much, much, much faster. Now, it's entirely possible the Solana protocol says, great, now we're going to go to 300 millisecond block times and kicks all those validators offline again. But, you know, the other way to look at this too is if we can start, there's like a magnetic center right now that's kind of around the Central European corridor in Amsterdam. And you can sort of think about it as like, how much suction power does that system have? And right now it has a lot, in part because of TVCs and bad public internet. And so we see stake kind of moving towards those areas. But we can sort of reverse the polarity, for lack of a better term, if you can make it possible to run validators in wider areas. That stake centralized distribution just needs to expand just a little bit. If we can push 2% more stake into Southeast Asia, if we can push 2% more stake into Tokyo, if we can push 2% more into somewhere like Mexico or even, you know, Dubai, these places like Israel, if we can start pushing the stake a little bit out of where it currently is located, a lot of these areas get much more viable to run validators in, even without 0.0. And so our hope is what we can do is make it more profitable to run them actually outside of the core. And the reason, and you might ask, why would that be the case? Well, suddenly, we now have arbitrage opportunities to centralized exchanges that didn't exist before. Because those centralized exchanges are not in Amsterdam, right? They're not necessarily in the area where the core of stake is. And so we can use economic opportunity, especially as like, you know, stocks and equities get tokenized. There's going to be a lot more arbitrage between centralized exchange systems and decentralized systems. And 0.0 will have plumbing into all of it. So the fastest path between the Binance order book and the Jupiter, well, not order book, but Jupiter aggregation system, you know, will be through the 0.0 network.
Yeah, I mean, Toli's classic example of like, crazy news happens in Singapore. How fast can that be reflected in New York or Amsterdam where stake is? And that's something that we should really think about. But, you know, I think that is very concrete, like this connectivity, everyone has a mental model of it. I think there's other benefits to 0.0 that are much harder for the average person, and they may not even be aware of. Right? They just think you guys are like, you know, getting good fiber. So do you want to dig into a little, like what you see as the other key benefits?
Yeah, so one of the cool things you can do with a network like 0.0 is you can use technology that just is not available on the public internet. And so one of these main pieces of technology is something called multicast. And you've probably run into multicast in its residential application before. It's how AirPlay works or Chromecast works or Sonos speakers work, where you can send one copy of a song from your phone to 6 different speakers at a time. That is using a technology that you know, basically replicates packets at the network level. So your phone is not sending out 12 copies of the stream. That would probably start overheating your phone pretty soon. It's sending one copy, and your Wi-Fi router is sending it to all the places it needs to go. You can't do this over the public internet, but turns out you can do this on a private network just fine. And you're not doing it with audio data anymore. You're doing it with replacing Turbine, with Solana state propagation, switching to this multicast technology. And suddenly, it's much faster for validators and RPCs and indexers to get state updates. It's massive bandwidth savings, all sorts of different things that you just can't run on the public internet today. Another big component for 0.0 is we've integrated FPGAs, field programmable gate arrays, into these actual network devices. And so what this allows you to do is, like, it's very cool. So FPGAs, they're not quite as powerful as like ASIC miners or something along those lines, but the nice part about them is the programmable component. You can load different images onto an FPGA and it can do different things. And so it's sort of like you can define a CPU, a custom CPU, to do custom things in software. And so right now we are using FPGAs on 0.0 to do signature verification. So if someone's spamming the network with a bunch of stuff that fails signature verification, the FPGA just throws it out. If someone's sending a bunch of duplicate packets and trying to do a DDoS attack, the FPGA just drops those packets. And we can do all sorts of other things like implement quality of service guarantees and all sorts of other things in the future using these as well. But these are sort of like concepts of resource sharing and shared defense. Right now, every validator gets the full front of the public internet every time it's building a block, which is part of why things like Jito are so popular and things like stake-weighted QoS are fairly popular, is they provide some level of like Sybil resistance. But you know, during the DDoS attacks on Solana, we've seen over 80 gigabits per second targeting a validator, and that's going to kick any validator offline. The FPGAs that we use can dedupe at 100 gigabits per second and SIG verify. And so that means that suddenly, if you're getting over 100 gigabits per second of an attack on a server, the data center is going to start noticing, right? That's a problem where suddenly the place you're running is like, wait a minute, we got to figure out what's going on here. This feels like an attack.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these technologies just are not available on the public internet. And so our goal and our vision here is that we can bring the best of private networking technology that's really been pioneered by high-frequency trading firms and Google and Amazon and all these other groups to the blockchain industry.
And how do you think of, like, if you're pitching to a validator or a network to get set up, I mean, how do you think of the benefits? Is it right now mostly the fiber, and then the networking is kind of a nice to have? And is that going to evolve as just we see Solana mature, where blocks do actually increase? There's a lot more data that needs to be connected.
Yeah, so I mean, Anza has already publicly said they're committed to getting Solana up to 100 million CUs by the end of the year. So that's
And what is it today for context?
50. So 50 million.
As of like a week ago,
As
right?
of a week ago. It's been 48 since basically network genesis. And the cool thing about this is it means there's more data and there's more stuff for validators to do. And so validators will also get more block rewards by doing this. But this is a situation where like crypto sometimes can be very parochial. It can have these like very small-minded views on things. And validators and stakers, like quite frankly, need to realize that if Solana is to maintain competitive, we need to switch from using the public internet to things that allow it to move much faster than it does today. And there's two ways that can happen, nicely or kicking and screaming, right? Like the devs working on Solana and Firedancer and the Jito client are not going to stop. And so what we want validators to say, okay, like we want to connect into, private fiber systems. We want to connect into 0.0. And we're willing to help pay the cost of that. These systems are very, very expensive, and this is why it's a token project. I get asked all the time, like, oh, why is it not just a fixed fee of like, certain amount of money per month? And it's like, well, then we'd be just building the public internet, right? And that's not what we want to do. We're building systems that are much more high performant, but that means they're expensive to run and operate on. The trade-off here is basically like, operate on 0.0. There will be a little bit of cost associated with doing that. But if we can make the validator network 50% faster, you're very easily in the green. If we can make the validator network 500 times faster, right? These are win-win systems that require some coordination and investment. And we don't have any grant from the Solana Foundation. This is a not a project that has like Firedancer money behind it or something along those lines. This is something where like we're really trying to do this in a way that is an independent entity, an independent organization. And so this is why we're really excited about the work we're doing with Jito to like try and make blocks built through 0.0 more profitable. Increases when you decrease latency, you increase MEV opportunities. There's a lot of cool stuff that we'll be able to do towards this. The pitch for validators is basically like we want to build Solana 2.0, and we'd love if you're interested in being a part of that.
Yeah, and a common kind of question is that Solana is known to, whether you call it a bug or just opportunity for optimization in the software, and particularly Firedancer is vocal about that and just like how much potential there is in the current architecture if things are done differently. So like, how do you think today of what, there's like, people will be like, oh, we'll just throw a bigger box at Solana and we'll do more. And a common pushback is like, well, we don't need bigger boxes. We just need to fix some of the bugs in software that are massively inefficient. But like in the realm of 0.0, whether it's networking and fiber, how much of this is fixable with software optimizations versus necessary at the hardware layer?
You can't fix physics with software. Right? Like I think that's the big takeaway is like if we're doing this correctly, we're going at it from both directions at the same time. We're saying that we're going to have faster physical connectivity, which the software will be able to be optimized to take better use of. If you're at Breakpoint last year and you saw the 1 million transaction per second demo that Firedancer gave with I think 6 nodes on 4 continents, that was running on the 0.0 network under the hood. That demo would not have been possible on the public internet. And so like if you look at like what's kind of happened in the Ethereum world, there's been this like, oh, we'll decentralize it in the future. Don't worry, we'll get there thing going on for like 5 years with L2s, right? And there's still no L2s that let you run a sequencer, let alone have a second sequencer even operating. And so my concern is if we just focus on software, we're going to get more co-location features, right? Because suddenly if Solana gets faster, right, and now suddenly we're doing 150 million CUs in a block, that's more data. Every time you have to send more data, the public internet has more and more and more of a negative impact on your performance threshold. The public internet's totally great for the Ethereum L1. Plenty fast enough for it, right? The minute you start to try to make Solana faster, suddenly like, oh, well, maybe now it's kind of hard to run a node in Thailand. Maybe Singapore falls off the list of where you can easily run a node because now it's just Tokyo and Amsterdam. And there's some in New York, right? Like Salt Lake City falls off the list. Suddenly all these places, it doesn't have to get much harder, right? 10 basis points of loss based on where you are is enough to make a validator move. These are very profit-motivated businesses, both the validator side and the MEV side, and they should be. This is what makes them great. But like if we ignore the physical constraints of the public internet, we're going to end up building a data center chain that runs in one data. Like this is like, you've got to pick your battle, right? It's like you're either on the Hyperliquid trajectory of you've got 11 validators in 2 data centers in Tokyo, or you've got your single sequencer model, or you're actually committed to saying like we have to fundamentally do things differently so we can maintain a extremely fast, high-performant chain with multiple concurrent leaders that is globally distributed and has 2,000 nodes running on it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of just like classic Solana abundance mindset
Yeah.
of like, you know, or like the old trilemma and everything. It's like, no, it's not a binary where you're just picking a point on the spectrum. Like there's an alternate path. And
the trilemma is solved. Like Solana solved the trilemma a long time ago, right? And like if we get the network to a place where it's running on 00 or competitors to 00, like private fiber systems that have cryptographic assurances and are run by multiple independent contributors, we're going to get this thing to a place where it'll run circles around everything else. And I think that's the future everyone wants to live in.
yeah, and I mean, what is personally really exciting to me outside of 00 is just core Solana is moving really fast in a really positive direction. I think everyone knows FireDancer and how exciting that is. You know, the timing of that, who knows, maybe later this year. Like, I'm not in the loop on that. But then core Anza is also working really, really hard and doing a lot of very cool stuff. So, like, even without FireDancer, like, the network is in a very, very good place, and, like, they're just getting started. And so you have the software layer that is moving so far forward, and then pairing it with 00, and it's like 2 to 3 years out, things are going to be very good, if not sooner. So, like, what does that look like to you? Like, what is success for Solana paired with 00 in 2027 or 2028 look like?
250,000 TPS as like a baseline. I think it's pretty hard to see us being below that based on the software optimizations and the connectivity optimizations, while maintaining at least 1,000 validator set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is like, I mean, it's just crazy to even reason about it, right?
Right.
So many multiples of what TPS is today. Like, what do you see this opening up that we aren't doing?
Yeah, so this is like the thing. Like, people are always like, why do we need that many TPS? It's like, I have no clue, right? And I'm glad I don't know. That's actually really good. That means innovation's actually like ahead of is not ahead of what we can actually do yet.
No.
But like, this is the thing that like, everyone's always like, why do we need faster chains? It's like, okay, think about this a different way. You had a 2G iPhone. Was that fast enough? No, right? But like, we get to a place very quickly where technology creates opportunities we never thought were possible before. So like, no one looked at Steve Jobs launch the iPhone and said, this will change dating forever and put taxis out of business. But it like basically did both of those things, and no one could have predicted it. So who knows what we'll get? Maybe Google AdWords will get a competitor that's actually based on crypto, and we'll have cryptographic ads that are running auctions in the time it takes a page to load. Maybe it's entirely new paradigms of how stuff can be built that we haven't thought of before. I think that like one of the only things that we know to be true is base layer performance is always throughout history the limiter on software performance. Right? You would not have gotten the mobile revolution if we were stuck on 2G connectivity. You would not have gotten YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or any of these things if you had to wait 30 seconds for an image to load. And so if we get Solana up to a place where it's doing insane numbers of TPS that no one could imagine demand for. I mean, people said this in the early days of Solana. What the hell do you need 4,000 TPS for? It's like, well, compressed NFTs and meme coins seem like a pretty decent answer to that. But everything always starts off as jokes and toys and non-serious applications, and then this type of stuff starts changing the world.
Yeah, and I think it's just imperative for everyone in this room, everyone in Solana, build apps and find cool use cases to saturate that TPS so we can keep pumping it up, because that's what we really need.
This is like the biggest thing is like if the network is a limiting factor on innovation, the game's up.
Yep.
Which is what happened on other networks, and it's been what they've been dealing with for years at this point is people want to build cool shit, and the physical infrastructure layer just can't support it.
Yeah. So we're up on time, but anything you want to shout out for people that are following 00 to, upcoming things they should be aware of?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a testnet up and running, so if you're a Solana validator interested in trying out 00, that's coming. We're looking for mainnet in Q3.
Nice.
So things are coming pretty soon. I would say there's not a ton for folks who are like developers or users to do at the moment. The testnet's really for testing validator systems and those sorts of things, but we're always looking for more connectivity into more countries and high quality bare metal providers for people to be able to host stuff on. So.
All right, yep, awesome, super accessible. So you know how to find them if you're interested. But thanks everyone for the time, and very exciting. So let's IBRL.
Thanks.
All right, we have another treat for you. This next speaker is like super rare to hear from because he's always way too busy shipping. I can't believe that he's actually come out of his hole to give this talk, but this is actually a very important talk. He's one of the technical co-founders of Drift Protocol, and Drift Protocol obviously is one of the most beloved protocols on Solana. I remember, who here went to Breakpoint last year over in Singapore? Yeah, exactly, right? I remember walking all the way to Breakpoint to the venue, and then suddenly, vroom, there's this car that goes by me. It's a gold Lambo with the Drift logos on it. It was an absolute masterclass in branding, and not only are they wonderful at the branding, they're beautiful at the product, absolutely beautiful. And so, the co-founder, one of the technical co-founders of Drift, Lil Perp, is going to come on stage to tell you all about the performance upgrades that you might have experienced last month because of the Swift protocol, which means, faster fills, sub-second, right? It also means deeper liquidity, and it also means gasless trading. So please, without further ado, give it up for Lil Perp!
Is this thing on? Working? You guys can hear me? Well, thank you for still being here. I was expecting there to be like 3 people here at this time, so shout out to all of you. My name's Lil Perp. My real name is Chris Heaney, and yeah, I'm one of the technical co-founders of Drift. Today I'm going to be talking about Swift, which was a recent big upgrade we pushed for Drift with the goal of pushing us closer to being providing that centralized exchange-like trading experience. The main tactical goal of this presentation is to kind of explain to you how Swift works, and then the more meta goal is to kind of give you an insight into how the architecture of some of these new just-in-time liquidity mechanisms on Solana work. So it's interesting, we just had 00 up here talking about IBRL at the physical layer. In the meantime, as the network keeps scaling, what you're seeing right now is a lot of DeFi is moving to RFQ JIT-style models to provide better liquidity in the meantime. So hopefully this gives you some insight on that. So yeah, Swift, what is it? It's an extension to Drift Protocol. It enables faster fills, better execution, and gasless trading. And one thing I want to stress is it's still on the Solana L1. It's not an L2 or an app chain. So we're really committed to continuing to build on the L1. We're one of the only perp decks to do so. So for those who don't know, Drift does a lot of things, but one way to frame it is it's an auction-based trading protocol. So what that means is every market order on Drift is actually a Dutch auction, which has a start price, an end price, and an auction duration. When you send a market order, basically what's going to happen is liquidity is going to be aggregated across multiple sources, virtual AMM, an order book, and just-in-time makers. Just-in-time makers are market makers or searchers that basically will see your order, place and fill you atomically, so they don't need to leave any liquidity resting on a book. And a technical thing about Drift is in its old instantiation, to place an order, you actually need to land a transaction on Solana, which even though Solana is a great fast blockchain, it can still be slow versus some of its CEX counterparts. Once you actually initiate this order, keepers and market makers race to fill you using the liquidity sources I mentioned above. So here's a little architecture diagram. You basically have a user, they sign a transaction, they send it to Solana. Once it's confirmed on Solana, keepers and market makers can see it, and then they'll submit a transaction to actually fill you on chain. So every order requires 2 transactions, which isn't the end of the world, but obviously when network is congested, it can be a bit slower, and that's frustrating for traders who need really fast execution. So Swift is our basically upgrade to make it so it's faster to do trades. Instead of being 2 transactions to get a trade in, it only takes 1. The way we do this is we use what's ED25519 signature. For the devs in the room, this is the security patch Solana had to do the other day. Basically what ED25519 signature is, it allows you to use your public key to sign a message. And then on chain, you can verify that that public key signed that message. So it's kind of like a transaction, but it's not really a transaction. You can sign any arbitrary data, not just the transaction format. And so how we use this is we let users basically sign their order params, and then we can take that signed message and we can broadcast it off-chain to market makers and keepers who can then take that message, bundle it in a transaction, and submit both of them together in one transaction. And what's cool about this is, one, because the user who's placing the order isn't actually sending a transaction, they don't have to pay any gas fees, which is actually great if you're a power user. And then 2, just broadcasting that message off chain is a lot faster than having to land a transaction on Solana. So after Swift, you can see my designers made a beautiful slide showing the Swift node. A user is going to sign a message, and they're going to send that message to the Swift node. Then the Swift node is going to propagate it directly to market makers and keepers, and then the market makers and keepers can bundle that into transactions, send it directly to Solana. So yeah, what are the benefits? 1, faster fills. So now instead of having to land one transaction to place your order, you can just send it to a market maker directly. Market makers tend to be sophisticated technical users. They have great RPC infrastructure, so they can land your transactions way faster. So even though it goes from 2 to 1 transaction, it's actually more than 50% faster because market makers just have way better internet, et cetera, so they land transactions way faster than users. The next thing is better trade execution. Because you're getting filled faster in your auction from when you actually place an order, it's less likely that you've had the price of the underlying asset move against you when you go to fill. When that happened in the old version of Drift, basically you place an order, the price moves against you, you have to wait longer to fill, and you end up getting more slippage. Now that your trade is executing faster, it's more likely to be in the beginning of your auction, you're more likely to get filled at a good price. Another benefit is simpler integration for market makers. So on a SEX, market makers are used to WebSocket APIs that are really easy to integrate. RPC infra on Solana, though it's gotten a lot better, can be a little bit clankier and has like different APIs. Cool thing about Swift is now we allow you to just subscribe to a WebSocket API to get market orders, so it simplifies the integration a little bit. As I mentioned a few times, we get gasless trading. So a user doesn't need to pay any fees to submit their order, which when things are going crazy and there's a lot of congestion is a really useful feature. And then there's no compromise on being deployed on the L1. So I'll talk a little bit more about this on the next slide. Because of the way we use ED25519 signatures, all trades are still actually placed on chain. All execution happens on chain. There's no sequencer off chain that is actually doing the trades, matching them, and then has like some whitelist or admin permission to post the trades on chain. What's good about this is, 1, there's multiple market makers, there's multiple keepers, so if one of those entities goes down, you can still get filled. 2, if say Swift node goes down and you can't send your signed message to them, you can always still use the old way of placing an order, which is signing a transaction and setting it on chain. So this kind of works how like forced inclusion for an L2 is supposed to work, where if the sequencer goes down, you can always just still go back to the L1. With Swift, it's the same thing, but it's actually implemented because we built that the way the first time. If Swift goes down, you can't sign a message and use Swift, you can always just place your order on chain. Furthermore, all the assets are still stored on chain. All deposits, withdrawals go through the L1. So there's really no security compromise here. It's just like a faster lane for you to place trades. And if anything happens to that fast lane, you just revert to the normal behavior. The other benefits are a little bit more qualitative, but Drift's one of the OG protocols on DeFi protocols on Solana. So we function as one of the DeFi primitives for a growing ecosystem. Have over $1 billion in TVL and a lot of integrations on top. And we're really committed to staying on the L1 because we believe in the world computer and composability thesis. We've seen it benefit ourselves, so we're really basically just trying to IBRL and push performance and stay on chain, whereas a lot of the competition is going the other direction. Sometimes that leads to like certain technical difficulties, but our plans are measured in centuries, so we're okay to just keep optimizing and making that better and have this unique position as one of the DeFi primitives on Solana. And then one of the main things that make an L1 so valuable is this native assets and content creation that's happening on the L1. So as you guys all know, Solana has a bunch of unique assets, meme coins being the most obvious, DPIN, AI, a lot of cool things that are coming through the pipeline, and then obviously everything that's going to come in the future. So Drift really wants to be there and be that core DeFi infrastructure for all these assets that are going to be deployed on chain. You look at things like L2 and app chains, maybe they have slightly better performance, but then it's just copy and paste of each other. Like maybe you can just have some wrap stablecoin on there, but there's nothing really unique to trade. Versus for Drift, being very plugged into the Solana ecosystem, we think we can provide really unique forms of assets and perp markets to trade, where the users on Solana really want to trade them because they're plugged into the ecosystem. So those are all these reasons why we've basically gone with continuing to push Swift instead of pivoting to doing an L2 or an app chain. In the future, still more improvements coming. So for one is representing hidden liquidity. So I talked a little bit about just-in-time makers. The issue with just-in-time makers is they don't have any liquidity showing on the order book, which for a lot of users can be frustrating because they don't know exactly what the size is, like what size are JIT makers quoting right now. So one thing we're currently working on and hopefully rolling out over the next couple weeks is allowing like JIT makers with high, good reputation with the protocol to basically send indicative quotes to the UI that show approximately what they're willing to JIT make. The goal here is just to give users more reassurance on what the size of the JIT makers are. And then the next one is more experimental. My quant came up with this, so I don't know if we're actually ever going to do this, but the idea we're playing around with is stake for order flow, where because you have these orders routing through the Swift node, you can actually delay who gets access to the order first, or you could give privileged access. So one thing we're playing around with is basically based on how much drift you have staked, you can get a pro rata share of first look at certain orders, with the idea being that stake drift is aligned with the protocol, and then you should get slightly better advantage in filling orders first. There's some concerns around this being anti-competitive, so we're still doing some research, but the idea would be like everyone still gets access to the order eventually. It's just the heavily staked drift market makers could get first look, and they would have to fill users at their best price in the auction. So more coming with Swift. It just rolled out about a month ago. Over, I think 50% of volume is currently flowing through it. It's a lot faster. Users like it a lot. So we're pretty confident this is a big upgrade for Drift. It makes the trading experience a lot better, and it's going to enable us to keep serving as one of the core primitives for Solana DeFi. And I finished 3.5 minutes faster, so you all get out of here sooner. Thank you.
Thank you again, Little Perp, for crawling out of your hole and giving that talk about the Swift protocol. And you know what? How many times have you guys heard this phrase? We're going to onboard the next 1 billion users, right? Man, I've heard that phrase so many times. It's just, I hear it and it goes in one ear and out the other. And the reason why it goes in one ear and out the other is because it's just something that people say. You know, it's too theoretical. It's not grounded in any reality, right? But that's why I'm so excited for this next panel, because it's not just about theory. You know, like, oh, we can build another 1 billion users. We're talking about real apps with real attractions built on Solana. So that's why I am super excited for this next panel, which is about how consumer crypto is going to eat the world. Please give a big round of applause to your panel. Let's go!
Testing, is it on? Okay, how are you guys feeling? How are you doing? We've got an all-star panel here. We've also got a rock star over there, Eno. Can everybody give it up for Eno, who's been crushing it all day long? Come on, guys. Woo! Thank you. So, I'm standing here, and what is the reason I'm standing here? Because this is Crossroads number 3, and I want to ask everyone 2 questions before we kick this off, which is number 1, who is new to Crossroads? Who is this your first Crossroads? New? Okay, to everybody who's new, you guys too, welcome. Thank you for making the journey. This is your second Crossroads. How many people is this your second? Thank you for coming back. Okay, the big question. Number 3, who out there has been to all 3 Crossroads conferences before? Hey, there's one right there. Anybody else? I think we got one person. That's amazing. So everybody is new except in terms of 3 conferences. So thank you so much for coming here. The second question that I have for everybody is, who is familiar with Chomp, Moonwalk, Dual Duck? How many people out there? Hands in the air? Okay, we got a couple of people out there. That's amazing. By the end of this, everybody is going to be familiar, because that's what we want. All right, guys. So I want to kick this off with a 15-second lightning fast. Who are you? What are you doing? What are you building? Why are you building it? 15, 30 seconds, starting with you, Isaac.
So I'm Isaac. I'm one of the co-founders of Chomp, which is 2 things. The front end of it is a quiz game that will earn you bonk for answering questions accurately. And the back end of it is a novel form of information market that unlocks an entirely new dimension for prediction markets and derivatives. That is markets for subjective information.
Awesome. Caitlin?
Hi, guys. I'm Caitlin Cook. I'm the Director of Growth at Moonwalk Fitness. Moonwalk is trying to help people move more daily to live healthier lives. We're doing that by combining daily step goals and financial incentives to help people build healthy habits that actually last. And that's basically it. Just step more and feel better.
Let's go. You also had an event, I think, the other day. Yeah?
Yeah, yesterday. We did a walking tour of Istanbul,
That's
which was
awesome.
great.
Super cool. And?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Stan Horuna, and recently I was like karate high-level athlete, but right now I'm developing a P2P prediction service, which actually moves the main money-making feature to the users. So if we're talking about the decentralization, this is how it should work, like conceptually, because with Dual Duck, users create not just doing the correct predictions as they do on other prediction platforms, but here they can create duels, predictions, and make money from that. So they become the house.
Cool, that's amazing.
So like, let me ask people, like, we can create a prediction right now.
Okay, what's the prediction?
Like, raise hands. Who thinks that Solana will raise by 10% in 3 days after Solana Crossroads?
Okay, let's see. Hands in the air. Who thinks Solana's going up 10% after Solana Crossroads within the next month, let's say? Hands in the air.
Who think yes?
You guys are
Who think
very
yes?
bearish.
Who believes in
Very
Solana?
bearish.
Come on, guys.
It's a conference curse.
Okay, who
I guess
thinks
it
no?
is. Okay, we got a couple of bears out there. Okay, we'll see what happens.
More people believe that Solana will go up.
I like that. That's the right
Hope so.
attitude. Cool. So whenever I think about consumer crypto, I ask myself the question of how do we even define what consumer is? And then I think about it like this. How many people here have heard of Saudi Aramco before? Does anybody know what Saudi Aramco is? Okay, we got somebody right here. Anybody else? Basically, nobody knows what Saudi Aramco is. Who knows what Apple is? Anybody know what Apple is? Wow, I'm surprised. I bet you more people have iPhones than hands that are in the air right now. So,
but look, Chris, so many people doesn't know what Apple is.
It's crazy. So,
guys, really? What are you doing in crypto world then?
the point that I'm making here is that when we're thinking about consumer products, I think about things like Apple, and when I think about Saudi Aramco, which, by the way, is the 6th most valuable company of the world, that's an enterprise product. So I just want to ask the participants up here, how do you think about consumer products, and how does your product specifically fit into that framework, that way in which you think about approaching building?
Yeah, so for Chomp, we think a lot about perception and how people think. So I'll talk about this actually a lot more tomorrow during my talk, but people respond to different kinds of incentives and do different things, and those things change how people view things. And so we care a lot about building things that are trying to change people's perceptions towards reality and towards something that allows them to connect and create conversations with other people. And there's a lot of things in that kind of world that you can do to kind of bring perceptions together and make them more accurate.
Cool. Kaylin?
The way I think about it broadly from, in terms of what consumer applications are solving for is like, we're in this space, we're building a lot. Typically it's for, a lot of the people who are already here, maybe niche use cases, maybe a little bit more technical, some things that maybe a little more nerdy that some of us care about, but try translating that to a mainstream audience and the traction most likely will not be there. Hopefully it will be for some things. When I think about consumer applications, it's more of us meeting them where they are rather than them coming to us, which I think has been sort of a backwards mindset we've seen in previous years. And what we're doing for Moonwalk specifically is large total addressable market, going along with what we've seen in terms of like societal trends around we want to live healthier. It's become part of the cultural conversation to make health and feeling good cool again, which I'm glad that it is, obviously. And also, that health is the one thing that matters no matter what in an age of abundance where, there's more wealth than there's ever been, there's more resources, more things going on. None of that matters if you don't have your health. But a lot of the time, a lot of the products out there or programs for, mainstream consumers, which is who we're going after, are sort of set up in a way that I think set users up to fail, where they're overly complicated, they're not something that can be sustained, they're expensive, they may not be accessible to a certain market because of that pricing or maybe geographical location, you need to be in person. So what we're trying to do with Moonwalk is where's the easiest place that we can start that will benefit people's lives positively, that the most number of people can do. Most of us have 2 legs. Hopefully they work. Obviously not always the case, but that covers most of the world. So starting with step-based contests just to get people moving more in a day, that's something that regardless of your lifestyle or where you are, you should be able to integrate. And you'll see positive impacts if you increase what that step count is per day from wherever you started.
Very cool. I'm curious about that. How many people who use Moonwalk have never used anything in crypto before, and that's actually their entry point?
I mean, anecdotally, we've definitely had a lot of conversations with users who have that story. Like my mom uses Moonwalk. Okay. I've been in crypto for 4 or 5 years, and this is the first product that I've worked on that my mom understands. She's just, kind of supported blindly till now, which is great too. And also the first one she's ever used. And she signed up for it, I was not there at the time, obviously wanted to try it out, and she's been joining games for free, just participating in it and sending me screenshots of her step count. So right now, more of the audience is definitely crypto slated just in terms of where we're at with building the product out, but the end state is a crypto-powered product, a Solana-powered product that users can onboard to and use without needing to know or caring to know that it's on-chain or that they have to have crypto to get started, because those are ultimately friction points that we're trying to solve for. So more of a crypto-based audience now, but directionally going towards more of those stories where it's their first experience with users on-chain. And Solana All-Stars has been helpful with that as well as using Moonwalk as an onboarding tool at their events.
Shout out All-Stars. Really appreciate it. By the way, how many All-Stars do we have? How many All-Stars do we have? Okay, we've got quite a few. Thank you for being here. You guys are awesome. You guys rock. I'm very curious to hear your take, Stan, on just the idea of mass consumer onboarding by creating an application that it's already something everybody does, but you can improve it through crypto. What is your take on that? How are you approaching that with DualDuck?
Well, you know, talking about the crypto consumer crypto, like it's, if you're using something same easily and simple like you're using TikTok or Instagram, but it is built on chain, this is consumer crypto. So me as the new person for the crypto world, I actually have the perception of Web2 user. So that's how we trying to develop Dual DAC. So our prediction service is the interface of it. We try to simplify it as maximum as possible, because our target audience is Web2 users. So we need to onboard them. And we need to understand that not even onboarding is difficult for Web2 users, but also the entry into the system is also like a challenge. So what we did, so we did a login via Telegram. Also, we give them the opportunity to log in via email or with any like other crypto wallet they already have. If they don't have, they can get one Dual DAC wallet right in the app. So like give them all the opportunities that they used to. Let them choose, let them make it in the way they are familiar with. Okay? And also users they shouldn't know about, you know, what's gas fee, about the transaction cost and so on. And actually it's a challenge for them to get the crypto assets. And then when you ask them to make predictions in USDC, but they have like, I don't know, USDT, like they don't need to think about it. So what we did, we developed the auto swap. So whatever they have, whatever crypto they have, the system will auto swap it into USDC and Solana to pay for the transaction. And so we turned this problem actually into one of our ways of monetization, because on each transaction we will have like our commission.
That's something I'm super curious to ask you guys about, is just monetization and thinking about user acquisition versus the monetization phase, and kind of where you guys are at, how you think about that, incentive structures. How do you think about user acquisition versus monetization? Isaac?
Yeah, so I think I will have a very different answer to this question than Caitlin or Stan here, because Chomp is monetizable in a very different way from most consumer products. So because Chomp is actually a market, we take fees from users participating in the markets. In the long run, that's not the only revenue generation source that Chomp will have. But we are actually already generating revenue. We already have a cost structure, and users are paying to use the product. And so our kind of user acquisition phase involves a monetization strategy, one of the long-run monetization strategies that we'll have. And users are paying potentially to get incentive, potentially to have fun because they're curious about what the answers are or what other people think about these questions. And they're very random questions, like for example, do penguins have knees? Or has Solana bottomed? But so we actually monetize these already. And so the monetization is actually part of our user acquisition strategy, where they're paying for the opportunity to win, in addition to sorts of like these other things that make their perception such that like, hey, I enjoy using this product, I want to use this product, I enjoy doing this with my friends, talking about it, really whatever. And so monetization is actually directly part of our user acquisition strategy, and I think that's different from basically all consumer apps that we've seen scale to this point. Yeah, I think, that's that.
What about you, Kaylin?
It's an interesting question for us because for Moonwalk right now, I mean, there are opportunities in which we could take revenue in several ways, but one of those being, obviously there's a prize pool for each game that's dependent on whether or not users hit steps. Part of the deposit they put up front goes to a prize pool. We could easily take a rake off of that, but we don't, because for us, in terms of user acquisition and in making the experience seamless and simple and something that people really enjoy, we're going to go with trying to onboard as many users as possible with as little friction or potential, things that might trip them up as possible. And we care more about getting as many people in the door and trying the product as possible, more than monetizing immediately. Because once we have, as a fitness app, if we have a large audience of users, there are so many different ways that we've already thought about that we could, work with different brands that want to get in front of a fitness-oriented audience for advertising, and work with different, this is a walking app. So if we ever had like a map with, if you're in different cities and we could gamify it more where you're like walking past different stores, those stores might want to increase foot traffic to whatever they're selling. Like, those are two examples, but there's a lot that we could do when we made the conscious decision to not monetize immediately, because the feedback that we've gotten from people who have tried the app, our data on users who have joined their first games, who have joined a second and continue on, is very high, and that's incredibly strong signal. So we just want to get them in and started, and that's been priority number one, as well as obviously making the experience better as we go.
Makes a whole lot of sense. So get as many people in the door as possible, and then you can turn the different levers to make money. Cool? Stan, did you have anything else you wanted to add on the monetization front?
Yeah, about monetization. I think that, like, first of all, you have to give the value. Before getting the money and revenue stream from your user's activity, you have to bring the value. Actually, I see the analogy with the sport, because you cannot have like unique strategy or tactics against all the competitors, all the other athletes that you have to fight with, because somebody will be faster. So if this guy is extremely fast, you cannot compete with him using your speed. Or if that guy is extremely strong, you cannot use your power like to overwhelm him, overplay him. So you have to be smart and find another way. And same here. If you see that on the market there are already few players and they have big resources, and so they can easily get huge paid traffic, like that's not the way to compete with them. So find another things. Through your value, and develop new patterns of interest in your users. That's how you can get them and engage them and settle for a long time. So what I mean, like, in Dual Duck, we don't like get money like just from people. So first of all, we give them the opportunities to make money. We give them like the toolkit, how to earn. And not just for regular users, but also for other projects, KOLs, newsmakers, or like for anyone who has any engagement with the commitments with the communities. So we are for users, we are the service they can make money. For KOLs and communities, we are the instrument that they can engage more with their audience. So, and only if like everything goes well, we have our part. That's it. So value is more than monetization.
I want to give a plus one to what Caitlin said. Getting as many users in the door for free and just like letting them use the thing and get value out of it is like incredibly important. I didn't talk about that, but we actually also have a free version of our product, and getting people in the door to engage with these things and like, oh, like it's not crypto, like I'm just kind of like doing this thing. That's really kind of the key of like, okay, like now we can go to a much wider audience.
What do you guys wish that people understood about consumer crypto products that they don't? If you could put something on a billboard and just tell people something, what would you want to tell them? Any of you?
You're not going to need to, like, if it's truly a consumer crypto product, you should not be scared away by the word crypto being used, because it should not be a point of friction in you using the product. That's the end state, and I think previously, and whether it's from, not the necessary infrastructure not being possible in previous years, like the attempts that we've seen are, oh, well, this really cool product, and you're like, oh, this sounds great, how do I use it? Well, you need a wallet, or oh, you buy this NFT, or you need tokens, and every single comment like that just creates friction that immediately turns people off of using the product. So much of it in like the onboarding flow and just kind of what hoops the user has to jump through, like that is the most important thing, and I think there's historically been a bad taste left in people's mouths of what that experience has looked like previously for apps that are consumer, but not necessarily like in practice.
What is the perfect onboarding flow?
Still working on that. as few steps as possible to get from signing up into the product to touch and feel it and like actually experience the value of it, rather than someone needing to sell you on it to actually start the process. I think it boils down to that, and there's different ways to do that. Like we're working on it for Moonwalk right now, and like long story less long, it comes down to how do we cut the steps in the process? How do we make it so it looks and feels like what Web 2 users are used to in an onboarding process where nothing feels foreign, so there's familiarity? And then also, like, how do we, like, we have a free game model, for example, when you join Moonwalk. So if people are scared away by the idea of putting money up right away, we just immediately eliminated that fear because there's another option. So it kind of eliminates excuses for them to not get started with it, if that makes sense.
What do you think people's biggest fears are or biggest barriers to getting started using consumer crypto apps today? Like, what are those barriers? If you had to just simplify that as like one thing that you could solve.
Optics.
Yep.
I think, you know, what Caitlin said is basically spot on. Like, people have a very strong sense of, I don't want to use a crypto product, or I'm okay with using a crypto product. There's not really that many people who are like in the middle of that distribution. Basically, everyone has an opinion on whether or not crypto is good or bad. And that is really the problem. Like, it is strictly an optics problem of like people just don't want to use your product if the word crypto is involved.
At what point in time are crypto companies going to start moving away from calling themselves crypto companies? I know they should. I know they should. At least some
I think
should.
it's happening.
You think it's happening already?
Think it's happening,
I think the teams who are thinking about it the right way are doing that. I mean, depending on what the product is, obviously, right? So like for something like the products that we're building, I always say Moonwalk is a fitness app first, or like a fitness product built on chain first, not a crypto project that focuses on fitness. And I think that mindset hopefully should be shared by other teams who say they're building a consumer product, because at the end of the day, that's the North Star for what the ultimate focus should be of like where you are at and where you want to go.
Yeah, crypto is a design choice primarily for back-end infrastructure stuff, and like it does not really matter to the consumers. Like, no consumer cares if your program is written in like C or Rust or whatever. Like, they don't really care about what your back-end looks like, and they're never going to. So like, it just doesn't matter, and like no one should be using crypto as a selling point. Like, we describe Chomp as like it is a front end is a quiz game, the back end is an information market. We don't talk about crypto. Crypto just enables us to create these markets in a permissionless way, a trustless way, allows us to do transactions easily. It's just a design choice that this is a better back end for our product.
Yeah, actually, I agree with the guys. Look, in the last year, we had this meme coin hype, clicker games hype, you know, and these things, they brought mass market. Like, they brought, like, they engaged and interested, like, lots of Web 2 users. And what it shows us, that we can bring more people if we make it simple and fast, right? So we really should not, like, even if we are crypto, we should live this for ourselves, for our developers, and for the guys who are from our world. But in the public positioning, we should forget about crypto word crypto. Yeah.
So simple, fast, better back end, but don't say crypto on the front end.
Exactly.
People just need to see the benefits of it. Like, at the end of the day, the best messaging and storytelling comes from, like, we are at our core, like, selfish people in the sense that what does this do for me? And I feel like cutting through the more like ethos-driven narratives that most people necessarily don't care about, especially for consumer apps, because there's so many apps out there not built on chain that consumers have as an option today. That's not, the ethos of it's probably not going to be the selling point. It's going to be a better working product, like significantly so, and in a way that's undeniable that makes them want to take the time to switch. Because if there's any other story told where it's more like, like decentralization, like that's not it. And I think we've seen that time and time over, and people are starting to learn that that's not going to get someone who's not already in this space to make a change.
Yeah, I think the best example of this is just like NFTs. Everyone was like, oh, like all creators will use NFTs for everything, and like that's what all creation, will end up as because it's, better and they own it. And like, yes, like that's true, but also they're not going to do that because of that. Like they don't care enough about the technology behind it that means like they own it. That doesn't really make a difference in their perception of like what this thing is.
Well, like what we should focus on is actually the interface of our product and the easy way how to get them in. Yeah, so people actually like the same trend with all these meme coins and clicker games, they showed us that people don't care about security. They are too lazy to, remember all these seed phrases, to remember these complicated passwords, to do these 3, 4, 5 steps authentication processes. Like, they just want to be already inside and on the place where they can do the action. That's it. Especially, when we offer them the entertainment, jump, moonwalk, they don't want to get overcomplicated, overwhelmed with what is crypto and how to learn, how to manage with all these processes.
All right, so we're almost at time, and there's one final thing that I want to end with, which is each person just given, a final thought, 15 seconds, 20 seconds that we can wrap it up with, and a prediction in terms of when are we going to have a consumer crypto app that has 1 billion users? What year will that be? So those are the two things, and we'll start with you, Isaac.
What was the first one?
Just any final thoughts, anything.
Okay, final thoughts.
Where do you want people to go? What do you want them to do?
All right. Yeah, so go check out Chomp. Would love to hear your feedback and advice on how to make the UX better. Yeah, final thought. And then my prediction for the year that we will have a 1 billion user crypto app is probably somewhere between 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
So if you haven't checked out Moonwalk, it's available in the App Store and Google Play for iOS and Android users, so definitely check it out. And as Isaac said, please give feedback. Like, that's all that we want. Be critical. That's how we make.
Your feedback.
Yeah, and you can be mean. I don't care. It's how it gets better. It's fine. And the more of it, the better. I feel like people are always afraid to share that, but it just makes us improve the product. So ultimately, all we need. And the delusional optimist in me says in the next 5 years or less. So I'm hoping that it's on the nearer end, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, as an Olympic karate medalist, I want to bring my champion mindset into the crypto world. So I'm gonna tell you, my advice to you is think big, okay? Don't think about crypto neighborhood. Think wider. Aim at the whole world. In Dual Duck, we have different opportunities for any kind of peers. Yeah, well, right now we are raising funds and building the partnerships. We are welcoming everybody who wants to join our way. We will probably become the part of your way as well. And what I learned from my sport is that even individual sports like karate is, every achievement is the result of teamwork and collaboration. So together we can do better than competing with each other. We can do better and more, of course.
How many years?
How many years what?
Until 1 billion users on a consumer crypto app. How many years?
Let's talk next year, okay?
Okay, let's talk next year. I like the optimism. Okay. Let's go with that. Thank you, guys. Let's give a big round of applause to everybody who's up here, and thank you so much.
I actually had no idea that Stanislav was an Olympic medalist in karate. I'll be sure not to mess with you, bro. I don't want to get my ass kicked. But yeah, that was a great talk about consumer crypto. This is actually the last panel of the day. If you're here in this hall right now, it means that you are a Crossroads maniac. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let's go. Oh man, day one. And if you're thinking about leaving, that's a horrible idea. And the reason why it's a horrible idea is because right after this panel, we of course have another beautiful QR code. And that QR code is going to make you eligible, of course, for Crossroads airdrops. And those rewards will be shared after Crossroads. So what's this next talk, right? This next talk is about how to bring NASDAQ on chain. It is the holy grail. Yeah, we talk about the next 1 billion users in consumer crypto, and I do believe in that vision, but also billions, if not trillions worth of capital will be added to Solana through adding real-world assets, all sorts of TradFi assets on-chain. This next panel is going to explore all those options, not only the areas in which we are innovating, but also the best practices from TradFi, and there might be a couple, might be a few, that we want to bring to Solana. So, without further ado, this is a panel about how to bring NASDAQ on chain. Please give your last panel the biggest round of applause. Let's go!
GM, thank you all again for hanging out with us all day at Crossroads. It's been absolutely tremendous to have such a great turnout, and I'm really delighted that we've got one of the best panels of the day for you here at the end. DeFi is something very, very close to my heart. It's so far the main use case of crypto. We can talk about new things happening and great new innovations, but fundamentally, DeFi is the biggest use case that we've found. So today, we've got a fantastic final panel for you. Can I get both of you just to introduce yourselves and your project and kind of what you do every day there?
Yeah, for sure. Hi guys, I'm Fatu. I'm from Ranger Finance. Ranger is a perp DEX aggregator on Solana. What I mainly do is a lot of strategy, research, as well as just running the whole team. Yeah.
Hello, I was just up here. I'm Chris, one of the technical co-founders of Drift. Drift's a super protocol on Solana, does perp trading, borrow lend, vaults, prediction markets, the whole suite. So hyped to be here.
Excellent. Yeah, and welcome back, Chris. Thanks again for joining the
Thank
stage.
you.
So, the NASDAQ of crypto. This is Toli's North Star. This is the dream for Solana. We've got speed. We've got low fees. We've got a deeply maturing DeFi ecosystem. And we're probably the closest chain to reaching that NASDAQ on the blockchain mentality. My big question today is, are we building there? How close are we? What do we still need to solve? And how do we get there? So, my first question for you, I'm going to set the tone. Are we becoming the NASDAQ of crypto? Are we not there yet? FA2, I'll start with you, just because you're closest to me.
Oh, me? Yeah, sure.
On.
Yeah, so I think like Toli probably put this out back in like 2022, and ever since then, like it's really been a very good metric for a lot of teams to really focus on. Are we getting there? We definitely are. I think not in terms of like metrics-wise compared to like the traditional markets, we're just a tiny drop. But as compared to the whole crypto ecosystem, I think we're one of the best. To actually build like the NASDAQ of Seoul, I think there's a lot of key infra in play. There's a lot of key markets in play. I think over the last 3-4 years, Solana has built its core infra from DEXs to perp DEXs to lending and borrowing, etc. And I think what we need right now is really pushing out further into the bigger markets, into outside of crypto to actually tackle those few key areas. Yeah, I think other than that, what we actually need as well is the middle layer, because the core infra has already been built. So what I mean by middle layer is that you have to compose on top of what you already have on Sol, and really just improve the tech from there. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say we're honestly pretty far away from NASDAQ on chain. I think the way I think about it is right now blockchains are really good for the long tail assets that are kind of spun up permissionlessly, because blockchains are great for allowing anyone to come in and make those assets. I think, and then how I think about assets in general is kind of like a pyramid. You have this big base of long tail, like a lot of shit coins, meme coins, etc. As you move up the stack, you start getting maybe more closer to businesses, and at the top maybe you have things like Bitcoin. And the issue right now on Solana is you can't really trade Bitcoin in a way that's as competitive with the centralized like competitors. And ultimately, in my opinion, the reason for that is like the performance on the blockchain still just isn't good enough to offer that type of execution and trading. So you look at something like Coinbase, you go look at Bitcoin, like the spread's going to be one tick, which is like what, you know, a couple cents or $1 or whatever. It's really hard to do that on Solana just because the performance isn't fast enough and market makers get picked off too much. So I think in the long run, it really is exercise in IBRL. Like the chain needs to keep improving a lot so that market makers can provide better liquidity. And then in the short to medium term, it's on the app teams to like keep making the experience better given where the tech's currently at. So that's why, yeah, Drift's launched Swift protocol. We're trying to make trading faster and better in the interim, but I think the long run to get the NASDAQ on chain, you need FireDancer, maybe MCP, like these big protocol upgrades.
Yeah. So just touching on that, what are the kind of metrics and milestones that we would need to reach specifically? You mentioned MCP, you mentioned IBRR. We want to reduce that latency. What are the kind of key tipping points that we would arrive at that you think we're here now?
I mean, I think that indicator is if you just look at the spreads on the big markets, if they're competitive with Coinbase or NASDAQ or NYSE, then you know we're here. So part of it is just like maturing MEV supply chain, like can searchers, like we need to make it so market makers can quote really tight. And like there's so many different factors into that, but I think you just look at execution on Solana versus execution on Coinbase, and that's kind of like your indicator.
Yeah. I think other than like the infra layer itself, above it, I think on the user level as well, there's a lot more nuances that we have to fix as well. So top like level, as you compare against your centralized exchanges, your Binance, it's so much easier, you know, for you to navigate yourself around like the centralized exchange as compared to Solana right now. So there have been like improvements like Privy and stuff, but I still think there's a lot more you know, fixes or rather improvements that can be made on a user level, on a UX level, especially when it comes to onboarding users on-chain.
Yeah, excellent. And so we talk a lot about the NASDAQ. What are the core pillars of the NASDAQ? Is it speed? Is it liquidity? Is it transparency? Is it regulation and readiness? Is that something we need to be taking greater pains to achieve sooner? What have you guys developed within your own protocols that kind of get us there specifically?
I guess when I think of NASDAQ, it's probably a combination of like, okay, the assets you're trading. So ideally, all the assets that go on chain are, you know, not just crypto native projects, but RWAs, like more traditional companies like stocks, et cetera. So I'd say that's one dimension. And then the other dimension I think about is like the performance and the execution quality and like getting to that level of like, even though we're in a decentralized environment, you're still getting like the same level of like guarantees on price and whatnot. On the Drift side, like we basically try to architect our system such that we can list an like unlimited number of markets. So preparing for the world where you know you have all these assets on chain. It's obviously like anything with margin or leverage, like borrow, lend, and derivatives. It can't be purely permissionless, but like preparing for that world and trying to be able to support as many markets as possible, and then yeah, also pushing on the performance to keep just squeezing out as much like execution quality from the chain. With Swift is another thing we're doing.
Yeah, so I think the maybe another two aspects I can touch on is like liquidity side as well. That's first. So I think it's all just like flywheel effect, right? If on-chain, the market makers are more incentivized to market make on-chain because there's so much more users on-chain. So it's more like a flywheel effect. Like the more users you get, the more liquidity you get. The more liquidity you get, you know, the more market makers you onboard on chain, and leads to more users as well. So I think the flywheel has always been an area where people try to focus on, but as long as you focus on like one part of like the flywheel, which I think is still the user base, as long as you get more users on chain, you know, things will start to improve generally. I think in terms of regulations itself, there's two sides of the coin, right? Like it's either you be regulated or you just be unregulated, right? So going the unregulated route, like I mean, the biggest companies in the world, like usually they just go through like the gray area first before, you know, things start pounding down the door, and then they start becoming more regulated. So I think in crypto as well, like we've seen that like over the past few years, I think we'll definitely see like an RWA wave probably coming in the next few months, and whether or not that's going to be regulated or not, there's a lot of regulations coming in. There's regulated issuers coming on chain as well, especially on Sol. They're doing good works there, but you know, I think for the first wave to actually take off, it has to be permissionless. It has to come unregulated at first, and I think you know, if someone actually tackles that properly, you'll see a huge, you know, effect of RWAs, especially on Sol.
Yeah, excellent. So we do have this NASDAQ vision. and we're trying to achieve this institutional-grade trading platform. But we have to acknowledge that the majority of users at the moment are regular people, they're retail users, they're trading meme coins, and that's kind of the basis of the Solana ecosystem at the moment. How do we balance the existing community with the goals that we want to achieve and make sure that everyone's fairly represented and that we're all aligned going in the same direction?
Yeah. Okay. So I think to me, okay. So the way we've built like Ranger Finance is that there's a lot more demand for APIs like from builders as well from institutions lately, and I think a lot of the reasons for that actually comes from some of them actually trying to test out, hey, is it better if I code it on-chain against a centralized exchange? But in reality, currently, right now, it's not it. Like we have market makers, we have firms telling us that, hey, it's pretty hard to run strategies on-chain because the codes are not as good as Binance. Yeah. So I think the main focus right now is trying to focus on the retail and users at the start, and that comes from a whole different angle as compared to trading and building for institutions. So I think once you properly create a good product for retail to come in, I think your market makers will be more than happy and institutions will be more than happy to actually do market making on your product as well as do some strategies on your product because there's flow coming in from the retail side of things. Yeah, I don't know about you, Chris.
Yeah, I think that we're trying to build things that just like are generalized like financial infrastructure. So while a lot of the trading does happen on meme coins, like there's other use cases too where, for example, we see a lot of like savvy users that come in and use different yield generating strategies, whether it's borrow lend or vaults to basically earn yield on their different assets. And what we're finding now is like when more institutions try to come on chain with RWAs, they actually want to tap into that user base because that user base represents liquidity for them to basically loop back into their RWA strategies. So I think there's an element of like what we're building already kind of scales to institutions. And now it's just like holding their hand and getting them to deploy on chain. So one thing we're doing with our isolated borrow lend pools is there's some RWA issuers that are coming on chain, and we're helping them to tap into like on-chain USDC and other stablecoin liquidity to kind of run looping strategies with their RWAs. So I guess the main users a lot of meme coin trading, but the infrastructure is like getting better, and it can work with anything that's like an SPL token, right? So it's just like having the faith that these other people are coming on chain soon.
At the moment, we have a real second mover advantage in that the NASDAQ has already happened, it exists, and now we're coming up to challenge that, and we can try and correct a lot of the mistakes that they might have made or unfairnesses that might be baked into the NASDAQ structure. How are you guys, in your respective protocols, kind of avoiding that and making sure we've got order flow, we've got fairness, and how do we make sure that we're avoiding hidden order books and opaque routing and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, part of the reason I've always been attracted to DeFi and crypto is it's open source, bottom up, transparent. Like really anyone can come in and start understanding how things work and slowly gain access. I think the vision for crypto is just having more access, being more permissionless, like anyone can come in and launch tokens. So I think as long as we keep that like ability for things to evolve bottom up and anyone can come in, I think it's an improvement over NASDAQ versus obviously NASDAQ is heavily regulated, like there's less assets, et cetera, bit more opaque. So yeah. I think it's just kind of sticking to the OG DeFi values, even as we try to scale things up, because sometimes scaling and the OG values aren't always like perfectly, aligned, but you got to keep it enough where it still is like, it gets those improvements over the old TradFi systems.
Yeah.
Got you?
Yeah, I think transparency as well. Transparency in general is really like the core ethos of like where like DeFi was born from, and NASDAQ as well. Not just NASDAQ, right? Like different like markets as well in general. Like if you want to get listed, there's a lot of whole, like, it's a lot of requirements for you to get listed, and some of it is like, it's not transparent at all. And if you know, then you know the requirements. And usually itself, like, it takes a toll on the firm, it takes a toll on the team to actually meet those requirements, regulations, or be like liquidity as well. I think in general, like, having the openness, letting the market actually decide for whether you're actually ready for the market itself. I think that really is like a better and healthier factor as compared to what used to be the opaque regulations, as well as what you actually need to do to actually get listed. So yeah.
Yeah. How do we think about regulation and compliance when we talk about Solana as a Nasdaq? Because we have an inherently permissionless system. The SEC has come out and said that meme coins are not securities. How do we kind of balance that there? How do we ensure that we're staying compliant and permissionless moving forward?
I think for me itself, like, okay, maybe because I'm Singaporean, maybe I'm Asian as well, because I don't really, like the way the way I like to believe it is that, like, hey, let's just build, they will come, users will come, but also regulations will come. But once it comes, then obey. But at the start, I think in general, build as much as possible, as long as it's good tech, as long as you get more builders on board, you get more users on board. Yeah, it's permissionless. Anyone should be able to trade on chain. Yeah, and until that happens to maybe Ranger, then we'll start doing something about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what ultimately happens is there's probably different layers of DeFi. So there's ones that are more less regulated because they're considered more decentralized and it's a little bit more of a sandbox and you can do whatever. And then there's also going to be a regulated layer where if you want to trade against like really big institutions that have a lot of regulation, like you're going to need to comply with whatever regulation that those entities are under. So I don't think it's like either or. I think they serve different functionalities, and it's just like almost like enough people going on chain and it being valuable enough that the regulations and the regulators take the time to figure out how to make it work such that both can coexist. Because obviously right now, or historically, it's kind of just been like technically it's all illegal or whatever, but everyone still does it. Where now it's like ideally it'll be very clarity, like, okay, if you want to interact with the regulated side, it's this, and if you want to be in the more Wild West decentralized side, it's like this. And like I think you'll see both, and there's nothing to stop a blockchain from supporting both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We mentioned IBR a lot. I want to kind of swing back to that. How fast is fast enough? We're already talking about sub 100 millisecond trades. Are we going too far? At what point do we hit it and we say, you know what, we're good here? Yeah. At what point do you think high-frequency traders want latency to arrive at?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think the speed is important, but speed's not the most important thing. I think it's more like almost the transaction supply chain and how market makers and arbitrageurs interact with each other. So right now on Solana, like the arbitrageurs are really OP and have an advantage against the market makers. So then the market makers have to quote wider and the execution is not good enough for users. Liquidity's not good enough. So it's like trying to make things faster is kind of just like a blunt way to try to make it fair for market makers, because then maybe market makers can compete in getting their transactions in and like updating quotes faster. But there's definitely solutions where like Solana block times don't get faster, but like the MEV supply chain changes in a way that like the liquidity is better, and then users don't really care that the blocks are half a second and going to 0.1 seconds doesn't really matter. So it's like, I think RBRL is just like kind of the obvious direction to move in to make the MEV more palatable, but there might be other protocol changes like MCP, which is like super speculative, I think. But like maybe you could do that and you don't have faster block times and it's still good enough. So I would say it's like kind of reducing value extracted by arbitrageurs, and IBRL is just kind of one way to maybe do that.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think like in general, right now there's really like as a perp aggregator ourselves, like we see most of the flows like actually going to drift. So like in terms of I think rather than like like the first part of IB, right? Like I really think like we have to increase we have to move into that direction as well, because like for ourselves, like we're also facing a lot of issues in terms of like compiling transactions, compiling instructions, because yeah, we need more block space. Firstly, that's one. We also need to like just increase the bandwidth in general, like for traders to actually get coded at a faster rate.
Yeah. This might be a biased take for both of you, but what's more important to Solana DeFi growth? Is it spot DEX volume or is it perps volume? Where do you think there's a greater vertical for growth there for the ecosystem as a whole?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think like, okay, I think in general like a lot of the volume from Sol just comes from meme coin trading, and I think there's a lot more room to grow in the perps side of things. Maybe bias take maybe, but the reason for that is because like we've seen other chains, like previously in the past, like your DYDX or GMX, your Hyperliquid recently as well. So I think in general, like you've seen the power of perps coming to the chain itself. Even if you look into like centralized exchanges, right? Like perps actually drives like most volume other than the Korean exchanges. So yeah, I think Solana perps is just a drop within the rest of like the ecosystem, and I think if we can do much more there in terms of like innovation, in terms of like more liquidity as well, it really will create a different kind of ecosystem and a newer ecosystem, I'd say, where there's a balance, or rather like there's more volume from perps as compared to like spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess to kind of tie into what I was saying earlier, I think we need more trading of like bigger assets. I think Solana's done a good job of capturing the long tail when the long tail is hot, but that's obviously like more cyclical and market conditions versus like people are trading Bitcoin, Solana, all this stuff nonstop, huge amount of volume, and it's just maybe not competitive enough on Solana. And really the reason why perps volume isn't as big on Solana as maybe some of the meme coin trading is because these are these larger tail assets, so people have higher expectations on what the execution quality is. So I think across spot and perps, we need to be fulfilling like users' expectations around trading things like Bitcoin. And that's obviously like a big focus for Drift. That's part of the reason we launched Swift, and it's like kind of the top focus for us. But I think as a whole like ecosystem, we need to think about like how do we move towards serving like these more mainstream assets and being competitive there.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent segue into my next point. And Solana perps has come a long way. Right? We've come tremendous distance in the past year, but I checked on the way up, and Hyperliquid is still doing about 8 times the volume of Solana perps at the moment. And a lot of that is due to the fact that they can bring on assets like BTC and like ETH and trade that kind of natively, more or less natively, let's say. How do we close the gap? How do we close the gap on a platform like Hyperliquid that is really designed specifically for that?
Yeah, so I've kind of been repeating myself, but it's improving the liquidity. The advantage Hyperliquid has, obviously, it's like smaller leader set, more co-located, so more throughput, and has an order book, which can enable good liquidity. So like for Solana, and for Drift, it's continuing to make these tech upgrades that enable us to provide competitive liquidity with Hyperliquid, but also sexes in general. Solana has a way bigger leader set, so it's definitely like an uphill battle. The easier path would be to just do an L2 and do like a smaller sequence set, but if you want to actually do like a blockchain, you got to figure out how to make it work on with like a huge leader set. So what we're doing in the short to medium term is leaning into these just-in-time liquidity RFQ style models, because we think they'll work well and let you get filled at good prices. And then at the same time, it's like the whole ecosystem needs to continue to push for these designs that reduce value extracted by arbitrageurs and enable market makers to provide better liquidity. So I kind of see it in like there's what we're doing immediately, assuming nothing changed about Solana, and then there's like a longer term as like more like the lower level infra continues to improve, and then maybe you can bring things like order books back on chain that are really competitive, and then that would be amazing. And then you could really offer the identical experience to something like a SEX.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So I think again for for us, like we also took quite a while to integrate Drift as well, because it's a proper clock-based system, especially on Sol, as compared to the AMM models. Like I think like back last year, like Jupiter, released the perps in an LP AMM model, and then like it got open source. Flash is doing it. Adrena is using the same one as well, and yeah, in general, like for you to scale perps, that is not the way you should build perps. It should be like a club. I'm a huge club fan. So, but I think one way, one of like the other ways where we can compete in terms of volume as compared to Hyperliquid is really just offer a different set of assets, which I think, again, repeating myself, so like RWAs, bringing RWAs on-chain. We've seen Ostium, they're doing a lot of good volume. I think if Solana can, bring in RWA assets for spot, but as well for perps, I think it will bring a whole new different era of trading using your Tesla as collateral on Drift, using sort of this kind of assets on Drift, which opens up, different verticals and the horizontal pillars of trading.
Excellent, great answer. Well, that brings us to time. Chris, Fatu, thank you both so much for being here. Thank you for sharing your insight with everyone. One last round of applause for our wonderful panelists, guys, and thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Airdrop time, scan the code. We've been dropping these codes throughout all the different presentations, so definitely scan the code to be included in the airdrop. They happen throughout the day, throughout today and tomorrow, and yeah, essentially this is the way to get paid for hanging out at the end here. So thank you so much for everyone's time. This concludes day one. Day one at Crossroads, been amazing. I've got a lot of great feedback from people. And really looking forward to see you tomorrow. We've got a lot of different talks. We've got the developer stage, obviously. We've got networking stage. We've got this stage and the main stage. But we've already gone through a lot of content. We've got a lot of exciting discussions to happen tomorrow. And also tonight we have a whole bunch of side events. So definitely go and check those out. I think there's a public link floating around somewhere on Twitter, and perhaps I think we can probably tweet it out if we haven't already. I was literally, before I got on stage, I was just being like, yo, where's the link? But we'll provide it there. So if you haven't already, register for some of those side events. I think we got 15 or something different side events from the rest of the ecosystem. It's going to be fun. So see you back here tomorrow. Same time in the morning, we're going to be opening and we're going to be starting with a whole bunch of different discussions, panelists, all sorts of different stuff. It's going to be fun. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Get some rest. And we'll see you tomorrow. GM.